Эй, check.
Это там слушка, то?
Эй.
Да. Там ясно, ты мало.
Камери скача на камера. На компу видим.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Ridi Klavi. I'm a broadcast journalist from Johannesburg, South Africa, based in DC. I'm very happy to be moderating this very important topic today, reconciliation, learning from the past to build a more just future. It's a topic that is very close to my heart personally and very close to South Africa, given our history. I'm very proud of what South Africa achieved in 1994. Our aspirations, our dreams of building a just and inclusive society, I think we realized those dreams to an extent. But we've also learned over the years that the process is incomplete, that justice is still elusive in so many respects. And it's an ongoing process. We are in conversation with each other. Sometimes we are shouting at each other. And sometimes we pretend that we are a perfect society. But when we look at the unemployment, when we look at the face of poverty in South Africa, it is very clear that what we defined as reconciliation in 1994, ending the scourge of apartheid, that wasn't the only albatross hanging around our neck as a nation. Economic justice, social justice was very much, or should have been very much, a part of our democratic endeavor. And as I say, we still struggle with it, we still try it, it is not perfect. What are the tools that societies that have been divided need in order to build a just society? What does reconciliation look like without justice? And who accounts, who answers the many questions of the communities that have been affected and annihilated by political violence? Even now in my country, there are still mothers and fathers searching for their children, asking what happened. Is it fair for the rest of us to move on and say, we prevented a war, the bombs are not falling, the guns are not going off, but we've got mothers, fathers, children in our communities still searching for answers? Is it fair to ask communities who have to live side by side with the perpetrators of the very political violence that has hurt them, that has displaced them, is it fair to tell them to reconcile when they don't see accountability, when they don't see justice? These are some of the questions that we will attempt to ask and answer. And I think they come at a very important time, given I don't even have the right superlatives, the right adjectives to describe what is happening in Gaza, what is happening in Ukraine, what is happening in Sudan, what is happening in Haiti. The world is failing so many people, especially future generations. So let's talk about it. Reconciliation, learning from the past to build a more just future. I'm delighted to welcome my esteemed panelists. They come from all over the world. They have experience as anti-war protesters, speakers, and commentators. First, let me welcome Honorable Dirk Brengelmann, Dean of Global Diplomacy Lab, Germany. Please come forward, Ambassador. Thank you so very much for being with us today. And I'm a big fan. I always tell myself I'm not going to do this, but I do it because he's such an incredible South African and he's given so much of his life, of his expertise, of his heart to building a just society in South Africa. Albie Sachs, a former South African Constitutional Court Justice and anti-apartheid activist. Albie, if you can sit. The chairs are marked. Sorry, Dirk. Dirk, yours is here. You are sitting here, Dirk. Okay. And Albie? Okay. Is that here? Oh, your coffee. You know how to take it. And your name, that's right. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Let's welcome Reem Hajajer, founder and director, Women of the Sun, Palestine. And we'll have translation for her. Thank you so very much for being with us. Let's welcome Nasser Kamel, Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. Where are you sitting? Here you are. Thank you. Vesna Teselic, Director, Documenta Croatia. And last but not least, Nama Barak Wolfman, member of the board, Women Wage Peace Israel. So I was going to start with Judge Albie Sachs, but I've changed my mind, Albie. I've changed my mind. I think the moment requires for us to get the view of women who are striving for peace at this time in Palestine, in Israel. So Reem Hajajer, I'm going to start with you. The bombs haven't stopped. We see every single day the uprooting, the loss of life. How do you speak peace in a time of war? What keeps you doing this work as the bombs and the guns are going off?
بداية هاي فرصة سعيدة إني أشكركم، أشكر دولة سلوفينيا على وقفتها بالنسبة لنا لجانب الشعب الفلسطيني، وخصوصا إلى كمان نساء الشمس على الدعم السخي اللي قدمت لنا إياه.
First of all, let me thank you. Let me thank you for the kind invitation, and let me thank the Republic of Slovenia for all it has done for us, for standing beside us, for standing for a just cause, standing for us Palestinians. Thank you.
بالنسبة للنساء مش عملية سهلة إنها تخوض العملية السلمية أو إنها تحكي في السلام في وقت الحرب.
As for women, it is not easy at all, as you can imagine, to speak about peace in times of war, while bombs are falling, as you said.
لكن احتياجنا للسلام هو احتياجنا للماء والهواء.
But we need peace as much as we need water and air to breathe.
لو بدنا نسأل ليش رح نحكي إنه إحنا قوى غير متكافئة بين الفلسطينيين والإسرائيليين.
And if we ask why we do this, so it's because we are a power which is not heard between Palestinians and Israelis.
بالنسبة إن السلام هو من باب الحماية، حماية الأرواح.
Peace for us would be just the protection of souls, the protection of lives.
إحنا ليش نفقد أولادنا كل يوم وأحبابنا وأصدقائنا وبيوتنا وحياتنا من أجل حياة مش متكافئة أصلاً.
Why should we lose lives? Why should we lose our beloved ones? Why should we lose our homes every day, day after day, when we do not have a just life?
بالنسبة لي أنا ما قدرت أضل ساكتة لأنه أنا عندي برضو أولاد وكنت بدي أحميهم بأي طريقة.
As for me, I couldn't keep quiet. It wasn't possible for me not to raise my voice. I do have 3 children. I had to stand up for them.
وهذا حقي كأم.
And this is my right as a mother.
حقي كمرأة إني أشارك كمان في الهدوء اللي يعم في المنطقة.
And also it is my right as a woman to participate, to bring back calmness.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. And I do want to bring you in here then, Nama, because it's the same work that you're doing. Women wage peace. And I saw you in conversation with each other, which is a very significant theme of deepening dialogue amongst people who are divided. So tell me why you do this work and why does it matter as we see the war intensifying? Does the work matter?
I think it matters more than ever. As Reem said, we are, most of us in both our movements, we are mothers. We are raising children, and even if we are not mothers, then we are daughters, we are sisters, we are partners, and people around us are dying. It's not something, even not only as a woman, as a human being, people are suffering all around us. And we just can't sit at home and watch this. And there's no way that we can block out whatever is happening in our immediate surroundings and in our wider surroundings. So we really must do it. And as you said, we are having a dialogue. It's a difficult one. It's not always easy. But we did manage to write together our Mother's Call, both movements together, Israeli and Palestinian women. It took us 9 months to write it word by word. And whenever there is a difference, whenever we don't see eye to eye on something, we take a few steps back to that Mother's Call, and we find our common ground again. And we work from there once again.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of difficult conversations, Judge Albie-Sachs, you were part of South Africa's difficult conversations and transition. I wonder if you can share some of your observations, your experiences of how South Africa embraced reconciliation and justice. What was more important? Is there a distinction between reconciliation and justice? How did South Africa make sense of that?
It took a long time. It wasn't a moment. And you're correct, in South Africa today, the word reconciliation is something of a swear word. But we got a country. We didn't have a country. People say, you know, Albie, you were in jail, you were in exile, you were blown up, you lost an arm, sight of an eye, you were stateless for 7 years. Is this the country you were fighting for? And I say, yes. It is the country we're fighting for. No, it's not the society we're fighting for. When there's war, you don't have a country. When there's war, there's so much hatred and anger, you can't get a country. And our experience was getting a country enabled us to manage the anger and to find ways through step by step of learning to live together. I'm going to, in the course of maybe one or two presentations, mention an important personal experience I had, a phone call. I'm a new judge in South Africa, and the reception says there's a man called Henry to see you. And I say, send him through, my heart is beating. Henry is the man who put the bomb in my car. He's coming to see me, he's going to the Truth Commission. And I meet Henry, and he looks at me, and I look at him. He tried to kill me. We didn't know each other. We were on opposite sides. We talk, and eventually I say, Henry, go to the Truth Commission. I can't shake your hand. And then I forget about him. But two important themes come through from this story. The one is I'm lying in my hospital bed in London, recovering afterwards, and I get a note, don't worry, Comrade Albie, we will avenge you. And I think, avenge me? We're going to cut off the arms? We're going to blind people? Is that what we want? If we get democracy, if we get freedom, if we get a country for all, that will be my soft vengeance. And the theme of soft vengeance became the theme of my life. And we got back and we started negotiating a new constitution. That was soft vengeance. We had our first democratic elections. That was soft vengeance. We had a constitutional court, and I'm appointed a judge to uphold the values we were fighting for. That was soft vengeance. And soft vengeance, then, it's a theme I've invented, but it's part and parcel of restorative justice, which I'd like to speak about maybe at a little stage. Soft vengeance is more powerful than hard vengeance. And we, as a community, as a movement, embraced that. And what gave us success in South Africa, where it seemed impossible, was unity in the liberation forces. Secondly, we never attacked civilian targets because the hatreds become so great that the story becomes one of survival and not of justice. Thirdly, we held out the project of a country for everybody. So there was an alternative for those who were exercising brutal power to be able to envisage a future for themselves afterwards. That was soft vengeance.
Ambassador Dirk, let me come to you then. And this is the South African experience, but we are citizens of the world, and our reflections must take us to imagining this justice for everybody all over the world. What role can international players contribute or bring to the table to assist national initiatives at reconciliation and at justice? You're doing a lot of work as well, supporting countries, missing persons. All of that is part of building a nation after the devastation of war. So,
you have the big political processes, like for my own country after the Second World War. It was essential that Europe and my country were able to come together at peace. So it was in the beginning reconciliation, I'm using that word now, with France, later with Poland in particular. So that helped us in the end together, all of us, to create the European Union, which many people have forgotten is a peace project in the beginning. It was a project to make sure that those European countries which were at war before came together to build up a union in peace. So that is the big political process, but what you are referring to, missing persons, that's where I'm working in now with the International Commission of Missing Persons. And that is hard work. It is actually sometimes really hard work in terms of digging up the past, because what we are also doing is opening mass graves, do DNA forensic to help two things, families and communities to be able to come to closure, to know what happened to their loved ones, And it's amazing to see how even after 40, 50 years, people are still yearning for that. So this is the more personal angle of that work. But it's also about accountability, because different to other organizations, we try to make sure that the things which we gather can also be used as evidence later on. So, for example, the beginning of that organization, many people will probably know that case is Srebrenica. And in Srebrenica, it was about closure for families, number one, certainly, but also accountability, because some of that was part of the processes, the court processes later on in The Hague. You know, Mladic, Karadzic, etc. And does it help in the long run? I mean, I think, yes, it was important to lay the foundations for some kind of peaceful situation in that area, in particular in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Does it solve everything? No, because there need to be other factors to kick in to make sure that a community, a country is able to overcome its history. But it's certainly part and parcel of that process. And sometimes it's also within societies. It can be between countries, but also within communities or within countries. For example, we have started a very difficult work in Canada, where kids from the First Nations were forced to be in schooling and, so to say, civilized communities. And they didn't quite fit into that. So now, decades later, we have found graves where there are children from the First Nations, and we use DNA forensic. Yazidi in Iraq is another case. They have been brutally attacked and some of them slaughtered by the Islamic State. So we are doing DNA forensics there as well. Again, is that enough? No, but it is an essential part of that healing process, which takes time. And sometimes when I say time, I'm talking decades.
Vesna, let me bring you in here. You are passionate about documenting this history, not just documenting it for the sake of it, but to use what we document to prevent future wars. I'm listening to Ambassador speaking. I was listening to Albie speaking, and I'm wondering, does it help to know all this horror, all this bloodshed? Does it help us come closer to each other? Does knowing this brutal history divide us further? Why do you feel so strongly about documenting history? And I just want to share very quickly that often in my country, when we speak about the past, my intention when I speak about it is to edify myself and the audience, to reflect on the human being's capacity for wrongdoing, and to find some self-mastery so that I don't subscribe to that kind of thing. But then another person who's listening thinks, we're not moving on. We're stuck in the past. We'll never build our society. It is accusatory. Why must I feel bad as a white person? Let's move on now. So what's the right thing, and why is it important?
I often ask that question myself, although I'm so many years in documenting, recording personal memories, interviewing survivors, supporting survivors. It is that Croatia still has war crimes trials, not as many as we expected or wanted, but they are ongoing. There is no statute of limitation. Although the law regarding rights of civilian victims have been passed only in 2021, 30 years after the start of hostilities, of the war. So it's that civilians are always somewhere on the margin. This is a big challenge. It is that in the country after war, the fighters, the soldiers are given that place in the first row, and civilians are kind of in the background. And as human rights organization, we advocate rights of victims and survivors. So it is that the first answer to your question, why it's important to document, it's for survivors, for families of the victims, but it's for society, not just of Croatia, but all post-Yugoslav countries and Europe, because to deal with the past, to make this step out of contemplating revenge, which Albert Sachs was speaking about, is that one thing is to acknowledge what happened. That's why I feel the work of commissions of inquiry, or if you want, truth commissions, why work of courts is so important, especially in part where the facts are established. When the facts are established beyond reasonable doubt, you hope that when they are set either in commission or in court of law, that then denial will stop, but it doesn't stop. So it's that our societies are such that actually we need to be reminded. But the question is always in which way we are reminded. Through stories which create a space for healing, or through call for revenge, or through call for, you know, more intense search for missing. It's a difficult story, and we do not see horizon of reconciliation yet emerging, nor in Croatia, nor in other post-Yugoslav countries. So for me, the big question is always why in Europe, why in European Union, as citizens, we don't do more to react to disputing facts which have been established beyond reasonable doubt. Disregarding, do we speak about genocide in Srebrenica? Do we speak about any other war crime? We do not understand really that the rule of law would mean reacting to disputing what happened, because survivors are still there. And to overcome the harm done in war crimes and genocide, we need each other. It is not an issue related to one country. It's a question of international solidarity and actually supporting each other in acknowledging what happened so that we can make another step. And recently I was speaking with a friend whose grandparents have been killed in a genocide of Armenians. And I was speaking with her about the healing process. And she said to me that as in her family, there are more persons of light, people of light, than people of darkness. She's still searching for ways how to actually think about her grandmother who survived the genocide and her parents who didn't survive, and they know how they have been killed, and imagine that they're still around in her memories. So it's that this art of acknowledging and of healing might succeed if we support each other in all the possible directions. Search for missing, prosecution of war crimes, supporting survivors, keeping the memories and acknowledging what happened.
Yeah. So all these questions are around the aftermath of war. I'm just as interested in before the war happens, what we need to do. How do we prevent wars from happening? I wouldn't describe myself as a cynic, because cynicism is the easy way out. You don't have to solve any problem when you're a cynic, because you can just say there's no point. You don't have to wake up in the morning. You don't have to pitch. It's, I think, the tool used by cowards. But at the same time, I understand very much people who ask, what is the point of diplomacy if it doesn't prevent wars? Nasser Kamil, you're the Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, and I saw on your website that part of the work you do is to strengthen regional integration and dialogue. I love that word, dialogue, because it means we have to talk to each other. But with the world in such chaos, what's the point of this dialogue? Is there any point to it?
Well, a very important question and no easy answers. When you speak about dialogue while ongoing conflicts, and in the Union for the Mediterranean region, we have several conflicts taking place at the same time. But what you try to do in such a context is to create a conducive space for dialogue, especially when you deal with the civil society, when you deal with the important issue like education, because education is important in terms of building a common narrative. When you deal also with the issue, because in my case, we're talking about conflicts not within one country, but between countries, when you focus on the shared interest, on the benefit of cooperation, on creating a space where everybody is a winner. If you succeed, you tend to lower the level of tension and eventually turn from an adversarial relationship into a cooperative one. So you are trying to create objective reality on the ground in terms of education, in terms of acknowledgement of common interest, but also, as mentioned before, in terms of acknowledging the wrongs, because you cannot cooperate unless you acknowledge the wrong, you find the truth, and you try to build a common narrative based on common interest between the different antagonists within a certain conflict or another. The whole idea of the Union for Mediterranean, which was established after the Oslo Accord, was exactly to try to build a space for peace and cooperation on the promise of a peaceful solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict based on a two-state solution. Mm-hmm. I'll end up by saying narrative is very important. I was a bit shocked yesterday when Sibni Livni, who is a peace proponent, was asked about the suffering of the Palestinians in Gaza, and her answer was about the suffering of the Israeli victim of October the 7th, which means each party are still stuck in his own grievances and his own narrative and has no will to understand the other side, suffering and narrative.
You use the term shared interest, and I must ask you the same question because you're a diplomat. The same question around diplomacy, the role of diplomacy, and particularly multilateralism. I know that we are talking about reconciliation, but it's very difficult to persuade people of the world to buy into these values of justice and reconciliation, looking out for each other, when they see that the world order is unfair, that there is inequality, that there are those who choose which rules to observe and which rules to break. So the importance of diplomacy and multilateral cooperation, what are your thoughts on that in the context of reconciliation and justice?
Yeah, the multilateral system and rule of law is under siege, so to say. And I'm no longer a German diplomat, but I've been working for 30 years to build up that system with other colleagues. And that was why many of us were so shocked when Russia invaded Ukraine, because for us that was the moment where many of these rules were just kicked into the bin. And we are trying ever since to make sure that this multilateral system and the multilateral rules are still being surviving, if I may call it that way. And diplomacy certainly can play a role in avoiding conflicts and preventing conflicts, but it's not always successful. Mm-hmm. And in that sense, I believe one needs to be realistic that it does not always work. And ever since we do have conflicts, we need then to look at both sides, the pre-conflict and post-conflict. And what we do post-conflict, let me make that point, is also pre-conflict. Because when you restart after a conflict, you need to make sure that what you're doing then is laying the ground for some kind of future where a new conflict like this cannot happen. That was the case, as I said in the beginning, in Europe after the Second World War. But let me make a point, because I've heard that from other colleagues. That is hard work also for the countries who are communities who have done wrong. So after World War II, it was very urgent for Germany to come to grips with its history and to accept its own history and to go through certain motions to actually come to terms with its own history. And I think without that work, which we had to do ourselves, I think also reconciliation in Europe would have been a very difficult endeavor. It needed that internal work, which only the Germans themselves could do, because nobody else could do it for us. And you know, also that took more than 4 decades, because when there was German unification, we still had one open border issue. And what many people have forgotten, that was the moment where Germany came together. And still at that moment, we had to make sure that the Polish neighbors were sure that there were no more claims on their soil, because some of the eastern parts of Germany had now become Polish. And it took a certain moment for the German government to accept that in writing, because, mind you, there were elections coming up, and it was pretty sure that there was a risk to lose 1 or 2% on the right-wing side if we would actually sign down on the letter that these territories were gone forever. So sometimes you need to go through those motions yourself. And for example, if you talk to Asians, they would sometimes make a point that it is so difficult in Asia to come to terms because some in Japan would not do that work. For example, when it comes to Korea, they would not accept, for example, that they had women in camps being used as prostitutes, and they would still call them comfort women and things like that. So you need to do that hard work yourself. Nobody can do that for your own. In terms of coming back to multilateral diplomacy, yes, I think it's hard work, but you know, for example, in Europe, I had to deal with some of those myself. We have what we call frozen conflicts. Mm-hmm. And sometimes they are difficult to solve, but sometimes it's also important to note that they are being kept like that, like frozen conflicts, because it helps political aims of, for example, Russia. Transnistria is a frozen conflict for quite obvious reasons. So is some situation around Georgia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan had been, and Nagorno-Karabakh had been a frozen conflict. All of that was kept in the freezer with some political will behind it. Mm-hmm. So sometimes when you try to solve certain problems, you run against a wall. And that wall sometimes will crumble and sometimes will not. So it is not always in the hands of diplomats to come to a final success if the other side doesn't want to play.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back to the Palestine question and just speak about what a perfect, or what justice would look like from your point of view. And I find it very difficult to ask you this question, Riem, talking about reconciliation and justice when the basic things, water, safety, I was delighted to read that the UN had resumed vaccinating children against polio and so on. It's very difficult for somebody who's not in that situation to be talking about justice and reconciliation when every day the news is about basic survival. But I still want to ask the question anyway. When you sit with your 3 children and you imagine a life, a world that is safe, where you belong, where there's a place for you and yours under the sun, what does that look like for you?
كحياة آمنة يعني هذا بالنسبة لنا حلم مش حقيقة يعني.
As for a safe life or safe livelihood, for us it's a dream, it's not reality.
وكمان العدالة بالنسبة لنا احنا بنسمع فيها فقط يعني كمصطلح بس كشعب مش عايشينه نهائي.
As for justice, for us it's just a word, it's a term, but we don't live it. We as Palestinians don't live it.
احنا لنا أكثر من 75 سنة بنحكي إنه احنا كشعب بدنا عدل، بدنا حرية، بدنا سلام، بدنا أمن.
We have been asking, we as people, as Palestinian people, have been asking for peace, for justice, for safety for more than 75 years.
بالنسبة لي أنا لما بلشوا أولادي يكبروا وخصوصا عندي الولد أكبر إشي كانت الفكرة إنه كيف بدي أحميه أنا كأم.
And when my children started growing, especially my eldest son, my only concern was, the idea I had was, how am I able to safeguard his life? How am I able to protect him?
ابني ما عاشش أصلاً طفولة لأنه ما في كان عندنا في المخيم ملاعب، ما كان في مساحة آمنة، ما كان في حرية، ما كان إلا خوف.
So I also need to say that my children didn't really live a childhood as you would imagine children living it. We didn't have playgrounds, we didn't have safe spaces. They couldn't go out and just play somewhere.
لما كبر زادت المشكلة أنه ممكن في أي لحظة ينكسر، يرجع لي جريح، يرجع شهيد.
They didn't have freedom, my children, and the older they became, or the longer we had the situation, I became more worried because the problem became worse and worse. I was now worried that he might be arrested at any time, he might come back wounded, he might come back as a martyr.
بالنسبة للعدالة أنا مثلا ابني عمروش شاف بحر، ما عمروش طلع برا حدود بيت لحم، ما عمره سافر، ما عمروش ركب طيارة، ما عمروش لعب في ملعب.
As for justice and freedom, we need to imagine that my son, my children, they never saw the sea, they never saw a lake, they never left the boundaries of Bethlehem, they were never allowed to travel, for instance. They don't have a freedom to just walk from one place to the other.
لما بدنا نحكي عن عدالة لازم نحكي كمان عن حقوق، لأن هل الشعب الفلسطيني ما ياخذ لو جزئية بسيطة من حقوقه؟ طبعاً لا.
So speaking of justice, we also need to speak about rights, and Palestinian people didn't receive any rights. They're not granted any rights at all.
العالم بدعم مليارات من أجل الحروب.
The world seems to spend and spends millions of dollars on wars.
بس إذا بده يعمل إشي للسلام لازم يكون مشروط، وما فيش أصلاً يعني حد بدعم طرق السلام كما يجب.
So you have billions being spent on wars, but you would not have any conditions for peace. No one spends on the conditions for peace.
الاستراتيجية للعدالة لازم تكون بداية يعني إنه أول إشي ونوقف الحرب.
So a strategy for justice must be, as a first step, comprise to stop the war.
إدخال المساعدات الكافية لأهل غزة والضفة الغربية.
Allow human support and human aid to enter not only the Gaza Strip but also the West Bank.
ووقف العقابات الجماعية كمان.
And to stop collective punishment.
ومن ثم إيجاد حل سلمي آمن بعطي الشعب الفلسطيني حريته.
And also in the end to find a solution which would be a just solution, a peaceful solution, and a solution granting rights to all Palestinian people.
بالإضافة يعني وهذا خلينا نحكي في الآخر إنه إذا الشعب الفلسطيني ما أخذش حريته كل الأمور المصالحة مش رح تمشي، لأنه بالنسبة إن إحنا الحرية أولاً ومن ثم المصالحة.
So, and last but not least, to stress this point again, for us as Palestinian people, we shall not be able to reach any reconciliation without freedom, without justice. So it's freedom first, it's justice first, and then comes reconciliation.
إشراك النساء جداً مهم بالنسبة لعملية المفاوضات، لأنها بتقرب المسافات وبتخفف من وطأة الحرب، لأنه النساء بالعادة بيتعاملوا من ناحية عاطفية أكثر، فبيفكروا كثير منيح من ناحية إنه ما بدهم يفقدوا أحبابهم وأولادهم وأصحابهم وإلى آخره.
Also, it's most necessary to integrate women in any processes whatsoever. So we need women to participate in peace processes, because women would allow all parties to come closer to each other. Women would also allow, they'd be more emotional, look at things more emotional, and thus they'd search for protection because they'd need to protect their children. Thank you very much.
Okay. So Nama, I saw you nodding vigorously. I mean, after all, you are Women Wage Peace. You have a particular focus on the role of women. And why is that role specific? Why is it unique?
Well, we believe that women have a different voice, have a different worldview, and we want to bring that to the table. We think it's missing from all negotiations all over the world, but definitely in our own private conflict, which is not private at all, of course. I completely agree with Reem with her words about justice first and reconciliation later. I truly believe that we need an agreement. We need to stop the war. We need to return the hostages. We need to end the craziness that is happening. And we need, of course, to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But only after that we can start thinking of reconciliation. And I want to also mention something that Reem also knows, that it's a phrase that we use. We say no shaming, no blaming when we come to talk, when we come to create a dialogue between ourselves. It doesn't serve us any good to weigh who is more wrong than the other. It doesn't help us, it doesn't further us to an agreement. We've both been in the wrong, we've both been in the right. Both, I mean the peoples, the Israeli and the Palestinian. We are doing damage to each other, and we are doing damage to ourselves. And so if we want to get to a solution, in a sense, we must do exactly the opposite of what we are talking about here. We cannot look back. We have to stand here in the present and look forward and solve our problems. After that is solved, we will have ample time for reconciliation, and we will have to do it. And the dialogue that we have managed to maintain between us, even on October 7th, Reem was the first phone call that we got. She called her contacts, her friends in the movement, to ask how we are doing. So even through this terrible time, we are keeping the dialogue going. It's not easy, but it's there. And we want this to be an example of how the dialogue can continue in order to actually make an agreement that is viable and sustainable. Thank you.
Are there times when reconciliation is impossible? I'm just reflecting on how overwhelming it is. It seems to me that your work has become even harder, and every day it becomes harder, because the more you try to steer humanity in a particular direction, the more it goes a particular way. So perhaps let me ask that question to you, Vesna. Are there times when reconciliation is just impossible? Does it apply in all situations, everywhere, anytime?
Well, on personal level, each one should make his choices and pick his or her moments. So it's that depends what we speak about. If we actually speak about individuals reflecting on is during war for them possible at all to think about trust, or they're fully focused on suspicion? Because what war is bringing is suspicion. And as societies, I would say that especially our representatives elected should be able to think about trust building. So it's You know, it's that if we speak about social and state level, then each moment should be a proper moment to look in the future and not just to think about day after, but years after, decades after. And it's that dealing with the past, acknowledgement of what happened, it's necessary for reconciliation. But there are people who individually can reach out even without acknowledgement. They're close to saints, so we'll not expect this from everyone. And it's that maybe it would be a question for everyone. Is in your society reconciliation bad word, as we heard it in South Africa? It's not a very popular word in Croatia, nor in other post-Yugoslav countries. So we usually speak about less demanding goals and processes like trust building or peace building, so that it's not assuming that people on the end of the process will reconcile individually, because people feel, okay, our suffering was not acknowledged, so we don't want to go there. We don't want to reach reconciliation. Will you give me a chance to speak one more time or not? Because if not...
Okay, so now you put me on the spot. I'm committing publicly that I will give you a chance to speak again. Is that okay?
Yes.
But if I don't do it, will you forgive me?
No, it's just that if not, I would just like to mention how important it is that when thinking about reconciliation, we have, and we know that we have, International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, and that there are still conventions to improve their work which are being considered, and I invite all of you to keep advocating for all the mechanisms like that.
Okay, I am going to come to that with the tools then that we need to use that are available at our disposal. But Nasir, I want to bring you in here as I'm listening, again, the global politics, global competition. We report on bilateral relations, trade agreements, and so on, and it all sounds like a good thing. But I'm wondering whether there are cycles of competition that bring us to these bloody confrontations with each other. And if it's not bloody confrontations, but just an inability to hear each other as we are all, or as states, try to outpace each other in their quest for power, for dominance, and so on. Given that yours is a convening of different nations, a space of dialogue, and so on, I just wonder, do we need to rethink what competition means? Do we need to rethink what shared interest means? How do we make that the way states relate to each other with a focus on shared interest rather than these cycles of competition?
Well, I guess you answered the question by posing it. Yes, the answer is yes. We live in a very complicated world where, unfortunately, some of the world global power are acting in the logic of a zero-sum game. I'm talking about the West in one side, China, and lately Russia, when it's dealing with Ukraine, and that has complicated tremendously the whole world stage and has fed into many of the conflicts that we see today. Because there is no conflict today where we don't see the hands of some of those great powers, maybe in the right side of the equation and sometimes at the wrong side of the equation. But also there is a responsibility for the people in and within those situation of conflicts to try to, as much as they can, to neutralize foreign interference, to focus on what could be done to bridge the difference, on what are the shared and common interests and what are the minimum required to build a better future. In some cases, it's more difficult than others, but I'll take the case of this region, the Balkans, and the tremendous work that has been done in the last 10 and 15 years. I was in Belgrade in 1990, at the beginning of the whole tragedy, and I saw how the different narrative has led to the disaster that we saw in the ensuing years. But when I come back to the region today, it's an ongoing process. But those countries, regardless of the international community impact, has managed on their own to advance in the right direction. I see it also in other parts of the world. So in one hand, yes, the global geopolitical scene has not been conducive, but I would not exonerate local leaders and local civil society leaders from doing their part in neutralizing any negative interference and focus on what could bring them together. We have two shining examples here from Israel and Palestine, and if we encourage those people, support them, I think we are on the right path towards justice first, and then reconciliation.
Okay, I'll be justice, reconciliation. Talk to me then about the tools that a nation, a community would need post a conflict to build a just society. I'm thinking here about South Africa specifically. We had 1994, we had the elections. That for me also stands out as the outcome, but also a tool. Free and fair elections are a tool for justice, for democracy, and so on. What are the tools?
If I may bring in themes running through my head here, how do we look at the past? How do we have shared interests? What was our experience in South Africa? Because all of these things come together. And I'm going to use the analogy of our constitutional court. We had to decide where to create this new palace, if you like, of dreams, of hope, of aspiration, of working together, of constitutionality. And we chose the site of the old Fort Prison in Johannesburg, where our leaders had been locked up. We deliberately chose that. We didn't ignore the past. And the theme was turning the swords into plowshares. So it's how you look at the past that matters. And if you look at the past with a way to reimagining things, reimagining relationships, how can we find points of commonality and shared interests? And for me, recently, a family came from Palestinians living in Israel, and he was so keen to find somebody to listen to his projection for what the country needs. He had to go to Cape Town to get a listener, and he said, one homeland, two states. And I thought, wow, that's an interesting beginning, but you must say something about the two states living side by side and together with common interests and mutual respect. And to me, the common interest is fundamental, and the common interest is in humanity. It's in working together. It's in discovering the human in the enemy, and the enemy discovering the human in you. And we did that in South Africa, and it was done the opposite of salami. The salami became a sausage, if you like. The slices came together in a whole, step by step. So it wasn't like conflict, post-conflict. It was only conflict with a little bit of talking. More and more talking, little less conflict. Hey, we can make progress. Gee, we've stopped this. Even suspending the armed struggle from our side wasn't done in one moment. It was done progressively to cache the arms so that they can't be used under ANC control, then a neutral person came in over control, and then we forgot about the arms because they were buried somewhere, and the arms struggle stopped. So the phase, hopefully, will move from war to negotiations. Negotiations will be intense, they'll be brutal, they'll be hard. But for me, the absolutely vital thing, if I can offer advice to the Israeli side, I'm not a Zionist, I've never been a Zionist. I'm a Jew, my family were massacred in the genocide. I understand where Zionism comes from. I understand why for many Jews Israel is important. The Jews who understand why Israel is important should understand why a Palestinian state is important for Palestinians. That Palestinians have a right to the same pride in their state and the strength and vitality that Jews got from, as they saw it, through Zionism. So instead of the project looking to the future being one of how can we control Palestine and make sure they don't attack us, the project should be one of how can we have a strong Palestine, because that's the greatest guarantee of a surviving Israel is a strong Palestine, and a strong Palestine that shares the holy places, that shares tourism, that discovers the humanity and points of contact in the past. That is the message that to me emerges from the discussion we had. The very last point is often it's projected as a choice between peace and justice. Peace means impunity, no accountability to bring the war to the end. Justice, it means sending them to jail, holding them to account. And that's a winner takes all, loser loses all approach. And negotiations, there's not going to be a winner taking all. Both sides have got to win. And that's where restorative justice comes in. Restorative justice is truth-telling. Restorative justice is with a view not to punishing people and segregating them from society, but to reintegrate them into society. It's used in juvenile justice quite frequently. It's got a bigger role to play in justice systems generally, and in terms of bringing peace, dealing with the atrocities in Ukraine, restorative justice will have to have a big role to play in the future. And certainly in terms of the Israel-Palestine resolution, the idea of acknowledgement is so important. It's so deep, it's so important. Acknowledgement reaches the heart in a way that punitive justice can't reach. Punitive justice is just a kind of vengeance and retribution, and we need far more thinking in those terms. And we don't have, let me say, we got a country in South Africa with all the problems that you mentioned, with a new young generation as militant and activist as we were when we were young, and challenging us as the old-fashioned constitutionalists, but we gave them a country and the ability to demand further change in a peaceful way without having to cut our throats to get the things that they want.
I do want to allow time to give you all final thoughts and still get one or two questions from the audience, but Ambassador, you were literally jumping out of your chair. What is it that you wanted to say?
When it comes to people being able to have a process of reconciliation, sometimes it's important that outside players stay out. For example, in the Balkans, when it comes to the relations between Serbia and others, or when it comes to Bosnia and Herzegovina, whenever Putin likes to spur a certain fire, he knows where he can use some tricks. So that is a problem that outsiders can come in and then refoster fire. You mentioned the instruments, and somebody mentioned the courts in The Hague. When I was the ambassador to The Hague, I also was the ambassador to the international courts. And one new instrument of international law is the International Criminal Court, created under the Rome Statute. But mind you, some of the big powers, for obvious reasons, are not members of the Rome Statute, of that International Criminal Court. And it is the US, and it is Russia, and it is China and some others. And here we go. So they decided that they will not join that international instrument because they don't think as great powers that they would fall under the jurisdiction of that. And now we have seen Mr. Putin traveling to Mongolia. And they should have respected the international warrant against him. But I think Putin knew very well which of the countries which are a member of the court he can visit without running a risk. So he has chosen this visit to make sure that the international system has a problem there. And a last word, which I heard from many of my neighbors when it comes to Palestine, I think there's one thing which we, the international community, have failed to do, and that is to make sure that these settlers are put into, how should I say, into boundaries, that they accept rules and not just do justice, so to say, on their own by going into the streets and beating up on civilians. I think that really is something where we have failed. And yesterday there were comments about resolutions by the United Nations. That is also international law. And if we are failing to uphold what we see as international law, then we shouldn't be surprised that things go astray. So for me, personally speaking, what I see, and I've been there myself, what I see in treatment of the Palestinians in the West Bank and what I see from these settlers, I think this is really horrific, and we need to do better on that front. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I absolutely want to give you final 1 minute each, but then I have to do justice to this wonderful audience and ask if anyone has a question. If you do have a question, make it brief. Don't make a speech. Don't make it. You can have a statement. No, not a statement. You can make a comment, not a statement. A comment. One comment. Not comment and question. Either or, and very, very succinct. But let's just give the floor now to Juan Arturo Sanchez, who is a keynote listener. Where's the microphone? Quick, quick, quick. You can lose a lot of time as we move along. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Esteemed members of the panel, esteemed moderator, esteemed people that are here with us, thank you very much for this. I come from Guatemala, and as a post-conflict society and post-conflict individual, myself being born 1 year after the peace treaties, this is utterly inspiring in the sense that I have been studying my country's history for the last 3 years. I still don't fully understand a lot of it, which I think is a good indicator. And I think that knowing that the historical myopia that sometimes might riddle political science, that sometimes might riddle international conversations, is not something that is actually present in everyone's mind. It's amazing to understand that the past still bears an impact and that there are people that are sensitive enough to put that into the table. I'd like to briefly state...
Very briefly, very.
Yeah, I'd like to briefly state or make a comment in comparison to Guatemala to something that maybe wasn't really approaching here, which is epistemic justice. And this is inspired by the great philosopher Miranda Fricker. And the idea behind this is, in Guatemala, the type of results we had from the conflict we had, is that as we try to establish conditions for reconciliations, as we try to bring back bodies of disappeared people, as we try to consolidate justice for people that were raped, killed, politically disappeared in part of the second half of the 20th century, the big problem that emerges is that we are mostly haunted by what is not inside the picture. And that is the silence that prevails instrumentally to maintain political power. Political power by military elites and economical elites that were connivant during the conflict, and the ever-present influence of the communism ghost in Guatemala that not only hinders any effort of people talking about their vision of the history, but also hinders the development of social policy, hinders the development of creating the conditions to actually have juster societies, to have a situation in which I don't have to see a malnourished children again in my country, or that I see that someone is persecuted for having a pro-social approach. I apologize for my voice getting a little broken. I apologize for the time, But I would just like to conclude by saying two things. One of them is let's bear in mind that ideas matter and that there should be some responsibility in the type of dehumanizing narratives that are still being produced. And I come back to what you were saying, that focusing on the post-conflict conditions are indeed focusing in pre-conflict conditions as well. And to end, I also want to encourage you to see the conference that will be held, the one-on-one conversation that will be held with Albie Sachs and the really talented Brazilian lawyer from the ICC, Mariana Ribeiro, and might I say, a wonderful human being as well. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have a question. You indicated you wanted to ask a question, sir, or make a comment. Okay, no, we don't have later. We've got about 5 minutes.
Very shortly. I have the question. What you are speaking about is to understand, to change the situation by conversation, by speaking to each other. What about the fight at home? To have others on your side for that movement. For example, when I see in television in Germany, where I'm coming from, I see 10,000s of people in Tel Aviv on the streets, very critical to their government and the politics of them. Is there any discussion like that also in Palestine? Maybe it's just the media which that doesn't show me.
Who's your question directed at?
To Madame Riem.
Okay, all right.
Please don't take it as a provocation. I really...
Okay, while you're thinking through those thoughts, let's take another question and then we will be wrapping up.
Thank you very much. I just make it brief then. My name is Nozipo. I'm also part of the Global Diplomacy Lab. I wanted to touch maybe on the challenge that we got and build on the challenge, but also building dehumanized narratives. As young people, I think part of tools of reconciliation are not accessible to us because they are stuck in judicial systems, policies, and structures that don't really work for the generation we are kind of trying to learn from the past but build for the future. And so the challenge is to the panel, sorry for pointing, the challenge is really to the panel to ask, to find ways of bridging with young people that are accessible to us, right? We live in an evolving digital technical world with technocrats developing data that is going to be used to define what truth is, who is the victor, who is the victim. And so we would like to have that bridge. To make it very short, what advice would you give us that is practical, that is implementable in your working experiences, right? Because, for example, in Kenya, young people have taken a stand using technology to kind of push. So we have the power, we have the capacity to develop the soft vengeance that is being talked about. But sometimes it's so inaccessible that we need this bridge to kind of connect from past, future to present, which is what we're living all together right now, which is the shared parallel reality. Thank you.
You know, Nozipo, I suspect that the panelists would like your advice on how to use the digital this and that. Okay, would you like to address the question that was asked?
بالنسبة إحنا كنساء فلسطينيات إحنا كنا نناشد العالم قبل 7 أكتوبر إنه في بركان ثائر في المنطقة رح ينفجر بأي لحظة.
We, being Palestinian women, and let me answer your question, being Palestinian women, we used to call out to the world long before October the 7th that there is an explosion, that the world is about to explode.
عملياً ما كانت الحرب بدايتها 7 أكتوبر.
So there was a volcano about to explode, and I think that the war didn't start with October the 7th.
قبل الحرب بيومين فقط كنا عاملين مسيرة ضخمة جداً ابتدأت من بيت لحم للقدس كانت نهايتها في البحر الميت.
2 days before October the 7th, we had a demonstration. It took us from Bethlehem to Jerusalem, to East Jerusalem, and to the Dead Sea.
جمعت آلاف من النساء الفلسطينيات والإسرائيليات ونساء من نحو العالم شاركونا في هذا الحدث الكبير.
Many women, thousands of women from around the world came and joined our walk, our march. Also, Palestinian women joined, Israeli women joined.
طالبنا العالم فيه أنه يوقفوا إراقة الدماء.
We asked the world back then, that is these 2 days before October the 7th, we asked the world to stop the shedding of blood.
لأن كنا متأكدين أنه رح يتفاقم الوضع أكثر من هيك.
Because we were sure back then that the situation was about to explode.
بعد 7 أكتوبر لما تفاقم الوضع وبالنسبة للعالم إسرائيل أكلت الضربة الأولى.
After the 7th of October, after the situation deteriorated and Israel had its first attack.
انتبه العالم إنه القضية الفلسطينية الإسرائيلية لساتها موجودة على محور الطاولة.
All of a sudden, the world became aware that the Palestinian-Israeli conflict was still there.
وأنه هم يحاولوا إنهم يعموا عيونهم عنا فترة طويلة لكن الحقيقة إنها ظهرت مرة أخرى.
Well, the world for many years tried to look away, tried to close its eyes, and now all of a sudden it became aware that the problem was still there.
بناء الثقة بيننا وبين الجانب الآخر من نساء يصنعن السلام كان موجود، عشان هيك إحنا ما تأثرنا بعد 7 أكتوبر.
But the trust we had built before the 7th of October was still there, the trust we had built as women of the sun with Women Wage Peace.
Okay. All right, so you have, 1 minute. It's your closing comment as well, right? Sure.
I'm not making a closing comment, but just to come back to the question and give you a straightforward answer. Because you were talking about dissent within the Israeli society, albeit very limited, unfortunately. There is dissent within the Palestinian society. Rashid al-Khaldi was running one of the most reliable polling projects. His continuous polling throughout the crisis and even before is showing very clearly that the majority of the Palestinian people do not support the current Palestinian Authority, neither they support Hamas, although at a certain time there were a blip after October the 7th, but the underlying, the results are clearly showing there is a huge dissatisfaction with the political elite in Palestine.
Yes.
I'm just giving you a straightforward answer.
Sorry, sir, I wonder if I can also take advantage of that. I'm wearing my journalism hat now. There was a protest, actually, by Gazan children in January outside a hospital, and they were asking Hamas to release the hostages because they wanted peace. That was a protest that was broadcast on Al Jazeera. Furthermore, in the years that I've been working in international media, I've spoken to activists in Palestine who reject Hamas. That's why that they were ruling the Gaza Strip and not the rest of the territory, because they are rejected. And we know that they haven't held elections there. If they were to hold elections, it would be a different outcome. But the activists and the journalists also speak of their activism and the restrictions that they suffer under Hamas. I thought that was important. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Closing comment in half a second. Who's going to go first? I'm not pointing at anyone. Let's go.
For youth, the most important thing is lies with survivors and the ones who resist violence. Research, work with them, create a culture of remembrance which might become part of identity and political education. So it's that, record their words, work with them on what they need to resist violence and what they need to keep surviving and develop steps towards reconciliation.
Final comment.
Okay, I would like to remind us all that conflicts are very rarely a zero-sum game. And we have to bear that in mind when we want to support both parties that are trying to arrive at a solution. So I would really ask you all to keep that in mind whenever you're thinking of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. we both want it to end, and we need our voices amplified, the voices of peace in both sides.
Ambassador Dirk, last thought?
Maybe naive, but I think what we really need now is that we find a peaceful solution to both the conflicts between Israel and Palestine and Russia and Ukraine, because these conflicts take up so much of political oxygen that everything else is falling by the wayside. And the longer that goes, the more damage will be done to the international system. And the multilateral system is under siege, as I said. But if this goes on longer and longer and longer, the risks are getting even higher. So I'm focusing on that and leave it at that. Thank you.
Neem, final thought, and I'm coming to you next, Mr. Nasser Kamal, and then I'll be Sykes. Yep. 1 minute, half a minute.
ساعدونا في إيقاف الحرب، ساعدونا في إحلال السلام، أوقفوا دعم طرف على طرف آخر، لأنه هذا الإشي بزيد الكراهية والحقد بيناتنا. شكرا.
Please kindly help us to stop the war, kindly help us to build peace, also kindly help us to not point the finger of accusation to the other, but to stop that, because otherwise we shall not be able to find justice, to find peace, to find freedom and reconciliation. Thank you.
Nasser Kamal.
Well, maybe I will divert from the subject. I will refer to what the Prime Minister of Slovenia mentioned yesterday regarding his very honorable position by recognizing Palestine. He mentioned double standards. It's very important, especially here in Europe, that we realize that the Global South will not be convinced on the justice and the merits of supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, which is very important, unless there is the same standard being applied to what's happening today in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Final thoughts, Albi Sachs?
Just to say thank you to the women on the panel and the point that's been made. It's no accident that the second woman judge in South Africa, the first woman on our court, Yvonne Mogoro, brought with her the concept of Ubuntu onto the court. Ubuntu is I'm a person because you're a person. Ubuntu focuses on relationships, not on individual rights, but connections between people. Ubuntu sees autonomy being strengthened by acknowledging your position together with the others. It's helped to transform our legal thinking, and we need much more Ubuntu in our political thinking and in our thinking about justice.
Thank you so much to my esteemed panelists. For your work, your heart, your thoughts, for bringing us into your lives through the work that you do and your hopes for humanity. Thank you. And to our wonderful audience, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to this panel on India Rising. I am Sanjoy Joshi, your moderator for this morning session. And with me are three brilliant panelists. You'll hear them. My only regret is actually that somehow I'm presiding over a panel. There are no women here. So please, I encourage all the women in the room to ask lots of questions and grill them. So with me here are, first of all, Gunnar Wegan, Visiting Distinguished Fellow, Indo-Pacific Program, German Marshall Fund. He's been writing, he's been teaching, he's been lecturing on India, China, Southeast Asia. So he knows it well. Then we have, of course, Satu Limay. He is Vice President of the East-West Center and also serves as Director in the East-West Center on the Asia Matters for America initiative. We'll ask him about why Asia matters. And last but not the least is a former colleague of mine who's also been part of the government of India, Ashok Malik, who is partner and chair of the India practice in the Asia Group now which is a private consultancy come a think tank. So welcome all of you. And India Rising, and someone was asking me just now, India Rising, does that come with a exclamation mark, a question mark, or a full stop? What is it? Which of the three is it going to be? See, I'm not going to be giving you basically time to make opening comments. I'm going to be asking questions. I'm the only one who has the privilege of making opening comments. That is the chair's prerogative. Now, let me frame it. Let me try and frame. We've been since yesterday listening to a lot about the divisions, the fragmentations in the world, where the world is headed. But let me, in this panel, try to zero in dig a little deeper into what are these divisions and where does a country like India stand in the midst of these divisions. Very briefly, if you start looking at the divides, there are three very clear divides I see in the world today. And they're actually going back into the past. The world has, in many senses, moved back 50 years, 30 years, 60 years into a world which existed in the last century. The first is, yes, we have resurrected the Iron Curtain. European security has become a major question today. And it's not just resurrected, it is an Iron Curtain which I think is now reinforced with steel. It's a much stronger Iron Curtain. The second is, there's this bamboo curtain which now the world feels should never have been parted. The world should never have started trading with China. And get that curtain back. Cut it off. Try to get back into that old world. Third, much more serious divide, and I think which matters even more, which Prime Minister Olob referred to yesterday also in the panel, is the North-South divide. Now, we talk of the festering war in Ukraine. We talk of the happenings in Gaza all the time. The war continues in Gaza. Long drawn-out conflicts which do not seem to be having any end, where the warring sides seem to have taken extreme pole positions, where they do not want to meet. There's no common meeting ground. Now, in this kind of a situation, there is a fear, and the fear was expressed by Prime Minister yesterday, that somewhere the North is losing the global South. So this divide is not the old North-South divide, which was actually a divide more of economic development or where they were on the development trajectory path. It is a much more serious divide. It has become a divide of discourses. It's become a divide of values, of meaning. We are perhaps even on different paths. So I actually rate that as one of the most serious divides in the current century. So we have these three divides. In some ways, they are resurrections of old divides. In many ways, they are new divides only possible in the 21st century post the end of globalization. So to my panelists now, quick questions. Satu, you began with this, you wrote in the Bled Strategic Review. We all read that article. Many of the people have read that article. You said, talk about India's incredible internationalism in this situation. Now, my question to you is very simple. Is that a backhanded compliment? What does incredible mean? I mean, not credible, a part of fantasy, a dream. The first question I asked, India rising, full stop, exclamation mark, or a question? What is it?
Well, thank you, Sanjoy, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be here and for the invitation from the Strategic Forum here in Bled. You asked a very provocative question straight off, so I'll get down to it. First of all, I stole the idea of India's incredible internationalism from India's own tourist motto, which is Incredible India, minding the poet's advice that immature poets imitate, mature poets steal. And so I'd like to acknowledge my theft.
Yeah.
I don't think it's incredible because it's fantasy. I think India's internationalism is actually far more complicated than the three divides that you've laid out. And that's because India's material interests are laid out, if you map them out over the world, betray or suggest or manifest an incredible strength, fifth largest economy in the world, number 1, 2 population, significant military and technological and other capabilities that you all know of, we don't need to repeat, significant suboptimal achievements in all of these areas, and most markedly, diffusion. What I mean by that is everywhere matters to India because India doesn't rely on any one place to provide most of its material returns. So you can look at this in investment, you can look at this in trade, you can look at this in the way it purchases military equipment, you can look at it in the way that India straddles BRICS, SCO, G7, G20, the Quad, bilateral arrangements, etc. In other words, India's internationalism is incredible precisely because, as I always say, India is not a bridge. Forgive me, I come from a civil engineering background in the family, so India is not a bridge. It's an interchange. And what is an interchange in transportation dynamics? It's different gradients which offer multiple pathways to get over obstacles. And so India's incredible internationalism affords its ability to navigate between the US and China, between Russia and China, between greater powers, between multilateral institutions. And that is, in my judgment, what makes India incredible. It's an even-handed compliment.
Gunnar, let me get to you now. And precisely, I want your reaction on that, what Sattu said. Is that the perception in Europe today? That is where India stands? You can think of these three divides, you can think of many other divides in the world, but where India stands today, what are the perceptions, what are the apprehensions, what are the hopes, what are the fears?
Thank you for this opportunity, and I have to say that I speak not only as a think tanker or professor now, but until 1 year ago I was EU official and in charge of Asia-Pacific policy of the EU. So I had the opportunity to deal with India repeatedly. And what Europe is looking for is, of course, credible internationalism of India. We believe in the continuing rise of India. And I would like to go back to a meeting which I told you about we had a few years ago in New Delhi of all our ambassadors in the Asia-Pacific region, where we had a guest speaker called Tony Blair. Now that there is a new government in London, one can again quote Tony Blair. And he got the question, which will be the powers in a multipolar world which count in 2050? And he said, well, China will certainly be there, the US will certainly be there, Europe, we must make every effort, but India will also be there, and very strongly so. So that's what we believe in, and that's what the Indians believe in. What at surface everybody sees is a thriving democracy, is a highly pluralistic country, highly diverse, and the largest democracy of the world, which just had its elections, which believes also in a world system with multilateral rules which should be the same for all. Well, that is something fundamental which we share as Europeans very much with India. And the question is whether India would like to reshape those multilateral rules and in which way. And the question is whether India feels closer to the one or the other of the other poles. And here I would like to quote, and sorry for being a former official who likes to quote documents, but as recently as last year when we created the Trade and Technology Council with India, between EU and India, and that's the only other partner with whom we have this beyond the US, the ministers with the leaders' agreement said, as vibrant democracies, open market economies, and pluralistic societies, the European Union and India share fundamental values and have a common interest in ensuring security, prosperity, and sustainable development in a multipolar world. Both sides emphasize the importance of the rules-based international order, full respect for the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, transparency, and peaceful resolution of disputes. That sounds great. We love it. But then there are sometimes doubts to which degree India is really fully attached to this. When we see how India has reacted to the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, with some form of equal-handed approach, with a way of not criticizing Russia openly, neither in the United Nations voting, nor certainly with any sanctions. The fact that Prime Minister Modi visited in July President Putin and embraced him and did not openly criticize him, at least in public. That was something of a major concern for our side, because we see that the international order is at question here with an aggressive behavior which must be clearly denounced. And the fact that, as you already pointed out, you are at the same time in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization with Russia and China, and you are enlarging the BRICS with partners such as Iran, that you can do this while you are also in the Quad. That's something which for European thinking is quite difficult to get accustomed to. But of course, we have to respect the choices which are being made by this partner, India. We have now engaged in this new Trade and Technology Council, but we also engaged in very significant negotiations on an FTA and several other trade agreements. And let me finish by saying that the economic potential of India is, of course, huge. The growth performance was the most significant over the last couple of years when compared both to ASEAN and to China. But there's a long way to go. And I would like to recall that while India is now the 5th largest economy, that means after the US, China, Germany, and Japan, India will certainly soon be the 3rd largest economy, but we have to look at the GDP in total compared to the EU. It means that we have a population in the EU which is only 1/3 that of India, but is 4 times the GDP of India. And therefore, the key challenge in India remains in terms of GDP per capita, in terms of the possibilities for the individual to advance, in terms of the inequalities in the country, and in terms of the possibilities to achieve an economy which is much less informal and much more formal and has opportunities for everybody. This is something where Europe sees itself as an important partner for diversification and for economic growth of India. And increasingly, we also are building up a political and a security-related partnership.
Thanks, Gunnar. You've done my work. and laid out the field, it's getting interesting, laid out the field for both Ashok and Satu to respond to. And I would like both of you to pick up some of these pieces. Ashok, let's start with this very controversial issue about, as far as Europe is concerned, India's stance towards Russia, India's trade with Russia, okay? India's growing and burgeoning trade with Russia. Let's talk about Modi's, tell me your perceptions about Modi's visit to Russia, to Ukraine, and to Warsaw. What was achieved? How much was it was just optics? And what is it that India is hoping to achieve through some of this diplomacy? It's internationalism.
Okay, thanks, Sanjay. And yes, my Gunnar has laid down a whole list of issues to which I could add my bit or respond. But I'd like to begin by thanking the Bled Strategic Forum for inviting me here. I hope I'm invited again next year because the city is just beautiful. Let me begin by responding to your original question. What sort of rise is India's rise? It's a rise that does not need an adjective. I would say it does not need an erroneous advertising slogan that is at odds with the substance of the product, which is the case with at least one other country. It's not a revisionist bar. It's trying to restructure the international order to accommodate today's realities. Now, coming to India and Russia, which is the question which you raised, let's take a slightly broader view here. Slovenia, this part of the world, and India are at two ends of this vast space, this vast continental space called Eurasia. You deal with the western end of Eurasia, we deal with the eastern end of Eurasia. Believe me, if you think the western end of Eurasia is complicated, you haven't seen the eastern end of Eurasia. That's even more complicated. Russia is, I recognize, a challenge and a problem here. Sometimes Russia is a part of the solution there because our bigger threats are from radicalism, from China. So we sometimes need to do tactical arrangements there with countries such as Iran, such as Russia, which actually work to everyone's benefit. But these are tactical, not strategic. Now, coming to India's relationship with Russia, look, this is a historic relationship. It's a legacy relationship, but it's a relationship that will never completely go away. But if foreign policy, if a country's foreign policy is a bag of multiple weights, I would say the ball that represents Russia, the Russia weight, as it were, is declining both in relative terms to the other weights and in absolute terms. But it will never reach zero. It cannot, simply because of our geography. A lot of foreign policy, a lot of diplomacy, a lot of international relations is a function of one's geography, as it is for Slovenia as well, or for this part of the world. Now, does that mean that there is much substance to India's economic relationship with Russia? Let me take you back to a period before COVID and before the invasion of Ukraine. And I am happy to call it an invasion. Nobody in India calls it anything but an invasion. We recognize Russia invaded Ukraine. Nobody in India, including the government, is happy with that invasion and has said so. In the period just before the year 21-22, just before the war, India's trade with Russia amounted to $13 billion. In the same year, India's trade with the EU was about $150 billion. Trade with the US was about $130 billion. Trade with China was over $100 billion. Those numbers should tell you something. It should tell you about where we see our future, where we sell our goods and services, where we buy from. Today, India's trade with Russia is $65 billion. But 55 billion of that 65 billion is Russian crude oil being sold to India, being refined in India, and then being sold to other countries, including Europe, including the United States. As per an arrangement agreed to by all major powers, including Europe and the US, adhering to a price cap and a recognition of the reality that there simply isn't enough energy in the world for all of us. And if Russian energy goes off the market, crude oil prices will be close to $180 million a barrel. Now, why did this arrangement happen at all? It happened because as soon as Ukraine was invaded, as soon as Europe decided it would not buy energy from, or tamp down on energy from Russia, countries such as Germany, very understandably, went into the global market, went into the spot market, and completely distorted the spot market with money. And understandably, everyone needs energy for the families back home. This led to our traditional energy suppliers, India's traditional energy suppliers in the Middle East, in the Gulf, ramping up prices and selling to Europe. It's not that there was some new energy coming from Mars. It's the same energy in the world. So we had to turn to other sources, and Russian oil became available on the high seas because suddenly contracts that Europe had begun were not being honored, so it became available. It was an opportunity. But it was not profiteering. It was an opportunity used to ensure that oil prices did not go over the roof and completely destabilize the global economy. This does not mean there is no sympathy for what is happening in Ukraine. Of course there is. But the impact of this war on fuel prices and food prices and fertilizer prices, which is related to food, is significant. And therefore, major countries in the world, including India and its partners, such as the US and Europe, have found a compromise mechanism, which may not sound nice in public, but the fact is, it's helping all of us. Russian crude oil being refined in India is turning up in Europe. You're using it. So why just blame India? Coming to Prime Minister Modi's visit to Russia and subsequent visit to Ukraine, look, India doesn't see itself as a peacemaker or a mediator. We don't have delusions of grandeur. We can carry messages, we can point to possible solutions. Prime Minister Modi is one of the few global leaders who can visit both countries with some degree of credibility. There are other leaders who could visit both countries but are either trusted in one and not in the other, or are doing this, such as in the case of Turkey, for their own leverage. India is not doing it for leverage. We are not part of this region. If we can help nudge people towards a solution by simply opening up a communication channel, we'll be happy to do so. Have we done this in the past 2 years? When there was concern in the West about a nuclear option being exercised by Putin, India was asked to deliver a message, and it did. When there was the blockade, which had to be lifted to allow Ukrainian food grains to move out, India again carried messages and helped that blockade to be sort of softened. So we've done this before, but we've done this for tactical or limited outcomes, not to end the war. Like we don't believe we can end the war. How can the war end? And is something for, frankly, Russia to consider and Ukraine and Europe to consider. That's a separate matter. We can only nudge people in a certain direction, but that, in sum, is how India sees this war.
Thanks, Ashok. Satu, taking off from that, from where Ashok left. Now, India's kind of diplomacy, which you call India's internationalism, straddling these various, this alphabet soup of organizations, SCO, BRICS, a whole host of others which it is part of. There are, yes, questions raised in Washington, there are questions raised in Brussels about what India is trying to do. Some would say India is going back to its time-tested position of non-alignment or strategic autonomy. How do you see it? Is it really that, or this is very different today from what you saw at the time of the Cold War?
Excuse me. Let me come at the question from an American point of view. Obviously, it's the only point of view I can represent, which is, in some sense, I'm struck nowadays by the similarities between the Indian and the United States approach. What do I mean? Because it explains some of these issues on some of these fronts. First is a somewhat calibrated view towards focusing on domestic and internal issues, primarily, first and foremost, rebuilding America's strength. You've seen all the Build Back Better legislation that we have in the United States Congress. You've seen all the focus on bringing manufacturing, reshoring, whatever you want to call it. So I don't think that's extraordinarily different in impulse and intention from India's self-reliance or strong India ambitions. Second, I think the United States also sees a need to move away from some of the, my colleague Gunnar mentioned European views on internationalism and multilateralism. I think there is support, of course, for the post-1945, as it were, rules-based order or et cetera. But I do think there's some revisionism going on in the US too. That aligns not insignificantly with India's approach to sort of revision, but also keeping rules-based order and elements of rules-based order with adaptations and revisions to adapt to the changing times. Third, I think where we differ, and this is quite a complicated issue, is really currently on Russia. And to some extent, despite the seeming alignment on China, some differences in approach there, which we can get to. I know there's an Indo-Pacific panel that follows, and there's a Pax America panel on the other side of the wall. I'm very conscious listening with one ear to what they're saying about Pax Americana. But I think there are some alignments. Now, I don't see India in non-alignment. As I've written in the piece, my view is that India's approach towards non-alignment was overly focused, not India's policy. Observers, such as myself, analysts, overemphasize the deltas or the gaps between India's alignment with great powers. Was India close to Moscow? Was India close to Beijing? Was India close to London or Brussels or Washington? To me, that was less important, in more I think about it, than how much and how India wanted to be involved in the world. So India's even conceptions of non-alignment were adaptive. It was non-alignment until the Cold War ended because there were two poles. It became strategic autonomy when the Cold War ended and there was the looming US hyperpower. And now there's a focus towards self-reliant India, strong India, so I think non-alignment has itself evolved, changed, adapted, both to domestic circumstances, needs, ambitions, as well as global ones. And the final thing I'll say on this is today I think India is what I would call poly-aligned. It's aligned on multiple places simultaneously, as we keep discussing. It has good relations with Europe, it has good relations with powers, it has lesser or greater relations even with China or with Moscow or with other countries. I think second, there's an element of populism in India, which is not unknown in Europe, and it sure as heck ain't unknown in the United States. So there's a certain element of populism. And the final element of India's approach to so-called non-alignment now is what I call coalitional plurilateralism. In other words, India is in a position in this fragmented, deconstructed, revising and adapting world to create coalitions of interests where its needs are met. And I think that's an extraordinary ability to navigate this international system. It depends on much greater internal power and carefully navigating shocks to the system, like Russia's invasion, like China's behavior in the Indo-Pacific. But it's still pretty adaptive. So if you think about India being able to navigate the Quad, eventually, potentially join on to NATO IP4, eventually still be in SCO and expanded BRICS, et cetera. This kind of coalitional plurilateralism, sometimes we call it a la carte multilateralism, is really India's menu. And it puts India, in my judgment, in this new evolving international order in a pretty good space. And for my country's interests, makes it possible for the United States to deal with India simultaneously in the Quad while having significant differences, whether it be on Russia or other issues. And that's different from the past. It's not zero-sum. And that allows the US also to work with India in ways that we couldn't work with India before. And don't forget, in our country, the domestic element is there is no debate on whether to have good relations with India. Not Republican, not Democrat. There are nuances about whether you put Russia as the biggest threat or China as the biggest threat. But there's no fundamental US debate on whether we should improve relations with India.
Could I just...
Oh, yes, come in.
You know, we can debate endlessly about whether India is multi-aligned, non-aligned, poly-aligned. In the end, these are words, to be honest. Okay? We all use them. But I would say a country can only be as non-aligned or as internationalist or non-internationalist as its economy allows it to be. Let's go back to 1991. I'll leave you with this two statistics. 1991, when India began to open up its economy. India's GDP at that point was $275 million, okay, a quarter of a trillion. 15% of India's economy at that point was came from global trade. So $40 million worth of global trade, $40 million, that's it. Today, India's economy is close to $4 trillion, and about 45 or 47% is from global trade. So about $2 trillion is global trade, which means the prosperity of the average Indian family is far more affected or impacted by global trade in some way or the other than was the case in 1991, which also means that a war in faraway South America between pro-Russian and pro-American guerrillas would have left India cold and non-aligned in the 1960s. Somebody else's war, we can stay non-aligned. Today, with increasing business links between India and South America, in fact, business links between India and South America are ahead of political links. Okay. We cannot afford to be non-aligned. So we have a stake in. So in some senses, the evolution of Indian foreign policy or the increasing internationalism in our discourse is reflective of our economy and our economic growth. And the second point I'd like to make is, you talk about, both of you spoke about India straddling both Quad and SCO and BRICS, or G20 and many such institutions and platforms. In some senses, we have an alphabet soup out there in the global system. Everyone's trying out every possible platform. Some will survive into 2050, some won't. But in some senses, there's one common thread for all of India's concerns, challenges, opportunities, sense of competition, sense of cooperation. And that common thread is China. It's a country we haven't spoken. We spoke about Russia, America, Europe. We haven't spoken about China. If India is part of Quad, it's in some senses a response to China. If India is a part of SCO and BRICS, it's also there because we don't want that space occupied only by China, whether it's Central Asia or the Global South. And if India walks away from SCO today, which country will be the happiest? It will not be a European country. It will not be the United States. It will be China. It will be ecstatic. Because, let me give you one factoid.
No, thanks, Ashok. We'll come back. We'll come back to China again. But let me now let Gunnar butt in. Gunnar, let me add one comment. We heard Satu, and he called both India and the US revisionist powers. Not happy with the current status quo. Now, adaptive powers. Now, my question to you, and of course, please respond to what both of them said, that you definitely do. But my added question to you is going to be, is the EU becoming a status quoist power in the face of these revisionist powers? I'm talking of the EU. But within the EU, when you start talking about different countries, many countries within the EU also want to be revisionist because they want their domestic priorities to get as much weightage when they deal internationally with other countries. So is this the state of the world where we are today?
It's very, I mean, you were startling me when you were saying that, when you were comparing the US to India, and that US is the anti-status power like India, a revisionist power. While the rest of the world thinks that the system which we have after 45 is a US hegemonic system, to quote many who are commenting on the influence of the US. That is an analysis which I would not share. I think the revisionism of the US depends, of course, who would become next president of the United States. We would have either a status quo and a certain reform readiness for the international system in the case of the Harris win, but we would have indeed a unilateralist, make America great again approach, which doesn't care much about the international system. That's true. India foreign policy is perhaps about make India great again and use all possible means for that. And if you want, are the Europeans the status quo? Well, the fact that we are in this beautiful country here, which was part of socialist Europe and was part of a dictatorship, the fact that we have a majority of member states in the EU who have been dictatorships in the present or previous generation, the fact that we have no war between us, is all linked to European integration. And we are preparing for a next wave of enlargement to bring the prosperity and the peace project further. What is interesting when you work for Europe around the world, that the great majority of countries in the world want exactly that. They want to have stable, predictable international rules which give them the same rights as other states. We are always looking at US and China and perhaps a bit of Europe and India, and that means the poles who are influencing the world. But the great majority of states want to have exactly the same rights, small or big, and that right is not created by might. And this is exactly how the European Union functions itself. So it is, I guess, natural, it's in our DNA, that we are working for the same approach to international relations as we have managed to do between our own states. In this sense, yes, we are perhaps a status quo power, but we know that the great majority of countries in the world share this. And we have not given up the hope that India also wants to have rules you can rely upon in the interaction between states, and that it is not military power which would decide. Let me finish by referring back to the many, and it's interesting, the reasoning which was given by Ashok, whether it's Quad, SCO, or BRICS, the reason is China. I guess that the natural, most coveted position for India is that of the leader of the Global South. And our Chinese partners were not particularly happy about the success of the term Global South. We didn't use this term a few years ago. This was essentially promoted by India in the run-up to the G20 presidency by India. And India sees itself as the most vocal representative of those who aspire to rise further and to want to have their fair share. And we Europeans are not at all against that kind of notion on the basis of the same rights and the same obligations for everyone. And we hope that ultimately India will also be part of that camp.
Sanjay, can I come in on one thing about adaptation and revision? I don't want to say India and the United States, and you speak in shorthand at a conference, is the same kind of revision. India wants to be a permanent member of the UN Security Council, which is, to me, joining the club that is the rules, part of the rules-based order of post-45. The US clearly has soured on what the WTO system did in terms of fairness vis-a-vis China. It's soured on the notion of kind of multilateralism in the old style. It's soured on the idea of large multiple country free trade agreements. It's soured on the notion that there shouldn't be more flexibility in providing public goods in the Indo-Pacific region. So in that way, it's adapting both to structural changes and domestic changes about these issues. And in that way, there are more in what the essence of my comment about some alignment, similarities between the US and India. I think, as I've argued before elsewhere, that there is more space for the US and India to cooperate because their approaches towards a changing international order are more aligned than they have been in previous phases of the international order. And I think we're getting more distinct from the kind of Europe you're describing, because this is part of, are we moving away from the UN system? I don't think even under, you'll recall that our former President Trump, now candidate Trump, appointed an ambassador to the United Nations. We participated there during that administration. I don't see that changing under either administration. But I do think there is a very deep and fundamental questioning whether the institutions of 45, aside from the official language, are the right ones, and where there is scope and room to adapt and revise to meet the needs of the United States and the international system in ways that weren't envisioned before. And I think that's not going to go away under either administration. I would just note that candidate Harris, Vice President Harris, came out this morning, yesterday morning, last night, whatever it was, against the steel deal in Pennsylvania, the Nippon steel deal. Now, if there aren't two candidates more aligned on such things with our #1 US ally in Asia, I just see these as signs of kind of alignment on how to think about FDI, foreign direct investment, how to think about trade, that are really quite developing a consensus around. And I think they're quite different from the views of 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 10 years ago.
Okay, let me now get to the other part of it, and this continues from where we left off, the Global South. And Gunnar made that statement that India aspires for leadership of the Global South. My question to you, Ashok and Satu, is, can anyone be a leader of the Global South? It is too diverse a group of economies. Is it about leadership, or is it about trying to give a voice? It is ultimately a question of that multipolarity we all speak of different powers. What is it that is happening when you talk of the North-South divide?
So if I could take that, Sanjay, it's a very good question. I don't think any country can aspire to be the leader of the Global South. I don't think 150-odd countries of the Global South are willing to have India or China or Tanzania as their leader. They are all sovereign countries. They have their own sense of identity and nationalism. They want to be their own people. That's completely understandable. What India aspires to be and has, to some degree, successfully demonstrated is that it can be a bridge between the Global South and broadly the West, which is what it did with G20. And you must see the context of India's G20 presidency and the context of the Global South narrative that India pushed. It took place post-COVID, when the Global South felt, frankly, cheated, because vaccines did not reach many countries in the Global South, including Africa, to this day, as quickly as they reach many other countries. The Ukraine war, added to the economic crisis that was the legacy of COVID, it led to food security challenges exacerbated by extreme weather events and climate change. The energy crisis, which I referred to earlier, these were all concerns that were building to bubble under the surface. And they were causing consternation in many countries of the Global South, which was speaking to us in India, perhaps more than our friends in the West, and really asking, is there something in this global order, global system for us? Or is G20 just a meeting of the 20 biggest economies of the world, the fat cats of the world, including India, who come together to discuss issues that don't concern the rest of us, who talk finance rather than economy and development. And that is the major shift which India tried to accomplish with its G20 presidency in partnership with its Western friends, including here in Europe and the US. And quite honestly, if we had not done that collectively, facilitated by India, it would have led the countries of the Global South asking, is there anything for us, any stake for us in the institutions as they are today, whether it's the multilateral system, whether it's the G20. And maybe the Chinese alternative is more inviting. So we are not leaders of the Global South. We are just ensuring the Global South remains more aligned to our values, Western values, Indian values, democratic values, and that we can demonstrate a developmental model within the broad rules of democracy and transparency.
Sattu, would you see the expansion of the BRICS, the expansion of the G20 also in the same light? That is why this is happening, because of this rising need for multipolarity, with multiple posts coming in, which do not get as credible a voice in the current global system.
Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer for why Iran is in the BRICS or other countries choose to join these various organizations. I'd let them speak to that. At least from an American point of view, the Global South discussion doesn't quite have not surprisingly, doesn't have quite the salience because sort of the U.S. approach is perhaps a bit different. To the extent that the Global South has really come up in the American discussion, the less developed world, the non-Western world, it's come up in sort of 3 or 4 ways. One, it's come up in the way, I think to some extent, a little bit of surprise on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. A little bit of a surprise in the US how many countries around the world have very mixed views, very mixed reactions, policy responses to that. The second issue, perhaps even far more important, is in the US is a discussion about how the rest of the world has responded to the rise of China and China's BRI and China's external diplomacy and China's ability to create new relationships, whether they be in Africa or Asia or Latin America, South America, et cetera. So that's the second vector through which, the prism through which America has seen kind of this non-Western developing world. And the third vector, I think, is, again, this issue of revision and adaptation, which is, if this is what's going on, I really, one of these mantras in US policy that I've never particularly cared for, who lost X, who lost Y, who lost the South, who lost India, who lost China, et cetera. I'm not a big fan of that narrative, but kind of, well, if this is what's happening, if many of these developing countries are responding this way to Russia's invasion, if many developing countries are so open to China's BRI and et cetera, what should be our policy response? And that's the third vector. And here I think efforts to develop new ways of engaging developing countries is very much on the table. And I have to say, Quad is part of that. It's a very tiny, small part. But how do we provide public goods in the region when we can't do a BRI type system? How do we use the Quad to do vaccinations and public health? How do we do it to provide infrastructure? How do we do it to provide security elements, et cetera, maritime domain awareness? So I think those are the 3 vectors through which we see it. I don't think there's any discussion about wanting to lead or can lead or who should lead. Rather, what is the proper policy response? And that is predicated on sort of a little bit of kind of the rest of the world treats these meta events very differently from how we're seeing them. Why? And what can be done about it to maintain US interests?
I think what we'll do is open up for questions. I have a whole lot of other questions, which maybe I'll try and get back to, because we haven't even touched this very vexed issue of trade and trade wars, which we thought we would cover. But we are running out of time, so let me take a break here and have questions. Yes, ladies first. Young leaders, anyone first? I have to give priority to our young leaders. Then we come back to the lady there. Okay, the lady in the green scarf.
Thanks so much. India was quite prominent in the anti-apartheid struggle. India was one of the first countries that introduced economic and diplomatic sanctions against apartheid. South Africa, at a UN level, it was part of the UN's Special Committee on Apartheid at a time when a lot of Western countries wouldn't join. E.S. Reddy, who was an Indian diplomat, played quite an important role, at the UN level in those movements. But yet, fast forward today, we see when it comes to apartheid Israel, India takes a very different posture towards Israel. And I wonder to what extent, is that posture influenced by Islamophobia and the way in which India treats its Muslim population?
Oh, great, I love that question. See, the Global South is not one. Many voices. Who will respond?
So, look, let me be very clear. Israel is a very important friend for India. The Palestinian movement is part of India's DNA. And in India, believe me, it is not seen as a Hindu-Muslim issue. It might be by a small minority, but among the most fervent advocates of the Palestinian cause in India, I know, are actually non-Muslims. Why is that so? Because we see the Palestinian cause as flowing from the same colonial inequities that emerged in our world, in our part of the world, post-World War II. So a two-state solution with equal rights for Palestine, with an independent and stable Palestinian nation-state, is something which is written into India's foreign policy posture, and that is immutable. Indeed, as our relations with Israel have grown over the past few years, so has our assistance program with the Palestinian authorities. In fact, India's assistance to Palestine, even in the past few years, has grown manifold year after year. You can look at the numbers. It's absolutely true. So, two things have happened, if you want me to give an honest answer. Post the steps taken in the 1990s, late 1990s, and the early 2000s towards a two-state solution, the issue of Palestine, very unfortunately, dropped off the global map. It is unfortunate, but it happened. It happened because, to some degree, the authorities who took charge of Palestine after the elections did not rise to the occasion. The leadership was not up to it. And I guess there was a bit of fatigue with the issue, and it just dropped off. Post-October 7th, which was a terrorist attack, and I'm not defending it at all. But post-October 7th, the Palestine issue is back on the international landscape. It is not going to go away. It is not going to be bottled up again. We need a two-state solution. We need an end to this current conflict. And yes, it will probably not satisfy everybody. No solution does. But we need to work very seriously towards a Palestinian state. That is India's position, irrespective of which government is in power, irrespective of what our internal debates are.
Yes, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much for an exquisite panel. My question is, you have this alphabet soup of organizations you appeal by. You have SCO on a sort of counterfactual thing to Quad on the foreign policy level. But how does this match the military level of fighting China in the Himalayas since 1962? Thank you.
She's talking of the Indo-China War in 1962 and the multiple alignments which India now has, of which China too is a part. What is India's real security stance on China? And military. What is the security stance?
Sorry, I have to answer that again. Okay.
It is a tough one, yes?
You see, between 1962 and about the late 1980s, as a result of the War of 62, India didn't have... Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just give me a moment, I'll come to that. Between those 3 decades, we didn't have much of a relationship with China. In the 1990s, starting the mid-1990s, we began to normalize economic relations with China without prejudice to each other's territorial claims on what remains a contested border. We signed 4 agreements between 95 and about 2005 or 2007, which agreed to a certain protocol to manage the border without conceding each other's claims. So patrolling rights and so on and so forth. What happened in 2020 was China tore up all 4 agreements and placed troops, eventually 100,000 troops, in locations where they were not supposed to be there. They were supposed to come, patrol, and go back. They ended up staying there because they mobilized, we also mobilized. We don't have 100,000 troops up there right now, but we have, I imagine, 60 or 70,000. Not very far away from each other. Accidents can happen, and one did happen in 2020. Soldiers died. Post that, we've taken some economic steps to restrict Chinese investments and trade with China. We've banned Chinese apps which are suspected of data mining. But like Europe, like the United States, we cannot completely decouple from China. Nobody can, because China remains a very important part of the global economy.
Ashok, can you keep it brief?
So it's, no Indian can ever be brief. No. So it's complicated. Coming to the SCO and what we gain out of being in the SCO, frankly, the Central Asia, which is the domain of the SCO, is an area of interest for both China and India. And the Central Asian countries want us in the room. They don't want to be just with China.
Okay, let me pose this to the panel as well. What do you do with a problem like Maria? Like Maria, that famous song, Julie Andrews, okay? What do you do with a problem like China? It's like a pill. You can't swallow, and you can't throw it out. Europe is in that position, the US is in that position, we are in that position.
Well, look, I think US history is full of efforts and aspirations for managing the China relationship in ways that the US thought China would go and the way we wanted China to go. It's become very clear that China has not gone that way. That's point one, is there's a real feeling that 150 years of US policy towards China and aspirations towards China has not ended up where we thought it would. Second, I, for one, just speaking for myself, think that Chinese behavior and Chinese actions have been the primary cause of the US turn towards what we call, we'll have a report out shortly, called the hardening US position on China. The third thing I would like to point out is that while we have a very tough strategic competition hardening position on China across the political spectrum, particularly in the United States Congress, you will see that our lines of communication with China remain quite open, as was seen by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan being there last week, et cetera. And I would always remind everyone in the room that traditionally there are 4 quadrants of US relationships in the Indo-Pacific, where we have 5 treaty allies. There is US-China, US alliances, intra-Asia without either US or China, and China's Asia relationships. Until the last 5 years, US-China and US alliances have always been better than China-Asia and intra-Asia relations. Today, what has changed is that the US-China relationship has become much worse, and US alliances have become much better. Where the seam is between the hardening strategic competition on US-China and US alliances, this seam between these two is the following. how far can we go on a hardening US strategic competition with China while managing our strong and fundamental alliances and partnerships, because India is not an ally. And so we are navigating this theme today. And you will see that whether we do a quad or a squad, which includes the Philippines, Japan, United States, and Australia, or a US, Japan, Korea trilateral arrangement, as we've done at Camp David last year and will resurrect this year, or other alliances, the simple fact is Australia, Japan, India, and other allies have fundamental interest in calibrating and balancing relations with China. They will maintain the US as the default, I firmly believe that, but they will not seek to completely go off sides from China. And you see that happening, in my judgment, in Delhi, to a lesser extent. You certainly see it happening in Tokyo. You see it happening, I was just in Seoul and Tokyo last week. It's happening in Seoul and Tokyo. And even Taiwan has a fundamental debate about how to handle China, as you can see from the split in the legislative yuan of Taiwan and the DPP victory at the presidential level. So all I'm suggesting is that the management of the US-China, you asked, how do you manage this problem? You manage this problem by navigating the seams of your fundamental alliances and partnerships, in the US case, while calibrating a hardening strategic competition with China. And we also cannot de-link with China.
Okay, Gunnar, let me come to you. Same question, but I'll pose it differently. Can there be any multilateral order without China and Russia being part of it? And that is my question. You have SCO, you have BRICS, that is why India participates in all of these. Now, can there be a multilateral order without these two?
Well, that answer is simple, no.
How do we get back to it then?
The multilateral order has to comprise all the states and has to make sure that the states would comply with the rules of that order. Let me just say on the China challenge, we have, of course, the same discussions as in the US. We have many moves which are linked to the realistic assessment. Which system is China? Where is it going to? We are dealing with China as a very important economic partner, let's face it, for the US, for Europe, for India. China is a very important economic partner. For us, it is the second most important economic partner after the US. But it is also a competitor in key technologies, and it is a systemic rival. And unfortunately, due to its support for Russia, it's also has become a security threat due to the dual-use exports. This is something which also the Indian side should look at, the support to the Russian war effort, which China does. But let me come back to your question. The need is in all of this to make sure that we reduce vulnerabilities, critical vulnerabilities, and that we therefore engage in what we call de-risking. In this, we have a lot of convergence with the current US administration. We are talking not about decoupling, we are talking about de-risking. If I understand the Indian policy correctly, you're also not decoupling from the Chinese economy, but you want to diminish the risks and vulnerabilities which can be taken advantage of vis-à-vis India. That's what we are engaged in. This is all fully compatible with the existing international system. And we have to see that for China, there is no difference between economic and technology and security, and the various areas are all used to increase influence and impact. And that is something, I think, which has taken time in the US, in India, and Europe to realize, but we are there now. And the key is then to find the right policy mix, which has also the right.
That's a very detailed answer to your question. Okay, let me get to a question. No, there's a question right there. Yes, first.
Thank you very much. I'm Ann Linde. I'm the former Trade and Foreign Minister of Sweden. The last 7 years as minister, I dealt a lot with the Modi government. Now, 3 weeks ago, in opposition capacity, I went to meet the Indian National Congress and Rahul Gandhi and Kharge and so on. And they were so happy for the election result. And they got nearly the same as last time. They get about 22, Modi about 37. But they gained 99 seats. And Modi lost 63 seats in percentage. Are they realistic in being so happy? They think that now they will have an influence over the Indian politics because now Modi and Modi government is down to being a more normal party, not a majority that could do whatever they want. And if so, on the long term, will they change the foreign policy of India if you will have an Indian National Congress government again?
Quick answer, Ashok.
You had two questions. One, yes, Mr. Modi's party lost 63 seats. Mr. Gandhi's party gained, I think, it moved up to 99 from 55, I think 52 or 55. So it gained about 55 seats, so 50 odd seats. Look, does this change things in India? Of course it does. It means that parliament is much more evenly balanced today. So it's like a US president who does not have complete sway over the two houses. So he has to negotiate with the other party. Parliamentary committees become important in terms of shaping laws. So it's more normal in that sense, and it will make for more compromises in terms of policy. But much of the debate in this election was domestic. It was very sharply contested on domestic issues. In terms of India's position in the world, in terms of Indian foreign policy, and in terms of India's global engagement as part of India's economic transformation, which includes access to capital, technology, increasing manufacturing in India, I don't think there are strategic differences between major parties in India. There are tactical differences, different approaches, but I don't think that there's a broad difference in the strategy that India has followed over the past 30 years with successive governments, because there is a vast thread of continuity.
We have a keynote, sorry, I'll come back if you have the time. We have a keynote listener here who has been listening to this debate, listening to your questions, and I think it's also fair that I passed questions over to a mail for a change. Mr. Andras.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm coming from Slovenian Science Foundation, and I'd like to present some occasion we are making, so if you'll let me to tell a few things. Thank you. This year, the Slovenian Science Foundation celebrates its 30th anniversary. In addition to several events that have already taken place and will take place during the celebration year, the Slovenian Science Foundation, on the initiative of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs and of the Republic of Slovenia, high-tech companies, centers of excellence and research institutes, organized the first Slovenian Indian Day of Science and Innovation on the 6th of February 2024, with the aim of bringing Indian science closer to the Slovenian European public and thus introducing the guests to the brilliant scientists of Slovenia. The rich history of this type of event has seen a number of novelties this year, including science diplomacy, which is by no means a new discipline, but which has gained tremendous importance precisely because of the nature of the most pressing global challenges humanity is facing today. The solutions to which lie primarily in scientific discoveries and innovations, each country can go about addressing similar crises in their own way, and yet when it comes to dealing with similar problems on the international scale, what tends to happen is that a country's foreign policy requires a major refinement of its tools or a whole new set of tools to deal with the world in which the complexity of science and technology is increasing so massively. To build a more equitable world and the current multilateralism that has underpinned international relations since the Second World War, and which is a direct reflection of the political forces of the second half of the 20th century, needs to be reformed in ways to meet expectations of the Global South. And this most certainly includes ensuring fair representation, readdressing historical imbalances, and establishing inclusive decision-making processes. Only in this way can the international community create a system that promotes sustainable development, reduces inequalities, and ensures that the voices of all countries are heard to the fullest extent possible. It is well known that the fact that one of the greatest advocates of the reforming multilateralism is the Indian Prime Minister Modi. So India is certainly one of the main promoters of the process, especially after its successful G20 presidency. The approach it advocates emphasizes intensifying South-South interactions, ensuring the transformation of interdependence to empowerment, unleashing the development power of Global South, where improved access to finance and technology is key and democratizes the digital transformation that will be a key driver to its economic and governance transition. At last year's G20 summit in India, India brought the hopes and priorities of the Global South even more to the fore. Its desire to globally reshape the financial architecture, increase inclusiveness, also led to the inclusion of African Union to the G20 membership. Disrupting the status quo is high on the India's agenda. It makes no secret, it makes no secret of its desire to empower the Global South through Southern diplomacy, which is being advocated as such as India itself. In the process, it aims to achieve collective success, mutual learning, and shared aspirations. This process framework is based on the domestic priorities decided by the partner countries with which India shares its development journey. The development should be, of course, primarily human-centric, multidimensional, and multi-sectoral. The challenges posed by difficulties in areas such as the economy, health, food, energy, and security, and in particular by major global crises such as the recent pandemic and the rise of conflicts such as terrorism and radicalization in certain areas, require cooperation and joint efforts by all countries of the Global South. This can all be ensured through a fair, inclusive global governance and effective global financial institutions. This cooperation and development partnership has yielded success not only in India, but also elsewhere in the world, and has greatly enhanced the role of India's soft power and cultural values.
Thank you so much. I mean, that really shows how things are changing and what all has happened. We do not actually have the time to go into digital transformations, innovations, all that has been happening. I'm really short of time here, but what I would like to do is come back to the panel briefly for, one question, sorry, last.
Thank you. My question is on, given that this panel is about what kind of a great power India can be, with great power also comes great responsibility, and that we are in Slovenia, and the topic here is on parallel realities. So where do you see, and this question is to Ashok and Guna, right, both from as an Indian and from an outside as a European, where do you see the topics of green and gender playing into this aspect of being a great power? Are they important? Are they not important? I would assume you would say they are important, but why and how, I think, would be my questions as well.
Well, I would say they're important enough to have a whole new panel on it also, but so please answer this very briefly.
Look, both are extremely important because before India becomes a great power, India needs to complete or significantly advance its economic and social transformation. Okay? Without that, there's no great power, there's no semi-great power, there's nothing. Now, India's economic transformation calls for industrialization. It calls for industrialization while keeping in mind its net zero commitments, while keeping in mind that it is the first major economy that will industrialize with the pressure of battling climate change and of using renewable energy. and balancing both those imperatives. And if you just look at our cities, you look at our country, you look at the importance of the ecology, which is already hurting us as citizens. You cannot run away from it. In terms of women and gender, quite honestly, if you look at gender participation in our workforce as one metric, it's woefully inadequate. And it's not just that is something we owe to women. Far from that, we owe it to our economy, because without women participating fully in our economy, we will not have the economic transformation that will make us any sort of a power. So those are very much challenges which we have to meet. And I would say the gender challenge is even more important in some respects than the green challenge, because the green challenge, if you ask me, is the reality of that challenge is accepted almost more than the reality of the gender challenge in our society. Perhaps I'm not happy saying that, but it's true.
Gunnar?
Very briefly, green transition is at the core of the changing economy in the European Union, and of course this is also one of the main areas of cooperation with India. We have joined the International Solar Alliance led by India, so there's a key area of cooperation. The gender issues are much more complex, and they form also part of the human rights dialogue between the EU and India, and I would like to recall that India has only human rights dialogues with two partners. One is the United States and one is the European Union, and these are not very how can I say, easy to conduct. More I don't say.
Sattu, you have 1 minute to sum up. I'm giving you the task.
India is going to be a much more important international player, and in terms of U.S. interests, India's success is critical to how we think about the future of the 21st century, and we certainly will work with India in every sector that we can to make that happen.
Thank you so much. No, we have no time for any more questions. Let me conclude. Let me conclude by saying that, you're very well aware that this is an election year. We are having major elections across the world. US is going through one. India finished one in June. And what does the Indian election teach you about India? What does it tell you about India? We are an unpredictable country. No one imagined the election results which came out, least of all the ones who were in power. See, India has this habit. The Indian people have this habit when they vote. They like to bring their leaders down a few notches, rub their noses in the ground, make them smell the grass from time to time, and get back to reality. And that is what India is all about. That is what India's diversity makes it. If that makes it leader, let's see. That's for the future. Thank you very much. Give a great hand to my panel here. Oh yes, come.
Testing, 1, 2, testing. Okay, I'll just make an announcement. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to let you know, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. The last session was a little bit late, so we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Is my microphone on now? Fantastic. Well, we just passed 12 o'clock, so I will say good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I need a little bit more. We have to have interactive here. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, thank you very much. It is great to be here, a great honor to be back at Bled with a very distinguished panel. Just a quick introduction. My name is David Patrician, originally from the United States. I actually worked for the Voice of America as a journalist. I lived in South Korea for several years and attempted to learn the language, but it was pretty good. And I worked for the Voice of America in the Korean language division. In addition, I got a Fulbright scholarship, and I'm part of the Global Diplomacy Lab, and I'm currently based in Hamburg, work now in the German language with NTV. It is the CNN of Germany. So it is a great honor to be here speaking English for a change. We have our panel, and I'll get to them in a moment. But to begin with, just a quick review, because our topic today, peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific and the world, is a very, very big topic with many issues. A quick reflection on preparing for our discussion. Based on which think tanks, or even which countries you ask, they say that the Indo-Pacific region generally goes between 40 to 50 countries. So let's take the average, let's say 45. But one thing we're very clear about, we are dealing with around 4.5 million people, talking about over 50% of the world's population. 4 of the 5 most populous countries are included here, including India, China, Indonesia, and Pakistan. And they are located here, and there are many other countries, of course, as well. I'm not going to list all of them, but just a few to know who we're talking about. Australia, New Zealand, Bangladesh, South and North Korea, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Japan, Taiwan are just a few. We have 4 distinguished speakers. I'm going to do a quick, brief introduction, and that was also a challenge because the resumes are very impressive and very long. So I just picked out 1 or 2 highlights. I'll introduce all 4, and then at the end, if we could give them a warm round of applause, at the end of all 4. We have Mr. Shin Kak-soo, Deputy Chairman of NEAR Foundation, former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. In the 1990s, he was deeply involved in the creation of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, in Den Haag, Holland. We have Lieutenant General retired Koichi Isobe. He served for 35 years in the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force, as well as the Joint Staff, and is currently a distinguished senior fellow at the Sasawaka, do I say that correctly, Sasawake? Sasakawa, excuse me, Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Thank you. Eric Solheim is the co-chair of the board, the Europe-Asia Center, and the former UN Undersecretary General and Executive Director of the UN Environment Program, UNEP, in Belgium. And we have Henry Huliao Wang, founder and president for the Center for China and Globalization. China is a leading Chinese non-governmental think tank to this organization, accredited with UN Special Consultative Status, and he is a former counselor to the State Council of the People's Republic of China. So could we please welcome our distinguished panel. So I have prepared a few questions for a discussion, and please, I will address it at the beginning to one speaker, but if someone would like to add a comment or a different opinion, feel free to jump in. In addition, from time to time, for me it's very important that we do interactive. So I may stop 2 or 3 times during a discussion and say, are there any questions in the audience? I really hope we have some good ones. Just one request. Everyone has their backgrounds, their opinions. We want to keep those short. If you can, try to get to the question as quickly as possible so that we can answer them also as quickly as possible. I'd like to begin with Mr. Shin. This past May, Korea hosted the 9th Japan-China ROK, Republic of Korea, Trilateral Summit. The 3 leaders concurred that it is important for Japan, Korea, and China, whose GDPs together account for more than 20% of the world's GDP, to play a role to ensure a sustainable and inclusive economic growth in the region. They also pledged to focus on mutually beneficial trade and investment, as well as a future-oriented free trade deal. At the same time, Chinese Premier Li Qiang called on Japan and South Korea to reject protectionism and embrace globalization, referencing China's worries about Western firms decoupling from China. Could you give us a quick review about this summit?
Thank you, David. And as you mentioned about the recent holding of Korea, Japan, China Trilateral Summit meeting in Seoul.
May I make one request? Because we have a little loud outside, could you speak a little bit louder, just so that everyone can hear you well?
Oh.
Or bring the microphone closer.
Maybe.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Can you hear me well? Okay, thank you. The 3 countries just resumed Trilateral Summit last May at the initiative of the host ROK government. Actually, that meeting was reconvened since the last meeting in 2019 was held 5 years ago. It means that the trilateral relations among Seoul, Tokyo, and Beijing was quite strained during that time. Of course, the effect of COVID-19 has some negative influence upon the reconvening of the trilateral meeting. But basically, the trilateral relations, especially the bilateral relations between Seoul and Beijing, as well as Tokyo and Beijing, was not in good shape during the last 5 years. But this time, the Chinese side responded to the initiative of the Korean government to hold the trilateral meeting in Seoul. And then we had a very fruitful, constructive summit meeting. They just made a joint statement encompassing the wide range of cooperation among the three countries in 6 areas, such as exchange of personnel, economic and financial cooperation, and sustainable development, including the response to climate change, and digital transformation and cooperation in the field of science and technology, and lastly, disaster relief cooperation. So very comprehensive list of cooperation was agreed upon among the 3 countries. But unfortunately, the area of security and diplomatic cooperation fell far short of our expectation. There is a little reference to the mounting danger of North Korean nuclear and missile program. Just only they confirmed their difference of positions on this issue. There's nothing more than that. So it is quite disappointing. But in the functional areas I mentioned, there is a substantial progress. Of course, these cooperation must be translated into concrete actions in the future. But the resumption of trilateral summit meeting this time is a good signal to just resolve or just improve the tensions surrounding our 3 countries. And they also agreed to hold trilateral summit meeting on a regular basis. So it was a good achievement in the sense of just promoting peace and prosperity in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick follow-up. As you mentioned briefly, North Korea, and as we all know, unfortunately, Korea is still a divided country. In February of this year, South Korea and the U.S., they were conducting their annual military exercises. It's called Freedom Shield.
Yes.
At the very same time, North Korea fired missiles towards South Korea while United States Secretary of State Anthony Blinken was visiting Seoul.
Yeah.
In German, we would say, das war sehr frech. My question to you, do you consider North Korea at all, and this is to anyone, but I'll start with Mr. Shin, an active player in the Indo-Pacific region, or not really?
Well, in the negative sense, they are quite active player, just endangering the peace and security in the Pacific as a whole, because the reinforced capability of North Korean nuclear and missile program is really dangerous and risky, and having very wide-ranging implications upon the security of Indo-Pacific region. Especially, it is expected that they will get around 100 nuclear warheads, including nuclear materials to be converted into nuclear warheads. And they
Can I ask you, by when, this 100 nuclear warheads? Is there a timeline on that? About within 2 to 3 years, because it is supposed that they have roughly 60 plus minus alpha of nuclear warheads, and more nuclear materials that can be converted into nuclear weapons. So maybe by the end of 2030s, they'll have around 200. Very quickly, they are manufacturing nuclear materials and warheads. And they also developed ICBM and many short-term and short-range and medium-range missiles that can deliver nuclear weapons
against Korea, Japan, and even the United States.
Yeah.
So it is really risky and dangerous.
Certainly a threat. I remember living in Seoul. The South Koreans always reminded me, I think we're about 70 kilometers from the demilitarized zone, the DMZ. So it affects everyone, and certainly the South Koreans. Thank you very much. I want to move over now to Japan. We have with us here Lieutenant General Koichi Isobe. This past April, Japan joined the United States, Australia, and the Philippines for joint naval and air drills in the disputed South China Sea, as China announced its own exercises in this strategic waterway. I'd like to quote Japanese Defense Minister Minoru Kihara, who said the following: Japan believes that the issue concerning the South China Sea is directly related to the peace and stability of the region and is legitimate concern of the international community. Just a few weeks ago in August, the Philippines, Japanese navies held their first ever joint exercises in the South China Sea as the two U.S. allies try to improve the security ties. So I just wanted to ask, first of all, how is Japan shaping its foreign policy and strategic partnerships in the Indo-Pacific region to counterbalance China's growing influence and ensure regional stability?
Thank you, David. At first, I would like to say thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful strategic seminar forum. And I would like to say congratulations to the Slovenian government that the Slovenia is taking a presidency at the UN Security Council in September. And I feel strongly love in Slovenia by the people and by the nature and by the food. Thank you very much. And I was a military practitioner, so I'm not so eloquent, straightforward. So, but I try to be peaceful. So the David's question, I think, Japan has developed the second national security strategy in 2022, December. And this illustrates that the Japanese national interests and how we see the environment, security environment. And let me see that national security strategy. I will quote some of the countries' issues, like well, so in the national security strategy, about the China's, the security describes that China has become a matter of serious concern for Japan and the international community and present an unprecedented and the greatest strategic challenge in ensuring peace and prosperity of Japan and the peace and stability of the international community. And about the DPRK, North Korea, we see that North Korea poses an even more an imminent threat to Japan's national security than ever before. And about the Russia, it describes that we perceive Russia as the most significant and direct threat to security in the European region. In addition, Russia's external and military activities and others in the Indo-Pacific region, including Japan, together with its strategic coordination with China, are of strong security concern, unquote. So I think Japan, we stress the own defense effort. This is the one pillar. And the second pillar is to strengthen the alliance with the United States. And the third pillar is to improve and invite the like-minded countries like Australia, South Korea, or the Philippines, and also as well as the European countries to promote the peace and stability, not only in South China Sea, but also in the Indo-Pacific region. Because the Malacca Straits and the South China Sea is a very choking point for the sea lines of communication for all nations concerned. So we would like to have stable Indo-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone on the panel would like to add to that theme before I go to my next question? No? Then I will continue. We're going to move. Oh, does he? Okay, then I'm going to move over. Do we already have? Let's go. We can jump in. We have one or two questions. We have the microphone here. So we'll start with one or two questions here, and then I'll get to our BSF Young Leaders.
I'm going this week to Xiamen, China, but for business. But after I wanted to either visit Taiwan again since until it's still an independent country, or going to Mongolia, which as ICC member should have arrested Putin last night, but did not. Where should I go?
So could you just repeat the question, just the question directly?
A suggestion, what to visit, Taiwan still independent or Mongolia who does not
Are you talking as a tourist? Where would you like to visit in the region?
It's a...
Okay, that's a soft question. We'll take it. Anyone there?
I have no idea.
No? I can give you, I spent many years, and of course I love Korea and the Korean food, but my surprise was Mongolia. Absolutely beautiful to be in the Gobi Desert and the music there and the language.
The question was that ICC member Mongolia did not arrest Putin last night.
Okay, well that's current events. Anyone like to go on that, or should we continue? No? Okay.
ICC.
ICC, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, when I was counselor at our mission to the UN in the late 1990s, I just covered the whole process of creating International Criminal Court, now based in The Hague. At the time, I made a proposal regarding jurisdiction, and it was a quite important breakthrough in the final stage of creating that court. So in the sense, it was quite memorable for me, and I'm still following up what the ICC is doing, especially in relation to Russian invasion of Ukraine.
We'll see what happened now, because it doesn't meet the obligation.
I'd like to, okay, we have to stop, continue. Thank you for the question. I see more questions. I did break protocol, but I would like to finish our first round of questions for all of our guest speakers. Then we'll get back to the speakers so we can pick up the microphone. Okay, let me turn back, and again, thank you for the questions, and I saw the lady there. In a moment you'll get that, but not yet. Let me just finish here. I'd like to continue, and I'd like to move over to Mr. Wang. Let's talk about China. Of course, there's some good news, and there's some challenging news. China remains one of the world's largest economic and global leaders in the technological innovation. It has made substantial investments in renewable energy and green technologies, and it is now the largest producer of solar panels, wind turbines, and electric vehicles in the world. However, there are some major challenges regarding China. Just to list a few: territorial disputes, including the South China Sea, the East China Sea. China has faced allegations of conducting extensive overseas surveillance and manipulation to its global agenda through cyberspace. There's been a very large military buildup in a relatively short time. Recently, I read an article in the Foreign Affairs, just to review for those that are not in the norm of this. China's Navy is by far the largest of any country in East Asia. And sometime between 2015 and 2020, it surpassed the US Navy in numbers of battle force ships, altering the balance of power in the Far East and signaling change in global naval supremacy. China's President Xi Jinping has said the reunification, as he states, of Taiwan with China is inevitable, quote unquote. Some speculation that a military attack could happen within the next 5 years. So, Mr. Wang, what is your take on this situation, including, of course, the situation with Taiwan?
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer, the Bled Strategic Forum, to organize such a great conference with such a magnificent view. I think Snevita has really enormous convening and soft power. I was quite touched with the performance last night on Palestinian and Israel performing together. So I think that is the spirit that we should continue on this discussion. I think there's a lot of questions you mentioned are not substantiated. I would like to also coming back to the previous discussion. First of all, I think China is the largest really promoter of global trade and global prosperity. For example, at Asia-Pacific, China is the largest trading nation, not only with Japan, but also South Korea, and of course, all the ASEAN countries. And ASEAN now become the largest trading partner of China. You can see how that has benefited. As you actually also mentioned, China now is the biggest producer of the green energy. We have Eric here, he's the expert on that, but China basically has changed a lot. I just met a think tank representative here yesterday. She just came back from China yesterday. She told me last night. She was so impressed with 10 years later, she visited, there's clear sky in Beijing, and traffic is much more green, and also the digital transformation is enormous. But talking about political things you talk about, I think China is actually, on the Taiwan Strait, across Taiwan Strait, China has always called for peaceful unification. You talk about, a few years China taking over Taiwan. I don't know where is that coming from. I live in China, in Beijing. I never see any government officials, any documents said that China is taking over Taiwan in the next few years. I mean, there's no such substance to substantiate that. So that is, first of all, is not true. Second, I think that anything that China is doing is really in responding to violating of the 3 communique that China signed with U.S. on the Taiwan principle, Shanghai Communique, for example. Everybody says there's a prerequisite to establish diplomatic ties with China. 183 countries, all the same. No official ties with Taiwan. So any country violate that, China, of course, is going to protest. And China, of course, when Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan as such a senior official, China protested. President Tsai Ing-wen visited the U.S., China protested. So that's it. That's basically, and also if there's aircraft or there's military come to the Taiwan Strait, China, followed and in responding. So that's probably the only thing China is doing. As far as you are talking about on the South China Sea, China actually had a meeting with ASEAN countries many years ago. They actually declared they're going to sign the South China Code of Conduct. They have a great principle there. They are still in negotiations. But basically, China get along with Vietnam. Also has some problem on the territory dispute. The head of Vietnam was in Beijing just a week ago, 10 days ago. And we get along with Malaysia, we get along with Indonesia, we get along with Brunei. All those countries have some territorial water dispute. We go get along. The Philippines, we get along before Marcos for a decade. There's anything happening. But only after the U.S. military has established 10 military bases in Philippines, Philippines gets more bold now to challenge the status quo. And you see what's happening is changing the status quo. China wants to maintain the status quo. That's it. So it's really very obvious. But what I would actually come back to our 2 panelists just talking about the securitization, militarization, security issue. I think we're probably talking about too much about security. China is surrounded by AUKUS, by Quad, by Camp David. I mean, they want to add Philippines, even and more country into that, which is no good. I really like what we've been doing. Let's have a trilateral dialogue. China, South Korea, Japan summit. Let's do more of those kind of things. Let's do the APEC. Let's do the RCEP, the largest free trade agreement. Let's do the CPTPP. Japan is in it, and China wants to join that. Let's go back to those APEC summit, have talk about all the economic issues, rather than we talk about those militarization and the security things all the time. So I think that's probably the narrative we're loosed already. We are not obsessed with all those military threats of whatsoever.
Can I jump in?
But just let me finish.
Yeah,
China has a 5,000 years history. Since 1949, China has not invaded any other countries, never occupied a single country, never colonized any place. I mean, so there's no really a reason to worry about China. It's a peaceful rise. So I think that we really should get along for the benefit of the world, like we do economic on the climate, on the digital, on the AI, on all those things. Not really obsessed with who is going to take over whom, who is going to attack. No, I mean, China is prepared for peace.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. So, of course, a tradition at the BSF, we do want to ask some challenging questions, some that are sometimes not so easy to hear or to answer.
Yes.
You just mentioned we shouldn't worry too much about the military and what's going on with China, but on the other side, it seems like the military buildup of China is happening at an incredibly fast pace, and there seems to be some urgency. So it contradicts to me to say on the one side, don't worry, we're a peaceful country. Again, we could discuss what kind of economic and political influence is used to get that peace. Every country does that a little bit. But on the one side, don't worry too much about the military. On the other side, record buildup. As we just said, the Navy, I believe, is going to be one of the biggest in the world. Does that contradict a little bit?
No, I disagree. First of all, the Chinese military budget is only a quarter of the U.S. The military budget of U.S. is equal to the next 10 countries combined, where China's total, fast train network is equal to the next 10 countries combined. China has the world 70% of 5G networks. China is the largest EV and clean, energy producer in the world. China is really contributing to the world. I mean, you talk about nuclear, whatever. U.S. and the former Soviet Union, Russia has 5,000 nuclear heads. China probably has 500. It's not compatible. So I don't think, where's that narrative coming from? China certainly wants to be compatible with its own country to have more defense capacity. But China never go into military, never travel to Hawaii, go to Cuba, or go to, Florida, and they're circulating there every day, defense the navigation of freedom. No, never did that. So I saw U.S. ships coming to this part of the world all the time. I don't think China is really rocking the boat. It's really the other side as well.
Okay, says Mr. Wang. I'm certainly looking forward to our questions in a moment. But last but not least, we have a great honor to have Mr. Solheim next to me, and I wanted to give him a chance also to answer some of our questions. Trade and investment. The EU is one of the largest investors and the leading partner in development cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. A few different numbers I found, and again, they vary a little bit. The region accounts for over 70% of global trade in goods and services and over 60% of foreign direct investment. Countries like China, Japan, India, South Korea, and ASEAN member states are significant markets for European goods and services. Additionally, the EU has signed several free trade agreements, known as FTAs, with Indo-Pacific countries such as Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Vietnam, enhancing economic cooperation and reducing trade barriers. So the first question I have, Mr. Solheim, how can we expand cooperation between the Indo-Pacific region and Europe, and how can these two regions collaborate better on political and economic issues and challenges?
Thank you so much. And first of all, you may ask why a person with blue eyes and a pink hide is in this panel discussing Asia. So just to give you my credentials to be here, I was the chief negotiator in the peace process in Sri Lanka and very much involved also in peace projects in Nepal and in Myanmar. And the last few years I spent maybe more time in both India and China than in Europe. So at least I have some superficial knowledge of a very, very important region. I love your question because it points exactly to what we should do in Europe. Focus on, number one, the enormous opportunities for economic cooperation between Europe and Asia. And secondly, I mean, look, nearly all economic growth in the world is in the part of the world you described. It's half the population, but it's a much higher percentage of the economic growth. It's close to 100% of all economic growth in the world is in this Asia-Pacific region. And secondly, these nations are now by far the leaders in the green revolution. China alone is 60% of everything green. Solar, wind, hydropower, electric batteries, electric cars, high-speed rail, metros, whatever you can think of, China is 60%. But look, India will also soon be far ahead of Europe when it comes to the green transformation. Prime Minister Modi, which basically get negative media attention both in the US and Europe. In my view, is a fabulous leader for India and is much greener than any president of the United States or any lead politicians in Europe, speaking about the environment all the time, trying to drive green transformation in India, and we have a lot to learn. But to get to this, we need to get away from our security lens. Look, this is not only it's the most fastest growing region, it's the most peaceful part of the world. There is no major war in this half of humanity. Yes, there's a civil war in Myanmar. There's tension here and there. But there's no wars. Every other continent there are wars. And look to the main players. China is the most peaceful rise of any major nation in human history. Last time China was involved in a war was the failed attack on Vietnam in 1979. India, for the last 50 years, only been involved in wars with its neighbor Pakistan, not any wars anywhere else. Indonesia, the third biggest player, yes, they were involved in some wars in what is now a separate state like East Timor, but at the time was considered provinces of Indonesia. Except for that, Indonesia has never ever killed any person outside of Indonesia. Compare that to the West, and in particular to the United States of America, who see everything through the security lens. Whenever an American leader goes somewhere, oh, it's about security, it's about containing China. When Kamala Harris went on an Africa tour last year, was all in American media and also in her own perception about containing China, not about partnership between the United States and African nations, which of course all these nations want. Every nation in the Asia-Pacific wants to be close to both China and the United States, all the same. Take Vietnam as a very clear example. I mean, the United States started looking to Vietnam as a counter nation to China. Well, the first visit of the new leader of Vietnam was to Beijing. Second visit, maybe to Washington.
Washington, yeah.
But it shows Vietnam, foreign policy is about Vietnam. And the idea that everything is about security in the most peaceful regions of the world is simply wrong. And the idea that we can enroll Asian countries as tools for the West, yes, maybe in the past, but no any longer. Okay. I spend a lot of time in India. Prime Minister Modi has an Indian foreign policy. It's in three points. India first, India second, India third. He would never, ever entertain the idea that he is a kind of tool in any Western campaign against China. Of course, he has his own issues with China, no doubt. But it's about India and Indian interest. And the sooner the West learn this, that every nation in Asia has their own agency, and we can cooperate with them on environment, on economics, and it's the most peaceful region in the world, then we will do much better. Let's move aside the security lens when we look to the most peaceful of all regions.
Thank you very much. And real quick regarding, would you like to add? Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, if I may wrong, please correct me. But you mentioned about the U.S. is containing China militarily. But I don't think so. The U.S. is trying to engage with China. Just a few days ago, Mr. Sullivan, National Security Advisor of the President Biden, he visited China and diplomatically engaged with it. So I think using the diplomatic efforts, informational efforts, economic efforts, and then the last result, the military is coming. So I think the U.S. is trying to negotiating and also engaging with China, not containment, I think. This is my observation. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment, Mr. Solheim first, and then Mr. Shin. Mr. Solheim, and then Mr. Shin. Go ahead.
And that's, of course, exactly what also gives some opportunity for optimism. Because there is no way we can go back to the Cold War. Look at the time of the Cold War, there was no economic interaction whatsoever between the Soviet Union and the United States. Now the economy is completely interwoven. There's no way you can separate without enormous consequences for the world, and everyone knows. Secondly, at the time, the two camps had a very different ideology. Now, basically, the ideology in both places is exactly the same. In the United States, the ideology is America, 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 and then capitalist economy. In China, it's China, 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 and a capitalist economy. There's no different ideologies taken to the world. So there's every opportunity to interact, but the United States need to step down this security lens. Look, if the United States were to reduce its military spending to Chinese level, not per capita, but in absolute numbers, well, the United States of America would save $600 billion American dollars which could be well spent in providing better education, health, infrastructure in the United States. And I believe, I mean, the reason why quite a few people in the United States, one reason, support Trump is that they believe he will be less aggressive internationally and focusing more on domestic affairs. I'm not a great admirer of Donald Trump, but I'm just back from the United States, and I met a huge amount of people who saw Trump as a kind of peace candidate.
That's another discussion for a long session.
Sure.
Mr. Shin, please.
Thank you. I agree with Eric that over securitization of everything must be avoided in the world politics. But when we look at the security situation along the fault line between the United States and China, there are many potential flashpoints, such as the Korean Peninsula, the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, and some more, maybe Indo-China border. But anyhow, it is true that the Chinese military buildup is, as you mentioned, very phenomenal, very fast. And according to the assessment of military think tank, Chinese military power in East Asia is on par with that of the United States, given the advantage of geography for the Chinese side. So in the sense of the maritime security in this region is a kind of public goods to be provided by those major powers. But the Chinese position on the South China Sea is, in my view, as an international lawyer, quite not in conformity with international law, as was well demonstrated by the arbitration between the Philippines and China several years ago. And there are many clashes between China and Philippines and China and Taiwan. And even in the Korean Peninsula, China is covering North Korea in just letting North Korea developing nuclear weapons and missiles. So in that sense, it is quite natural that we have to pay attention to securing security to prop up our economy in this region. That's what I want to say. Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Shin. Mr. Wang, I think you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, thank you. I think that, there's of course, there's a trust issue, there's a concern, there's a different system. There's my friend Graham Allison called Hidis trap. All the things played with the current 21st century geopolitics. But I think probably sometimes people should look at the fact. What China is doing basically, China is really promoting the economic globalization. For example, 11 years ago, China launched the Belt and Road Initiative. It's not perfect. It's not really ideal for every country, but it does invested, $1 trillion for 3,000 projects. And 150 countries, 40 countries has actually signed up on that project, which is something real going on. I mean, you don't see any other things on that magnitude. On that, Ukraine was even part of that too. So that's number one. Number two, China is also pursuing economic cooperation. For example, China pushed for RCEP, the largest free trade agreement. China wants to join CPTPP, again, more high standard of free trade agreement. And then China is having all-continental economic summit. For example, right now in Beijing, 60-some country of African leaders in Beijing gathered to talk about China-Africa cooperation. Many projects are discussed. China is talking with Central Asia Summit, China Latin American Summit, China ASEAN Summit, China, also the Arab Summit. China is establishing economic globalization, having all those economic circles built up all the time, all year round. not economic. China never aligned with anybody. You know, China never have a military alliance of any kind. So, you know, on the contrary, we see many economic alliances established surrounding China. So let's really, as I said, let's not over securitization. Let's really push for the economic globalization, prosperity, because I think the biggest risk, we're talking about the risk, the couple, biggest risk is we're losing prosperity, losing trade, losing free trade, losing all those benefits people are getting. If we're losing that, that would be the biggest risk, biggest decoupling we're having. So let's not forget that.
Understood, thank you. We have one more closing remark, and then we'll move on, and then we'll get to our questions. Please, sir, you wanted to add?
Yes, let me point out the militarization of the South China Sea. I think China is in the side of the changing the status quo in the militarily, because they are making a military base in South China Sea. And also, a few weeks ago, just a week ago, Chinese airplane intruded the Japanese territorial space. So when I see this kind of military activities, I am very much wondering why the PLA, People Liberation Army, are so assertive against us. I think I cannot understand the reason, because if the China attaches importance to the economic activities, they don't have to be so assertive in the military field, I think. This is my point. Thank you.
Mr. Wang, may I ask you a question? We've heard concerns from Mr. Shin and Lieutenant General Isobe. Can you think that, I know you don't represent the government of China, but could you maybe understand some of the concerns that some of these countries are having? Or, in your opinion, are they just seeing it the wrong way?
No. I think they have some concern. I understand that, but I would really think it takes two to clap, because, for example, as I mentioned on South China Sea, China maintained all the good relations with all the other ASEAN countries. They'll have some dispute on South China Sea. China said a long time ago, let's joint explore, joint development, joint benefit. I mean, China still holds that position. On the Philippines, of course, you know, we get along with the previous president of the Philippines for a decade. No big issue. And not really big issue. But then now, you know, since they are returning of the 8-9 military base of the U.S. now, Philippines gets more bold to challenge the status quo. That's what exactly happened. China wants to protect the status quo, and then Philippines is sending ships all the time. So that's what happened. As far as Japan is concerned, China wants to, you know, have this trilateral dialogue. China wants to maintain good relations with Japan, with South Korea, everybody. You know, there could be, you know, there could be there's a Japanese coming to the Chinese place, or Chinese. There's something happen from time, but it's not a really major issue, as I think. And as far as North Korea is concerned, I really want to propose, why don't we have a 4-party talks? You know, we still have a ceasefire agreement signed in 1953, you know, by China, U.S., both Koreas. Let's do a peace talk. Let's do a 4-party talk for really resolve this North Korea issue. Not only that, I was even thinking, can we invite North Korea into RCEP? Or even this trilateral, you know, China, South Korea, Japan talks?
Very radical.
Let's get North Korea into APEC. Let's engage them, not just, you know, marginalize them, and then they're going to push to the wrong side, and they're going to really rebel, of course. So let's do something different.
I got to jump in because of time, but I see Mr. Shin, and of course, when we talked about the recommendation, I'll give you the last word on this subject. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. I think we have to be very careful that North Korea is now under sanction by the United Nations Security Council. China must abide by those sanctions. But I don't think China is implementing those sanctions against North Korea in full manner. So that's why North Korea is continuing its nuclear and missile program. And it actually has accelerated those activities even after the Hanoi U.S.-North Korea summit meeting to resolve this issue. So I would like to ask the Chinese government to be more circumspect in just reining in North Korea, just reinforcing its nuclear and missile capability. Otherwise, it will backlash against China in the near future. And just generating a kind of nuclear domino in our region. It is not in the interest of China and other countries in the region. Thank you.
I do apologize. I still have one last question, then we go to our audience, and of course everyone will have a chance for a final statement. We have to talk about India. As most of you, I'm sure, have read, it has recently become the most populous country in the world. India's Look East policy has strengthened India's political, economic, and cultural relations with the countries of Southeast Asia and Pacific. Some projects include, and I'll try to say it correctly, the Agartala-Akhura rail project, the first rail connecting northeastern India and Bangladesh. And of course, Bangladesh also just recently had very big political changes. So it's just a general question to any of you. The last few years, the changes going on in India, we hear about the population, we hear about the economic growth. I personally don't see so much about the military, what's going on. I don't think it's one of the biggest military in the regions, although certainly the biggest player. Anything about India, generally speaking, and the Indo-Pacific security region? Open to any of our guests.
I mean, in military terms, of course, India is still a very weak power compared to both the United States and China and everyone else. But with 7% economic growth every year, if that continues, of course, the military will grow in India. That's basically what has happened in China also. I mean, basically in China there's been a one-to-one relationship between economic growth and increased military spending. And that for sure will happen in India. But at this stage, at least, India has no ambitions outside its own neighborhood. I mean, it's concerned for sure with Pakistan. They have a very tense, negative relationship with China at the moment. There is a very strong anti-Chinese sentiment among the Indian people, for sure. But of course, India is largely a very peaceful place. I mean, in my view, India is a miracle of peace. Look, this is a continent of 1.5 billion people. Yes, they have some violence in Kashmir. There have been some violence in Northeast. There have been some Maoists. There have been some small, but where there is no one else in the world with 1.5 billion people with so big differences in class. Every religion in the world is there, caste system, and so little violence. Since independence, there has hardly been any major violence in India. So again, we should look to what we can learn from India rather than what we can teach India. And I will make one more point. In the West, there is just negatives about Prime Minister Modi and his leading party, BJP, the Hindu nationalist party. Well, BJP in the last election did what every Western leader would die for, kill for. They got the same support after 10 years in government as they had before, 37%. Well, the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom got 33%, and it was seen as a landslide for Labour. Modi got 37% after 10 years ruling India. Well, that's quite an achievement. And what Modi tries to do is to answer the question, which first was answered by Japan, which was, how can we modernize without westernize? Japan, after the major revolution, was the first nation to do that. I mean, it modernized, but it's still distinctively Japanese. Korea is now the biggest exporter of culture in the world next to the United States of America. It's fantastic. My wife is watching K-movies. My daughter is watching K-pop. Who would have thought that possible? So Korea, again, absolutely modern, but distinctly Korean. That is the project of Prime Minister Modi, to make India very modern, but make it distinctly Indian. And he believes, and I think he's basically right in that you can hardly distinguish between the idea of India and the idea of Hinduism and all the old ideas in the Vedas, in all the Indian scripture. These are so, I mean, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, all the religions which come from India. It's very hard to distinguish between these Indian roots and India. So I think we should admire him, give him a lot more credit in this project of modernizing India while keeping really to the roots of India. That was Japan did, that was Korea did, that was what China did, and that's what Prime Minister Modi is not trying to do in India.
One more, Mr. Asobi, and I believe Mr. Wang wanted to also say, please. And then we're going to open it up. The last two speakers here. Go ahead.
Yes, David illustrated the diverse Indo-Pacific at the beginning very beautifully. And there was a man who described Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific as a universal vision. The man is former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, and the word is free and open Indo-Pacific. This was delivered, the speech was delivered in the Indian Diet, 2007. And then 9 years after that, the Prime Minister Abe also made a beautiful speech in Nairobi. So the necessity of connecting two oceans and two continents, Asia and Africa. So I think this is the first initiative that Japan has started. Let's make a free and open Indo-Pacific. And India is a key player in the Indian Ocean region. So I hope that India would become a democratic, already democratic, but continue to democratic and also rule-based orders, respect to that. So I hope India would become a major global player very soon, I think.
Thank you. It's a distinguished panel, so I'll make an exception, Mr. Wang. Mr. Shin, please as short as possible, but that's the final two words. Then we have to go to the audience. That's the rule. Go ahead.
Thank you, David. Yeah, no, I think India is a great country and has one of the longest civilization as well. And China, India, really a lot of similarities. I mean, both are most populous country in the world. And China actually, imported the Buddhism from India. It was a big influence from India. And so I really think that, we have so much in common, urbanization, and also climate, environment, all these digital, so many area of collaboration. So I'm very glad to see the Indian government now recently has relaxed the Chinese business visa and also relaxed the Chinese investment into India. So I'm sure that, China and India should find a way to really work together as the two largest economies. And also we are all pro non-alliance and also pro global South. I mean, China and India has no conflict at all. I think they are also calm down on the bordering issue. And it's a wasteland there in that part of the region. I mean, there's no point, fighting over that kind of peaceful icy land. Now, I think they're really calming down and talk. And I hope that China and India can really get along and be a biggest two partner, big neighbors. I really have a great optimistic on that in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Shin.
Thank you. Like the previous speakers, I have no doubt about the great potential and actually real success India has made during the last decade. And we are expecting India to become the third largest economy maybe in 2027 or 2028. So India is the largest democratic country, and India is very nowadays becoming active in promoting peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region, maybe through Quad and other minilaterals with the neighboring countries. So I hope that India, as the champion of the Global South, make contributions to the peace and prosperity of our region as an honest broker. What I mean is, India is still supporting Russia in waging invasion war against Ukraine. I think that must be corrected in the sense that it is quite contrary to the spirit of the UN Charter. So I hope that India just with increasing weight in the international politics, is expected to be more forthcoming in upholding the rules of law and liberal international order that has supported the international order since the end of the Second World War. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, it is now time to turn it over to our floor. We'll be going to in one moment. Just again, a reminder, please try to go as quickly as possible to your questions. And for, I won't say it's a lightning round, but try to keep our answers as short as possible. I saw several hands. We'll begin with you. I know you've been waiting very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the in-depth panel. My first question is to Mr. Wang and followed up to Mr. Sobe. I would like to counterbalance you in following question. The ASEAN countries, 5 of them have claimants in the South China Sea. Despite their claimants, you tell us that you have terrific trade relations with ASEAN, even with those who are claimants in the South China Sea? And the other question
No, I do have one rule, sorry. Just one question, the first round, and we'll get to the second one, because that's a big question, okay? Is that directed also at someone or at the whole panel? Combined. Then one sentence, short follow-up.
Okay. And Mr. Sobe, you said in your security arrangement, ROC, your country, and Philippines, why are the other 9 ASEAN states not included in the security belt?
Okay, very good, thank you. Bring the microphone. Please, if you'd like to go, Mr. Wang first.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that's exactly the point. I think, China knows there's a dispute in the South China Sea. China never denies that. But so China wants to solve that with the ASEAN on this South China Sea Code of Conduct meeting, and they are still in talks. So as I said, there's 5 other countries may all have similar problem, but we have excellent relations. So let's hope that we can get an excellent relation with the Philippines as well. It just, as I said, the recent year, the Philippines gets more bold because they had just newly installed 9 U.S. military base and even long-range missile there. So that's probably the problem in changing the status quo. But I still think, we may have a lot of differences on the issue, but let's talk, let's dialogue, let's really solve through the negotiations rather than really using really force to change the status quo, basically.
Thank you. And Mr. Shin, if you'd like to reply.
Thank you very much for the great question. And let me introduce the ASEAN Institute annual report. This report is on Yusuf Ishak Institute. And this annual report says, I quote, Japan remains the most trusted major power among Southeast Asians, 58.9%. The US comes in a distant second, 42.4 point, outpacing the EU, 41.5%, by a narrow margin. So Japan is the most trusted nation among the ASEAN members. And the reason why the Philippines are so interested in strengthening the military relation, security relation with the US and Japan is that the Philippines are very much concerned about their national defense. So not from the Japanese side, but from the Filipino side, they requested, I think, the US bases and also requested to accelerate military exercises with the US and Japan. So this is the fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have some members from the Young BSF Forum. I would like to ask one of them if they'd like to ask a question. I don't know exactly. Young BSF, please, if we get the microphone to the gentleman. And it's always good to hear from the next generation coming up. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Alex from Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Simple question to Japanese and Korean speakers. What role do you want European Union to play in Indo-Pacific? What's basically your wish list?
What do you mean, EU or NATO? Quite different.
Could you clarify?
EU.
EU. Actually, as far as I know, Korea has concluded 3 important documents with the EU. Maybe the only country in Indo-Pacific. FTA, Framework Agreement, and other, I forgot the name, but very important document. And it means that Korea has attached great importance to its relations with the EU, not only in economic terms, but also in political, diplomatic, and other cultural aspects. So we are very much satisfied with strong ties with the EU, and the EU is also very supportive in our pursuit of North Korean human rights. The human rights situation in North Korea is quite terrible, and every year EU is tabling resolution on the situation of human rights in North Korea at the General Assembly and as well as Human Rights Council. So we have other very important cooperation projects in the field of science and technology. And so I think we have great potential to develop close ties between Korea and EU. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the question. It's great to see the young BSF represented here. Great job. Please, sir, the next question. Thank you.
He asked me to Japan also.
Oh, Japan also. I apologize. You want to do this part too? Please go ahead. Then we'll get to our next one. Please.
Well, Japan-EU relation has been strengthened since 2014. And 2014 means it's Russia's annexation of Crimea. So since then, I think in 2018, Japan and EU agreed the strategic partnership agreement. And in 2021, the EU established Indo-Pacific strategy. And Japan also developed the national security strategy and inviting many EU partners to conduct training around Japan in Indo-Pacific region. So this kind of a relation is now strengthened.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, next question.
My name is Satu Lemay. I'm Vice President of the East-West Center in the United States. Thank you for a terrific panel. My question, one of the themes running through was the balance between the security and keeping the economics, trade, investment going. I wondered if you could comment specifically on how you read the balance now in Europe in terms of security and economics, given Russia's aggression and invasion of Ukraine, and how that applies to the Indo-Pacific, and whether Korea and Japan in the Indo-Pacific 4 in NATO see that as an expanding opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that question for both of our speakers now, or to anyone? Japan. Okay. And due to time, please, we have to keep the answers short because we have a lot of questions. Go ahead.
Well, about the European, I can say the theater, European theater, I think the aggregation of the military forces or the economic powers, I think the total exceeds the Russian, I think, military and the Russian economy. So I'm wondering why the Europeans are so concerned about the Russia's big threat. This is an honest feeling to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shin.
Well, thank you for the question. And as far as Korea is concerned, we have attached more importance to security than economy, because as you know, the mounting threat from North Korea is quite real, and day by day, actually. So we place importance on maintaining our alliance with Washington, as well as beefing up our own military capability. After that, we'll focus on our economic prosperity. That's our priority. Thank you.
Please,
Yeah, I think that NATO, move to Japan, South Korea is really an issue that I think that's really against the purpose of NATO. NATO is across Atlantic. It's an Atlantic organization. I don't see the point NATO expand to Asia at all. So, we already have a, economic arrangement of many kind. We are also trying to have agreement with China-EU investment treaty. We hope that with the new parliament, with the new government, we could lift the sanctions and revive the Kai agreement. So I still think China is really interested in expanding economic alliance, cooperation circles, rather than we do all those expansion of the military alliances. NATO would big no to expand to Asia, of course.
Anyone else before we go on? One final word, Mr. Shin?
Yeah.
Sorry, because of time, I'll be the last one on this one.
Yes. The link between AP4, Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, and NATO is nowadays being reinforced. And the top leaders of the 4 countries have attended NATO annual meeting this year in Washington. The reason why the 4 countries in the Asia-Pacific region are attending a NATO conference is the fact that the security of our region has closely related to those what is happening in Europe. For instance, the Ukraine war has propped up North Korea and Russia, North Korea-Russia relations. And North Korea provided Russia with roughly 6 million artillery shells. In return for they got military technology, especially being used for satellite remote sensing or satellite launch. That's quite serious for our security. So we have to closely cooperate with NATO countries for the purpose of preserving peace and security in Eurasia as a whole. The security in Europe and in the Pacific is indivisible. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're coming to the end of our time, but since we started 5 minutes earlier, I'm going to take the notion and say we have time for 2 more questions, and then we wrap it up. We have 2 here. The gentleman here in the front, please, if we can give him a microphone. I don't know the microphone. Yes? Super. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Leo Vigor from Candid Foundation in Berlin, where I had the programs on South Asia and Eurasia. So my question is, peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific and the world, I think the key danger and threat to peace and prosperity in the Pacific hasn't been mentioned just once, and that is climate change, obviously, with just 2 countries among the top 5 most affected countries by climate change being in the Indo-Pacific, with Bangladesh and Pakistan. So what are your priorities on tackling this extremely pressing issue regarding peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific? Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Would anyone like to shout at that? Please, Mr. Lam. And then we'll have time for one final question.
You are absolutely right, and that's exactly why it's so wrong to put this military security angle on basically everything which is discussed in the most peaceful region of the world. This is the most peaceful region. It's not that every issue which is discussed there is serious. There are serious disputes in the South China Sea. And my view is not that China is doing everything right in these disputes, but still there haven't been any wars. There are wars in Europe, wars in Africa, many military danger situations in Latin America. But in this region, it's the most peaceful. So let's not come from outside to impose a security lens on the most peaceful region. And the issue you are mentioning, these are now the lead nations when it comes to fighting climate change. If anyone had asked me 10 years ago, where should you go if you want to see climate action? I would have said, you go to Brussels, you go to Berlin, and you go to Paris. If you ask me the same question today, I would answer, you go to Beijing, and you stay there quite some time because China is the lead. Then you go to Delhi, because India is doing a lot. And then you go to Jakarta. Indonesia has now stopped deforestation, the second biggest rainforest nation in the world. An enormous achievement, not just for Indonesia, but for the entire world. So maybe it's time for us in Europe and in America to learn a little from the leaders. Just as an example, quite recently I was to Gujarat in India, where the Adani Group, Adani is the biggest or second biggest, richest person in India. He has made his fortune from coal, but now he goes massively into solar. And the new solar plant which he is establishing in the desert of Gujarat, how big is it? Well, that one plant is 6 times the entire grid of Nigeria. That's the biggest nation in Africa. It's as much as the combined hydropower production of Norway, and we are 100% powered by hydro. So this is huge. There's nothing similar to this development, neither in the United States nor in Europe. And now I gave examples from India. I could give examples for China for sure on the same. But let's start listening to the leaders on climate change, and let's not impose our security lens on a region which at this point is largely peaceful. This is not to diminish the threat from North Korea, as you speak about, not at all. It's an absolute serious issue which need to be handled. But still, there are no wars of any significance in this half of humanity.
Great, thank you very much. Time for a final short question, sir, and a short answer. Please, you have the honor.
Thank you. I'm Satoru Onoda from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japan. And I have a short question about the relationship between economy and security. My question mainly goes to Mr. Egg and Mr. Henry. Do you believe that economic capacity or environmental capacity of China can solve or at least reduces the security concerns in the region? So recalling the historical fact that the France and Germany enjoyed the economic tie just before the World War I, and Japan was the largest economic partner of the United States just before World War II, I think putting aside the security concerns and over-focusing the other matters like economic or environment is kind of for my take, is oversimplification of that.
Due to time, it's a good point, but just to the question. I apologize. The question is...
That's my question. Do you believe that the economic capacity can reduce or solve the security concerns?
Good, excellent question. Please, final statement.
Okay.
And again, we have to be brief. I apologize.
Yeah, no, absolutely I do. I think the prosperity, generates a lot of security and stability because, after all, we have to really, we are so intertwined. I mean, we cannot afford, we're in a nuclear age now, so how can you afford to have a war now? And I'm sure that with all the international community working together, and particularly with more threatening challenges like climate, like, AI, like, pandemic. We should really work together on those challenges rather than fight among ourselves. It's really silly. So I think it's important that we establish a new narrative and we fight a new common threat rather than fighting ourselves.
Thank you very much. Final statements, very brief, very brief. Mr. Cantu.
From 1945 to around 1980, East Asia was the most violent place in the world. Korea, Vietnam, there were a number of other conflicts. At that time, nearly 80% of all who died in wars in the world were dying in East Asia. Since 1980, hardly anyone has died in military conflict, and it's turned from the most violent to the most peaceful part of the planet. Why was that? In my view, because the East Asian nations started to completely prioritize economic development. Deng Xiaoping became the leader of China, and he basically said, if you want to grow, if you want to make China rich and happy, well, we cannot afford to spend time on all these conflicts.
And
so you are absolutely right that economic development has a tendency, there's no guarantee, but it has a tendency to reduce violence.
Excellent. Mr. Shin.
Thank you. I agree that economic prosperity guarantees the security itself. Security must be secured by deterrence or defense. That's the reality we face. Nevertheless, we have to continue our economic prosperity to just acquire a favorable environment for promoting security and stability in our region. So in that sense, I think especially with regard to global issues such as a pandemic, climate change, and AI, we must work together, as Mr. Wang said. So strategic competition and cooperation should go hand in hand for the time being. That's the reality.
Great.
Thank you.
Everyone spoke. Mr. Subi, would you like one last word? We started 5 minutes late. We're 7 minutes after, so we're only 2 minutes late to our organizers. Please, last word.
Yes, the national leaders of every nation, I think, pursue the political objective by yielding the instruments of power, like diplomacy, information, military, and economic. So in Indo-Pacific region, let's foster and nurture the prosperous, peaceful, and free open Indo-Pacific. This is my last message.
Fantastic, thank you. On behalf of the entire Bled Strategic Forum, a great honor to thank our distinguished speakers, Lieutenant General Koichi Sobi, Mr. Shin Kak-soo, Mr. Henry Wang, and Mr. Eric Solheim. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all for the excellent questions. We wish you a great time in Bled. Thank you. Gentlemen, if we could stay here for a quick picture, we'll stand up and do the picture.
I'm getting the signals that it's time to start. So, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome here in Bled and also in this room. We will have here, I believe, a very, very interesting panel titled Preparing for Unknown Futures. And I'm very glad to see the full conference room because we have a big competition next door. They're talking about security in NATO, so I'm very glad that you are here with us. My name, for those who don't know me, my name is Sabina Stadler, and I'm Ambassador and Chief Strategist at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. But it's my great honor and joy to actually welcome these 5 distinguished panelists who are on stage with me. This is going to be, or we will try to make it as a very intriguing panel, very topical. I think this is a topic discussing the future. I think it's a topic really to talk about. And this amazing group of panelists will help us to turn the expectations about the future, maybe from fear to rather something we are looking forward to. When I was actually enjoying my holidays on the coast and on the seaside, I was reading this book. This one. It's Melanie Challenger's book, How to Be Animal. And I decided to use it with some quotes and with some lines from this book for this panel because I think when we are thinking about the future, it's really about linking who we are and what our experience is and what we actually expect from our future. So, the human mind is an amazing natural phenomenon. And only we have it, the humans. With our mind, we are able to fantasize, deceive, control, but also imagine the future. So this is what Melanie Challenger actually wrote in this book, and this is what I decided to use as the opening quote. So, as humans, we are the only beings in this planet that are able to grasp the notion of future, what the future is all about, and imagine it, as you heard before. But is imagining the future enough to prepare for the future? That's the question we will try to tackle today. I guess that preparing for the future really depends on our perception of the future, how we understand what future is, but maybe even better, what actually the futures are, because we have multiple choices in front of us, what may happen tomorrow and beyond tomorrow. So we all differ as human beings, meaning that how we see the future also depends on the differences among us, meaning different age, different education, different upbringing, different character, but also information around us, but also our experience. So among us, there are people who say, I just don't care, I live for today. On the other hand, we have individuals who actually fear the future. Then some of us are excited about new possibilities. Some others are, let's say, terrified of what may happen tomorrow. Again, some of us are anxious when we hear about the future. The others are extremely excited about the fast development and different kind of science fiction scenarios that we may have in our heads when we talk about the future. But anyway, when we talk about the future, let me, before presenting our distinguished panel, leave you with one thought of one of the European futurists, Jan Oliver Schwarz, the German author of many books also. He said, we will spend the rest of our lives in the future. So that's why we are here today. Before presenting the panel, maybe engage you who decided to be here with us. Hands up, who is afraid of future? Who feels uneasy, anxious about the future? One? Only one? Two? Okay. Only a few. Okay. Why do we have the panel then? Nevertheless, let me introduce and try to find some answers about the future with our distinguished panelists. So bear with me when I'm going to read now their CVs. I'll start here on my left. Besides me, I have Ilan Manor. Very, very welcome, Ilan, back to Bled. Ilan Manor is a digital diplomacy scholar and a senior lecturer at the Department of Communication Studies in Ben Gurion University of Negev. And he's also a member of Oxford University Digital Diplomacy Research Group. This is where he also published this amazing thing. I brought only the first page because it's got too many pages and it's extremely, extremely heavy. So he's the co-author of probably the first digital diplomacy encyclopedia. So who is into digital diplomacy? This is the book you should grab. He's a very well-known, well-respected and wanted speaker and expert in digital and public diplomacy. He's consulted for many, many different kind of organizations and governments, and he regularly publishes papers, articles, also books. The most recent one I showed you, and there is another one in preparation, which is, Ilan? Voila, now you know a lot, even secrets. Next to him, there is Sirkka Heinonen, very, very prominent Finnish future researcher and strategic foresight practitioner with a PhD from Helsinki University with over 40 years of experience in the field of foresight. She's a professor emerita now in the future studies at the University of Turku. That's the leading university in Europe as far as the foresight is concerned. She heads Helsinki office of the mentioned university's Finland Future Research Center, and her aim is to promote futures learning, future consciousness. She's also an inventor of certain different kind of modern foresight approaches. She is the president of the Finnish Society for Future Studies, chair of the Helsinki node of the Millennium Project, also a member of the Club of Rome. Honorary member of the Finnish Society for Futures, and that's the society which published this book, another extremely, extremely important book. This is Our World of Future Studies as a Mosaic. So one of the newest books published in the field of futures and the foresight. Welcome to you, Sirkka. Thanks for being with us. Next is Matthias Lüthans, who is the founder and the CEO of Digitips. That's a kind of a boutique communications agency, meaning that Matthias is actually a public diplomacy whiz with over 25 years of experience in digital and traditional communications. His clients are different kind of international organizations, but also corporations. He's a trained journalist. He started his journalist path actually in the Baltics, in Tallinn, where he started to know, let's say, more kind of east of Europe. Then he became a deputy editor-in-chief at Euronews. He worked for World Economic Forum, and now he works for himself, but also a little bit for Interpol. So Matthias, very welcome. Then we have Marisela. Marisela is a very experienced diplomat, specialized in multilateralism, but currently she works at GESDA, which is a Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator Foundation, as Director for Strategic Partnerships. She's particularly interested in areas such as anticipatory science, science diplomacy, sustainable development, human, international security, strategic foresight, and futures. So she has undertaken several kind of researches, mainly on sustainability, environment, and so on. But now, as I said before, she's very much into the science diplomacy, so very welcome here in Bled and with us. I didn't bring the first page, but check it out. Google GESDA, G-E-S-D-A, and a radar breakthrough, and you have a peek into their fantastic kind of tech and science foresight for the next 5, 10, and 25 years. Highly recommended. Last but not least, we have Christopher Naval. He's a space engineer by training. He has got a PhD in atmospheric physics with the Max Planck Institute in Germany. In 2012, he joined Swedish Defense Research Agency, where he spent the majority of his time as an operations analyst in different kind of positions. But then somehow he ended exploring the future and doing and dealing with the foresight. Currently, Christopher is seconded to DCDC. This is Development Concepts and Doctrine Center at the Ministry of Defense in UK. And as their main foresighter, he's the main man behind this publication. This is actually the foresight, the last version of the foresight done for the Ministry of Defense for the UK, but it actually talks about the whole world and actually the global trends. It's a fantastic product. 7th edition is in preparations, so we are very much looking forward to that. And we'll try to do the 2 rounds. I'll ask all the speakers to actually try to stick to the 3 minutes, to leave some time also for you to participate then in the discussion afterwards. And I will start the first round with more quotes from the book that inspired me on the beach. Let me give you this quote. The world is getting nastier and more violent. A paradoxical reliance on technologies aggravates the existential fears beneath us. So, when we face with a threatening reality, we will see greater separation between us and the rest of the world, especially the nature. Christopher, may I ask you for a comment on this? What do you think of that? Is something similar featuring also in your product, the product that I showed before, this product?
I would like to start with that's quite a quote to unpick. There's many aspects to it, and I would also have to say that the product is very much a team product. It's not just me.
I know.
We're a large team. Looking at the quote again. I don't fully agree with everything that is being said. When it comes to violence, do we live in a more violent society or not? I think that's been debated for quite a while. And as with any trend, it depends on how far back in time you will actually look at. But as of today, 2024, we heard yesterday, 92 conflicts in the world. It very much seems that we are in a very violent situation at the moment. And I think that's unfortunately so. But at the same time, things have changed. Technology has given us some very powerful offensive and defensive platforms for warfare. And if we look at the situation in Ukraine, where we have trench warfare again, 100 years after First World War, there's much less people in the trenches. There's much more technology. Technology is being destroyed by the minute, not comparably as to human life. So there are 2 sides of the story. And for nasty civilization, I would like to just answer with another question. Which period in time would you like to live? And I would say this period. This is the best period in time to live. Of course, we still have problems. I don't disagree with that. But looking at the diversity, the equal rights, and how we're evolving, I would prefer to live in this time than any other. And if we go back to the title of the Bled Forum, Parallel Realities, most people today live in cities. We don't work in the nature. Our connection to nature has changed. But that is also human development. It changes. It always changes. And those that don't change, they're being left behind. So I think it might be anecdotal, but our connection to nature actually increased after COVID. And I also see that today we're much better at appreciating what nature can give us and how important nature is for human health, and also that nature in itself is probably the best tool to handle climate mitigation. We can use wetlands for mitigating floods, trees and forests and parks and cities to handle heat waves. So I think we passed the peak disengagement, so to say.
Excellent. But you mentioned today 3 times, and we are supposed to talk about the future.
Yes.
So let's make a double check now what you told us. With all the knowledge, all the technology that we have, we're still kind of stuck in today. So, Sirka, maybe I can ask you, you come from, let's say, academia circles, so you deal with education. Do you believe that the knowledge we possess today is the right knowledge for the future? Because, another quote from the book, we are not only constrained with what we know, but by what we can bear to know. So what kind of knowledge do we need for tomorrow and beyond tomorrow? What do we need to prepare better?
This is a huge question. So if I may, I would like to open up a little bit what it means to think about the future, preparing for the future, and what kind of knowledge do we have now today, and what kind of knowledge we can have about future. So future is all about change. Excellent. Future is uncertain, and future is unknowable to a large degree. But the good news is that actually systematic, holistic futures thinking is a skill that we can learn, we can enhance, we can develop. And I would claim that it is a critical skill for survival, for governments, for countries, for industries, for organizations, for individuals, citizens even. So, and what is the relation to knowledge? So, actually, in future studies and futures thinking, there are 3 principles. We cannot predict future at all. We can only anticipate it. And the second principle is that there is not just one future. It is not predetermined, but there are several futures. That's why the name of our field is future studies in the plural. That's very important. And the third one is that we can have an impact on the future. So actually, this kind of approach in future studies, of course, the aim is that we produce, generate foresight knowledge to support decision makers. But the problem is that usually decision makers are only interested in probable futures. And from the point of view of future studies, we emphasize the whole range of possible futures. It is of critical importance to study possible futures, the whole potential, which also covers these kind of threatening scenarios and threatening risks, crises, etc. So we have to address them and discuss them. It is a human characteristic that we are interested in futures, but it's also in human characteristic that we are resistant to change. So if there is negative knowledge, even wake-up calls, there is this kind of tendency. So that's a challenge that has to be overcome. So future studies wants to open up boldly potential developments and trying to then start discussion among decision makers and stakeholders and ordinary citizens. to choose
Excellent.
preferred futures.
Thank you. So foresight is not just about scenarios and science fiction, but it's really actually using the scientific methods to try to deal and understand the future, and then to impact the future. And who else can do that if not decision makers? Maricela, you work in JESDA, and the A at the end of JESDA stands for anticipation. So as humans, we always want to know more and better. This is actually what drives our race to achieve all the new technological advancement, let's say. The quote from the book, maybe, from an animal that came to know itself, we will become a knowledge that came to abandon itself. So you are dealing now with anticipation in science and technology. Where are we now? Is the knowledge really going to, kick us, abandon us? Is the knowledge going to overtake us? Or how do we handle the future on the future of technological advancement and development?
Thank you, Sabine. I think that there is not only one answer to that provocative question and to that quote. By the way, I downloaded the book after you enticed us with it, and I'm halfway through it. It's fantastic. I think that this is a very provocative and philosophical statement. Actually, if you dissect the sentence, let's say, the quote in two, at the beginning, you see that the human beings are being developed as biological entities, and pretty much driven by instinct and survival. But then the second part is about transcending that aspect and actually evolving in our consciousness, right? And actually getting this curiosity towards knowledge and an augmentation of the information that we have at our disposal. And I think that the quote, of course, is very linked to the title of the panel, which is Unknown Futures, which to my like is very neutral, because futures could be uncertain, but they can also be hopeful. So hopefully, after this conversation, we feel less anxiety towards the futures. But what I wanted to underline is that one way to feel less uncertain or anxious towards what's coming our way is actually by anticipating futures. Because if we detach ourselves from our biological existence, it means that we also open up an opportunity to augment that consciousness, to enhance our human agency, to reflect, to think, to act, and to decide, what kind of futures do we want to live in. So I think that this kind of reflection is not optional nowadays. Historians say, or have called this era as the era of great acceleration. So there is no indication that the acceleration is going to diminish. So I believe that with scientific and technological developments, we need to think what kind of futures do we want to create, and we need to use that knowledge, that curiosity, that consciousness to build the best possible futures, sustainable and enhancing well-being for everyone.
Excellent, thank you. Managing the future. This is probably one of the key ideas, but how to do that, especially in the flood of disinformation, misinformation, fake news, twin realities. So I'm looking now at Elon as there is so much scientific evidence. We have science, offering us proofs, but still, there are these parallel realities, and the other reality might be this kind of digital reality. And if I quote the inventor of the World Wide Web, humanity connected by technology on the web is functioning in a dystopian way. And Maricela just mentioned hopeful futures. Is digitalization, digital tools really about dystopia? Is it really all black and dangerous?
Well, thank you, first of all, for the invitation to be here and to be along with my fellow panelists. I don't think that the future is set in stone, and we also need to remember that technology alone doesn't determine the future. It's the interaction between technologies, governments, and societies. But I think that what characterizes the last decade or decade and a half is that we've entered the mode of reactive digitalization. And what I mean here by reactive digitalization is that every few months or every few years, Silicon Valley launches a new technology, and we simply as societies and as governments have to adapt to that technology and to the rapid change that follows. And reactive digitalization also means that we accept the financial logic of certain technology companies. So for instance, we know that the logic of social media companies is to keep us engaged and on the platform for as long as possible. And in order to keep us on the platform, Meta will show us racist content, hate speech, it will show us conspiracy theories, whatever it needs. And we kind of accept that this is the financial model, and we're willing to have these companies in our societies, which is quite surprising. And Silicon Valley has this great word to define our era, which is disruption. I don't think disruption is the right word. I think it's a word made up by marketers in Silicon Valley. What we're really talking about is greed. It's about companies putting out products and putting out technologies without really thinking about how they impact societies. So in order to prepare for the future, I think we need to move from reactive digitalization to proactive digitalization. What does that really mean? Well, first it means analyzing what the future's digital landscape is going to look like. So when I work with foreign ministries or civil society organizations, it's all about asking them, what will our digital world look like in 2028 or 2032? And how do we begin preparing today for the challenges and opportunities that digital tools will bring? And a lot of foreign ministries engage with tech companies, they engage with tech CEOs, but they don't engage with the R&D units, with the people working on the prototypes of the technologies that are going to shape our landscape. And I think that's very important. The second, as proactive digitalization, is to take greater measures to safeguard our societies. And I think a society has a right to protect itself from nefarious digital technologies and nefarious digital actors. And probably the greatest threat that we face at the moment and in the immediate future is that of visual AI. Because the name given to this year's Bled conference is parallel realities. But in a world of visual AI, you live in a world of conflicting and competing realities. Some users see an AI video of Kamala Harris dressed up as a communist commissar, which Elon Musk just tweeted. And some people see a picture of Kamala Harris holding a gun, which was generated by AI. And other people see an image of Kamala Harris speaking at a political rally. And what happens is that you live in a world of conflicting and competing realities. And a society cannot function without a shared definition of reality. And diplomacy cannot function without a shared definition of reality. So I think this is a great threat to our immediate future and something that we need to start to contend with as part of this idea of proactive digitalization.
Excellent. Thanks for that. So what is reality? Till we don't know it, we are not able to function as a society. That's quite an intriguing and bold thought. It's pretty amazing. I'll turn to Matthias now, because you're a social media wizard. And if we don't know what reality is, if we are therefore not able to function as a society, if we are preoccupied with everything that's broadcasted, like I have a quote here, members of our societies are broadcasting their feverish anxiety about the new technologies in equal measure to those who deliver euphoric messages of unprecedented opportunity, meaning how is everything around us? How is this fear of future and not knowing what comes next? How is this shaping the opinions, thinking, mindset, and what the proper public diplomacy can do about it?
It's interesting. I am neither anxious nor euphoric about these new tools. Actually,
That's why you're here.
Every time I look at the opportunities, I'm going to tell you a story. Back in 2006, that's 18 years ago, I put the World Economic Forum on YouTube. YouTube hadn't been bought out by Google. That happened then in September. And at the time they said, Matthias, YouTube, the kids who are watching videos in their dorm room, they are not our target audience, and you will see they will not watch our videos. Today, 2 decades later, this panel is live on YouTube. People can watch this live. YouTube has become a tool that we're all using. Our kids get their information from YouTube, and frankly, they're no longer watching TV. They're no longer watching the evening news on TV. They get it on YouTube or even on Snapchat and TikTok, which is just a vertical YouTube. So for me, it's really kind of looking at these tools. How can we use it in a positive way? So I think, really kind of, I wouldn't say I'm euphoric, but I'm curious and really excited, to see what other tools will be out there and how can we use them. I know there's all the, the disinformation, et cetera, but let's positivize, let's look at the positive effects of these digital tools.
Excellent. I love this, curiosity. That's fantastic. So I'm curious now, dear audience, what would be your biggest fears? A couple of ideas? A few ideas? No fears? Please, go ahead. Just come on. No need for a microphone. We can just shout. We'll have a discussion later on. Yeah. Do we? Do we really know it? What if there is another pandemic and we will lose many people? We can only anticipate, yes. Now, exactly, yes. May I ask you to continue this debate at the very end? When we have a debate, I was now asking, what are your fears? I was asking only for one word. Sorry. Please, go ahead. Just war. What else do we have? Electric breakdown. Anything? Earthquakes? Please. Climate change? AI. Okay, you see? So panelists, these are the fears of our audience. So please, in the second round, try to tackle those. And again, please be short and crisp that we can actually continue the debate that the gentleman kindly started. Where do we start? There was an AI mentioned. Maricela, you mentioned even the human beings, augmentation of human beings, all this kind of, I don't know, CBI, for example, computer-brain interface, having, chips in our heads in 10, 20, 100 years to come. How do we communicate what the future brings to the people without scaring them? How to bring the science and the evolutionary achievements closer to the people? Because it seems like the science and all the technology happens in the labs, pretty closed environment.
Well, that's key. I think that to lose that fear of science, we need to embrace science and know that we can use it for good and for bad. This is the dual use of the technology and of the scientific breakthroughs. And sometimes we believe, or we tend to think that science is for the scientists only, right, in the ivory tower places. But in reality, because we're in touch with technology all the time, and we can listen to what the academics are saying, that in a couple of decades, everything is going to be surrounded by these synthetic biology developments, by artificial intelligence. Is going to be so ambient. So it means that we need to do the homework, and it's a two-way street. So I believe that at all levels, including for regular citizens, we need to develop our curiosity, augment our knowledge into what science is bringing us. And it could be done just by Googling on the internet, but also looking at articles and information that is around us in our communities. But the most important thing is that we need to work together. Because if governments are thinking that technology is not affecting their business, this is wrong. The future of the internet, of encryption, of sensing, communications is quantum computing. So we need to lose that fear of quantum computing then, and we need to understand what it's bringing us. And we need to create partnerships that make sure that we develop already today, with that knowledge of anticipation, use cases and applications that benefited all, because the democratization of science is also an aspect that sometimes gets overlooked. We don't want amazing scientific developments to be enjoyed by 30 people on the planet, right? We want these breakthroughs to be accessible to everyone. So I think that we need to solve this conundrum between losing our identity or human agency and relying so much on technology, by incrementing our understanding of what this technology is bringing us. And as Sirke was saying, it's through anticipation that we understand the possibility of the futures that could come. I think that we need to be very creative and use art and science and dance and music and nurture dialogues like this one, and fund initiatives that bring the talent everywhere and that are inclusive enough so that we can have futures that really spark our hope and make us feel that we're going to reach a state of well-being that is unimaginable. So we lose our fear of viruses, for instance, or artificial intelligence.
Excellent, but we are only, let's say, 50, 70 in here. So how to spread the message, Matthias? How to communicate science, how to bring science and the advancement closer to the people, that they would embrace it and feel it's theirs too?
Well, it starts with education. At the primary level, we have to educate our children on using digital tools. I think this is very, very important. And as far as I can see, in no country is social media or digital media taught, apart from the dangers of the internet. Yes, we know the dangers, but nobody really is teaching our kids how to set up a Facebook page. If they want to become a baker, how do they sell their baguette in the morning? I'm living in France, kind of set up, help them to set up a Facebook page. What you post, what you share. I suggested that in a parents-teacher meeting, saying, why don't we put our kids on Facebook, or basically create a page for the schools so the kids can manage it as the new school paper of the 21st century. And they said, are you crazy? You want to put our kids on Facebook? No, not at all. But it's really kind of, and by that time they were already on Snapchat, on other platforms where we have no more control over them. And I made sure that I am on social media before my children were. So, I could welcome them. Oh, you're also here on Instagram. And the latest one is, I don't know, have you heard of Be Real? Anybody heard of Be Real? Hands up. So basically it's a French social network. You take once a day, you're prompted to take a picture in the moment, be real, you have a 2-minute window. It's stupid, it's social media. Guess what? The outgoing French Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, is on Be Real to connect with the teenagers. And it works perfectly for him. So I wish that more people would, kind of explore these new channels to learn what's coming there. It might not last long, we don't know, but let's be curious, let's open our eyes to these new tools and not say, oh, and another social network, because some social networks die, you know, remember Clubhouse or, you know, or Friendster, you know, so, you know, we never know. Maybe even, you know, X will go down. It's already banned in Brazil.
Thank you. Mentioning education and learning, this is really about breaking taboos in a way. But even with the foresight products, I think that we are breaking certain taboos. Christopher, what you did for the UK Ministry of Defence, it was not just for the Ministry of Defence. It's also for the public. So what would you say? How to bring the foresight and anticipation thinking closer to the public?
Yeah, as you say, the book, the upcoming Global Strategic Trends 7, it's almost 500 pages. 500 pages. It's a mountain, literally. And not many people are interested in reading all of that, and I understand that. So how do you get that across to people? And especially for me, strategic foresight practitioner, my main task is actually to inform decision makers, and they do not have time to read all of that. So my task is to bring that information, transform it into knowledge for them, not just the Ministry of Defense, but across government. What we try to take a holistic view of the global strategic trends, and not just defense and security, but also economy, climate change, demography, societal challenges. So it's really important for everyone, and especially the public, I would say, because they are the one that votes for the decision makers. So they should be able to have that information to make their decision on what political party should be able to take the decisions for the country. And so how do we manage to do that? One of the important parts, I think, is transparency. We write a lot of things. And of course, why do we write it? What are the sources? What is the background? What are the assumptions? Because we need to write down things. The future is unknown. It's impossible to predict. I would say foresight is more about avoiding mistakes than actually predicting the correct futures. We're talking about futures all the time. So the transparency, why do we say what we do? We can see it as we paint a map. We paint a big picture, we draw a map, and then on that map there's different futures. And depending on where you want to go, you can draw the pathways. And when you engage with people, I think these engagements are really important to convey the knowledge and the information. Where do you want to go on that map? Where do you want to be in the future? That will give people the understanding that everyone has agency, that we can actually be part of changing and shaping the future by just looking at where do we want to go, what decisions do we need to make today to actually go in that right direction. We may not end up exactly at that point, but at least in that branch of the futures tree, that's where we're aiming for. And whereas the global strategic trends is more of an encyclopedia with different projections. We said about the projection of demography, that's one, but there's several. They paint a big picture. What are the implications? We did implications project for the Nordic countries, where we take all of the world. It's very interesting, but it's not necessarily relevant for the Nordic countries. So what does it actually mean? We did the scenarios. I think scenarios are quite a good tool to work with this, because it's a bit of storytelling, and humans, we like stories. Storytelling is really good, especially if you include some characters within it. So then you can work with the futures through scenarios. And that ended up being this product, and it was actually presented today, so it will be available online from tomorrow. So just making these products available for everyone, I think is really important, and engaging through these events, but also other lectures and discussions through games, you name it. But everything that is not just a book.
Excellent. You used the term everybody's agency, like everybody's got agency. It's everybody's, how to say, let's put it like it's the activity of every single person actually that could impact the future. And this is what we try to present here, that it's not just waiting for the future, something falling from the sky, but we can actually have impact if we actually use the correct tools. So I'm turning now to Sirka, actually, because you are in academic circles actually studying futures. I would like to hear from you, what is the scientific importance of foresight? Tell us something about futurism as new science. Maybe this will be the first answer also to the gentleman's question. And maybe a sub-question, shall foresight be a part of every curriculum from today on?
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to separate future studies and future research and foresight. I'm not using the term futurism because there may be different connotations with that. But future studies and future research is a scientific field that already started 1950s. So it's a broader area, and foresight, strategic foresight, is a newer field that grew out of future studies, and it's relevant to this time horizon. Future studies and future research can have a very long time horizon. Foresight wants to engage maybe a couple of decades and not hundreds of years, but there is a connection. Similar methods, such as scenarios, Delphi studies, etc., are being used, but definitely this kind of link between scientific future studies and strategic foresight, and then decision-making, practical, even day-to-day decision-making, it exists. But going back to the question of communicating science, it is important, even in case of scenarios. It's just not enough to have manuscripts of the future. They have to be communicated in a way that they can be like experienced. So that, for example, in this room, we could have like 4 corners representing different scenarios, and participants could immerse into these futures, images, scenarios. That makes it more understandable, the results, what is presented in foresight results. And to mention that in Finland we have in Parliament permanent committee for the future since 3 decades already. And they have a permanent representative of our Finland Futures Research Center. So they have, in each meeting, they have this scientific advisor present there. So I think it's very critically important to have this bridge.
Excellent. Thanks for explaining. I hope that this is now much clearer what we are talking about, what is actually predicting, what is forecasting, what are statistical methods, and what actually the future studies and the foresight is all about. It's quite new in Slovenia, so hearing Finnish experience that this kind of studies have existed for decades, and that actually the government and the parliament in Finland are doing it on an annual basis, have been doing this for 3 decades already. I think it's time to, reflect where we were all these decades. Okay, let me wrap up this second round with Ilan. We heard about science, we heard about the communication, about the foresight, the futures studies. For sure, the future is going to be digital. So what is the outlook for the future? Can the future be digitalized even in a way that it's digital tools helping us or telling us what is there beyond tomorrow and beyond 2030?
Yeah, so there's a saying in Hebrew that only a fool tries to predict the future. And I think this is very true. The CEO, 2007, the CEO of Lehman Brothers says we're going to have the best year ever. 2008, he's out of a job. So it's a bit risky trying to predict the future. But if we build on what we've heard at this Bled Strategic Forum and in other forums, it seems that if we're talking about the next decade, we're talking about a decade of complex geopolitical crises. And one of the people in the audience mentioned the topic of war. And it seems that we're going to have complex geopolitical crises in the sense that these are crises between groups of states or different states, each of them with different interests, and that resolving these crises will need a way to meet the interests of all of these different parties. And I think that if we follow this logic, say, for the next 10 years, then there are three things that we need to focus on that relate to digital. First is restoring trust in governments. And if we look throughout the world, we see that in democracies all over the world, there is a decline in trust in governments. More and more people believe that the government is lying to them, that the government is hiding information from them. And if a government is not trusted, then the government cannot manage a crisis, it cannot narrate a crisis, and it can't function on the international stage. So it's an interesting question how to restore trust in governments, and digital can be a blessing and a curse in this sense. And the second is, if we're going to a world of crises, how do we kind of restart the mechanisms of international diplomacy? And it appears, this might not be the case, but it appears that the international system is somewhat paralyzed. It appears that a body like the UN cannot guarantee the safety of countries anymore or ensure that a country is not invaded by another one. And so there's these big questions of how do we restore trust in governments, and how do we restore trust in the multilateral system, and third, how do we find areas of agreement between different countries? And here what I think might be interesting is to consider, at least for some countries, what you might call a tech-first approach to foreign policy. So what do I mean by this? Not looking at technology as something that divides us, but maybe something that we can agree on. So for instance, there's very little that China and America can agree on at the moment. They don't agree on Ukraine, they don't agree on the Middle East, they don't agree on Taiwan, but maybe America and China can agree on the need to regulate cryptocurrency and to stop crypto fraud. And maybe a tech-first approach to foreign policy would say, let's get American and Chinese diplomats into a room to talk about the one issue that they do agree on. And it's not really about the issue. It's about having American and Chinese diplomats meet one another. It's about enabling diplomats to restore faith in one another, to establish trust with one another, to negotiate an agreement and then say, well, we agreed on cryptocurrency, perhaps now we can talk about Ukraine. So I'm not sure that technology is necessarily a bad thing. It could actually be used as something that unites us, as in a way to restart the international system.
Excellent, thank you so much. And at this point, thank you for being crisp and short, because this leaves us with 20 minutes for a debate. So I would ask now for the microphone, and we will continue with the gentleman who started the debate before. And then we will pass the microphone there, and then to Mr. Grobelnik. Please introduce yourself. And please be concise, as our panelists were. So I will allow 3 sentences for your question, please.
My name is Janez Malačić, and now I will provoke a bit. Imagine that you are in 1752 at Golden Triangle in Pittsburgh. My question would be, what language do they spoke there, and how that place looks like today? Then you can imagine what is to speak about the future.
Okay, question goes to?
No, just.
No, whom do you address the question to?
Anybody.
Anybody. Okay. Thank you. Can you pass we will collect the 3 questions. The gentleman there with the glasses. Can you raise up the hand to see where the mic needs to go?
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. So let me introduce myself. I'm Blaž Golob, CEO of Go Foresight Institute from Ljubljana. And I'm a colleague of Circa in the Millennium Project, so I'm a chair also for Southeast Europe. So the question would be, what are your experiences? Well, first of all, congratulations to bring the topic of futures and foresight to the Bled Strategic Forum.
Thank you.
And for practitioners, my question would be, what are your experiences in engaging stakeholders when you do a foresight or strategic foresight study? We heard about anticipation. So what are your experiences with the inclusion of stakeholders and users of the results of specific foresight? And maybe for the audience, if you can give us an example of some thematic strategic foresight, and then what kind of stakeholders were engaged. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Marko.
Okay, I'm Marko Grobelnik. I'm co-head of AI department at Josef Stefan Institute, National Research Institute here in Slovenia. So AI is all about prediction, forecasting, whatever you call it, right? How much of this technology is actually being used, right, in the foresight? So it seems like to me way less than it should be, right? And at least what do you know, what do you see, since you are totally in this field, right?
Excellent, thank you. Who wants to start? Yes, please, Christopher.
I think I will focus on the discussion on foresight practitioner, as I've been doing that quite recently. And I would say it very different. It depends on I think the foresight and the futures literacy in decision makers, and especially I'm working quite a lot with armed forces. It differs quite a lot. So it comes down quite a lot to how you frame it. If I frame the problem as this is a war game, we're not doing it for a certain thing against a certain opponent, but think of it as a war game where the opponent might be time, a long-term horizon, then you're shifting it from something completely unknown into something which they're more comfortable, the language might be more comfortable, and then you can start building upon that comfort in a more known area. So that's how we've been using it every now and then. And for this Nordic synthesis, we had a few scenarios, and we tried to shift the mindset into these scenarios without people saying, "Oh, that's impossible," or "This is the most probable future." Yes, that might be so currently, but if we were only planning for the most probable future, we will certainly be wrong.
Yes.
So frame the question as, if you have a strategy, is it robust enough to actually be valid in 3 different scenarios, in 3 different futures? And when you frame it that way, it's usually easier for them to realize, this is actually the value added by the discussion. This is what we bring to the table. So that's how I've been using it.
Excellent. Marisela, you want to add something?
Also following up on the practitioners part of the equation, I think that it's very important first to feel that the study of futures and anticipation is not only for policymakers to make informed decisions, it's also for us, any citizen, to make informed decisions about the society we want to live on and the agency that we want to build for ourselves. That's the first one. So at GESTA, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator Foundation, quite a mouthful, we use the radar that you mentioned with, that anticipates scientific breakthroughs in 5, 10, and 25 years. And this is the knowledge, this is the futures literacy. So we have the basis, but we do something about it, and we bring to the table all the stakeholders, diplomats, leaders, scientists, citizens, CEOs, private sector representatives, and we talk about what these breakthroughs mean. For instance, in the case of quantum computing, as I was mentioning before, the future is about quantum computing, tackling problems that we cannot tackle today with greater speed and precision. And when we understood that, we created, with our partners, an Open Quantum Institute in Geneva that is now embedded at CERN. And what that institute is doing is already developing use cases, applications. What do I mean by that? Looking at antimicrobial resistance, looking at water leakages, looking at food that is nutritious, looking at the optimization of fertilizers. With countries from all over the world, this is not only for a certain geography, And we are already testing these applications. And the same goes for a neurotechnology application that we have so that we can be informed in our mobiles about these technologies. So what I wanted to say is that we all need to become practitioners of these futures, understanding, anticipating what's coming our way. The information is available. Download the radar. But do something about it. Let's act together, and let's not think that this is only for decision makers. It's for everyone.
Excellent. Thank you. Sir, please.
So add to this practitioners and stakeholders question. A very good recommendation is to start with stakeholders, asking them what is the most urgent question that puzzles you, or the problem or challenge that they have, instead of starting to lecture them on the importance of foresight. Through that kind of approach, gradually, then step by step, you can widen the anticipatory horizon, but starting from real problems, real challenges, and trying to then address and tackle and find solutions for them.
Excellent. Thank you. Anybody else? How about the use of AI? Christopher, maybe you are a practitioner. Did you use any AI engines, tools, when you did the 6th edition and the 7th edition that is still in making?
The 6th edition was published 2018, and I think the AI at that time was very rudimentary. So,
so the current...
No, I think that there are two sides of the story. Also, that the system has to be acknowledged and audited by the armed forces and the Ministry of Defense, and that can be quite a undertaking.
Okay.
But we are working on how to adapt and use the tools correctly, because I think AI and a human analyst working together is probably the most powerful thing for years to come, where we spend our time and our creativity to do that, whereas AI can do the information gathering and collection of information, and we work on actually what does it mean, do the implications, put it into the right context. We work on getting these tools, but they're not really there yet.
Excellent. Thank you for this. I mean, with the AI and the foresight, I mean, when we talk about the AI, it's all about the database, and database is usually the information that includes today and the past. So how really to do the foresight with the information that it's about today and the past? I mean, I've seen the engines where the database consists only of the foresight products. So that's one way, but still cognitive thinking, cognitive input from the human beings, I think it's irreplaceable, let's be honest. And maybe on participatory method using the foresight, you heard our minister yesterday announcing that the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs just finalized the first ever foresight, and we used also the participatory method in a limited way. So if you're interested, we can discuss this bilaterally. I think we have still time for a few questions. I saw some further hands up. Please, sir. The gentleman there. Anybody else? No, everybody knows everything about it.
Hi.
It works.
Hi, I'm Nick Cull, and I'm a historian. And as a historian, one of the things I've looked at is the importance of visions of the future in bringing crises to an end. And it seems to me to be really an important element of the ending of the great crises of the past, such as the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, that visions of the future were articulated, which were attractive not only for the winning, in inverted commas, country, but for their adversaries as well, so that at least citizens of those places could imagine successful futures for themselves. So bearing in mind this power of an attractive vision, an inclusive vision, what are your individual visions and who might they incorporate?
Okay, thank you. Quite a demanding question. Any other questions? Who wants to tackle this one? linking history to the future visions.
So I will say this. I think it's. I will say this. No, yes. I will say this. I think it's interesting in how many corners of the world now most visions of the future are quite bleak, and most visions of the future are quite. Nick, what's a synonym for bleak? Negative. So most
dystopian.
Dystopian if we're talking about technology, but just in general, this idea that we're going into a decade of great conflicts, that we're going into an era of great power rivalry, that we're going into these unmanageable crises. And you know, Voltaire famously said that the present is always pregnant with the future, in the sense that our vision of the future then creates the future. And what we don't really see a lot is narratives of hope. And narratives of aspiration. And I think one of the interesting examples actually has been in the US elections, where suddenly you do have the politics of hope and the narrative of hope, at least coming from the Harris campaign. And you see the great power of a positive political vision of inclusiveness. And this probably is something that leaders, governments, and foreign ministries will have to think about, how to communicate a positive but also plausible narrative of the future. Because if you go now to people in Ukraine and tell them, oh, in 3 years everything is going to be wonderful, they're going to think that you're nuts. So it has to be plausible, it has to be positive, and it has to be inclusive and communicated in some kind of reliable way. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher.
You have a comment on that. I love science fiction. I'm an avid science fiction reader, and I guess most people here are at least interested within it. And I once listened to talk about Kim Stanley Robinson. He's quite famous on this topic of visions, and he said he really wanted to write a positive story once, but there was no publisher that wanted to publish it because it doesn't sell. Unfortunately, it's much easier to sell the bleak futures, the problems, the challenges. But the nice and rosy and shiny ones, there's unfortunately less interest from the publication side because it doesn't sell enough. And I'm afraid that might also impact, because you're always being fed the dark stories of technology, the dark story of climate change, of war and whatnot. So I think there are a lot of positive stories, but they're not being spread enough.
But this, sorry to jump back on this, but when Britain wanted to communicate with Germany at the end of World War I, a positive vision of the future, they hired H.G. Wells, and he successfully articulated foundational modern human rights doctrine to the people in Germany and had a tremendous impact. And so I think that finding positive science fiction narratives is not as crazy as it sounds, and this is maybe where we should be looking.
Definitely.
Maybe one addition.
Yes.
Yeah, we did an interesting study in the Millennium Project on the future of work.
Yes.
Where Circa was also engaged as other nodes. We are 70 around the world, and was the future of work by 2050. And there were 3 scenarios. One was business as usual, so maybe we come there, we don't know. It will happen. Second was negative one, with all negative consequences, dark scenario. And the third one was a positive. So then for different publishers, we give a fruit for thought in a way, and yeah, so interesting to read maybe and to be mentioned. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. This is a good wrap up. Half a minute.
Thank you very much. Why publishers? I'm a publisher. I'm publishing a newspaper for children. So why publishers are not publishing good news either in fiction or non-fiction is because we don't want to read it. That's the problem, and we don't want to buy it. But if I may just have a half a minute question. So any positive messages for the kids of today regarding unknown futures? Thank you.
Let's save these messages for the very end, because I had exactly the same task for my panelists to actually end up with one sentence each as a takeaway messages for you. Maybe just a comment on the positive futures. I think it's really about the demand and actually the consumers. Who are we communicating different kind of truths to? So It's the demand that needs to be created for positive messaging and also for the foresight. It's not up to us who try to understand the future and try to find it as intriguing to actually do something about it and work on the topic. It's actually up to all of you to create a demand for foresight and the future studies. So it's not for the futurists and for the foresighters to actually force you with their products. It's rather you asking for the products. So let's try to be fair to the people who are going to occupy this conference room just after us. So before thanking everybody, I would just like to ask the panelists for the takeaway messages, like one sentence each, what you want the audience to take away and to teach the kids. Where do we start? Marisela.
So for children, but actually for everyone,
yes.
Use science to build the future and remember that the future is today.
Excellent. Christopher?
I had a different sentence in mind, but now I changed my mind. The future is not set in stone. We all have a role in shaping our future.
Excellent. Matthias, want to be next?
It's already here, but it's not evenly distributed between those who are digitally savvy and those who aren't.
Excellent. Sirka?
And the topic parallel realities also applies to the concept of time. 3 dimensions of time, past, present, future. They all come together. Future is already here in this present moment, and let's include children. So in Finland, we try to introduce futures thinking to schools, and
exactly.
I hope to kindergartens as well. No age is too early to start futures.
In Finland, they consult kids on the legislation about them. It's unbelievable. Ilan.
So yeah, just to end it, maybe to reverse the question and ask the kids what kind of future they want, and then go to Silicon Valley and to our tech entrepreneurs and say, okay, now create the technology to make this future possible.
Fantastic. You've been wonderful, wonderful audience, and even better panel. Thank you to everybody for being here for the stimulating debate and carried the message of the future. Big thank you to my panelists. And what can I say? I mean, prepare for the future, embrace it, don't be afraid of it, because the future is all you've got. Have a very nice remainder of the day.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are running a couple of minutes late. I apologize for that, but let's start and welcome to the panel with a very long title. But to make it short, we will talk about for next hour or so about Russia, mainly about the dynamics within Russia. As we see, and as distinguished panelists can see, it's a lot of interest for Russia because of our audience. But with interest come also expectations. And of course, since we are here for the audience, we believe that there are high expectations in the audience, and I believe we will cope with it and we will deliver. I don't want to spend too much of precious time for a long intro, but for beginning, allow me a couple of words about the context of this panel. As we enter the third year of war in Ukraine, it becomes evident that Putin is gearing for a long war. Notably, shift towards a war economy is happening with nearly 10% of gross domestic product, GDP, and 25 to 30% of federal budget is going for a military defense complex in the current year. Until now, the Russian economy has managed to withstand the unprecedented sanctions imposed by the West. Despite the embargo and price cap restrictions, all revenues continue to boost public accounts. But this is one part of the parallel reality we will talk about. The other side of the coin says that there are many indicators that there are significant challenges not only within the economy, but also within the political system of Kremlin and the power structure within Russia. Here, we may remember the Wagner case happened only last year, but somehow it managed to fade from the public memory. And the question, of course, remains, when or might we expect something similar developments in the future? When I'm coming to Bled Strategic Forum for a couple of years now, and since February 2022, it's all about Russia. Even today, I was at the panel in Pax Americana, and one-fourth of the time, panelists were discussing Russia. And that was the main idea for today's panels, to talk about Russia not only from the outside, but also to talk about Russia from the inside, to better understand the dynamics in Russia, in Russian society, in Russian political system, because I believe that only understanding better those internal dynamics, it will enable us to go for strategy, how to deal with Russia today and how to deal with Russia tomorrow. If you were at the Bled Strategic Forum yesterday, you might remember words of Ms. Navalnaya referring exactly to this strategy, or some might say that she missed the strategy. My name is Denis Mancevic, and I will be the moderator of today's discussion. Today with us are distinguished panelists. First of all, let's welcome Tatiana Grinkevich, human rights activists and young Bled Strategic Forum participants coming from Russia. Please. Today is also with us Ambassador Terhi Hakala, EU Special Representative for Central Asia, originally coming from Finland. Welcome. Today with us is also Ambassador Vojko Vuk, State Secretary for International Affairs and National and International Security from Office of the Prime Minister of Slovenia. And Mr. Leonid Volkov, Political Director, Anti-Corruption Foundation, and very important person from the Navalny team. Welcome. Let's move to the first round of questions. And let's stop at this point at the borders of Russia. And here I would like to ask Ambassador Hakala, since you have extensive diplomatic experience dealing with Russia, but also the Caucasus and Central Asia countries, I would like to ask you how you see the current state of play in the region, because one of the paradoxes of the outcome or current state of play of the war is that we have these parallel realities. On the one hand, Russia would like us to perceive that Russia is gaining influence even in this situation in Central Asia and at the borders, while there are also other views that Russia is losing. How you see this situation?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I would say that Central Asia, as we speak, they have experienced several challenges during the past years, and it started with the regime change in Afghanistan. Summer 21, events in Kazakhstan, January 22, and then the Russian invasion, full-fledged invasion of Ukraine a month later. I think it was just really a wake-up call. Of course, Central Asians, South Caucasus countries, they know their neighbor. I mean, we have witnessed the war in Georgia 2008. We've seen the occupation of Crimea and eastern Ukraine. But this was a real war. This was a full-fledged invasion which nobody believed in those regions. I think they were still hoping until the last moment that this is not happening. I was in the region when it started, and it was clearly a shock. And in these 3 years, I have seen a big change, to be honest. Of course, Russia has a big role in Central Asia historically, culturally, linguistically. There are Russian people living in Central Asia, also in South Caucasus. But I would say that the Russian role is changing. All countries are trying to find new opportunities, to diversify their options, to strengthen their sovereignty and territorial integrity, because it's about building a nation which is resilient against a big nation which is attacking and invading a neighboring country. And this has been a big lesson learned for all, I would say, countries in Central Asia, but also in South Caucasus and further on.
Will China play this role of the big brother in the region?
Well, China has been there also for the past 30 years as the European Union, ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union and when the countries gained independence. So it's clear that China has a big role, but also China is using this opportunity. China is becoming more also a security provider, so the roles are changing a bit. Russia was traditionally the security provider, self-evident one, also against the situation in Afghanistan and the threats emanating from Afghanistan. But the roles are changing because Russia is stuck now in this long war in Ukraine. So obviously other interlocutors, other strong players like China are using the opportunity and coming in different sectors.
Thank you. Moving a little bit closer to our region, Ambassador Vog, you were ambassador of Slovenia to Italy and Croatia. You know the region very well. As a state secretary in the Prime Minister's office, you strongly advocate for continuing military and financial support from the EU in defending Ukraine. But at the same time, we know that Russia's aggression against Ukraine has completely shaken the existing security order in Europe. Where do you see the biggest challenges for the Southeastern Balkan region in this context? Mike.
Okay. I was thinking when my Finnish colleague was speaking, I was thinking, why were we surprised when Russia invaded Ukraine? I mean, Russia is invading countries in Europe all the time. How many aggressions they made against Finland? Have you a count on that?
Several.
I've heard 32 times. Okay. So they wanted to invade Yugoslavia when Tito said no to Stalin in 51. They have invaded Hungary in 56. They invaded Czechoslovakia in 68. So there was no end to it. They have invaded with their proxies in Poland in 81. They annexed Crimea in 2014, so why were we surprised? Because we didn't want to think that this is possible, but proofs were all around that it is possible. So what is linking together what the Russians did to Ukraine and what happened in Yugoslavia is two things, basically. First of all, they were sure that when they will pull the tanks out of the barracks and show them in the streets of Kiev or Ljubljana and everywhere, that people will freak out and there will be no serious resistance. Mistake. And second was that people will somehow accept what they were doing, that maybe they will throw, instead of grenades, they will throw flowers on the occupation soldiers, which didn't occur. So I would like to finish this first part with the fact that I personally believe that Russia was defeated that third day of the aggression against Ukraine, because they had to move out of Kiev, and what they have today is what they occupy, of course, illegally, Donbass, but the first victory was there. And their occupation failed. They wanted to take over all Ukraine for them, and they didn't succeed. But at the end of the day, I will conclude with this. There is no place that anybody in this room or wherever in Europe or in the world believes that the outcome of this war will not have decisive impact on our future. Don't think that we will live normally if Putin wins this war.
Ambassador Vog, can you be more specific about what exactly this means for the region of Balkan? So where, if and where the possible spillovers are possible?
It was more before than now, because now Russia doesn't have this capability as maybe they had a year ago, because we have strengthened our fight against spies, against propaganda, against disinformation especially, because there was a lot of disinformation. Russia has a lot of their own problems. What happened a couple of days ago was a serious game changer, I believe, because the fact that Serbia, for the first time in their history, is buying Western planes, jets,
yeah,
and not Russian, is one step beyond for Vučić and for Serbia. I don't know if it's already irreversible, but it's a great step beyond. And if we succeed to bring Serbia on the other side, to sit on one stool instead of two or three, because there is China also there, then the Russians will be out of business in the Balkans very soon, and they are going out of business in the Balkans. Because at the same time, we fight organized crime in the Western Balkans, which is somehow always connected with money laundering and Russia.
Thank you. Thank you for this opinion. Moving to Russia, and of course, going directly into one of the major events that happened, tragic event, and this is the death of Alexei Navalny in prison in February. This event shocked the world, so I would like to ask Leonid Volkov, what message should the West understand from this? And if this is a turning point for Kremlin from an authoritarian regime that was there from 2010 or 12, we know the significant developments at this point in Russia, towards something more Soviet type of reminiscent of Soviet times and repressions. Mike.
Yeah, thank you. And that's, of course, a great honor to be here today. Dennis, frankly, I mean, Alexei was a great man, a dear friend, an amazing political leader, and a hero of our days. But I'm not ready to say that when he was murdered on February 16, 2024 by Putin's regime and the prison, it was a turning point, or it should have learned, like the West or anyone, anything. I mean, if the lesson was not learned in 2014 when Crimea was illegally annexed and the first time after the Second World War the borders have been redrawn, in Europe with like annexation of part of territory of other country. If anything was not learned in 2018 in Skripal case in the UK, in 2019 Tiergarten mort in Berlin, when Putin was able to show that he's ready to like kill people in Europe, like absolutely cold-blooded. If the lesson was not learned on February 24th, 2022, then I'm afraid February 16th, 2024 was too late to learn any lesson. The problem was that for the last, like as Yulia Navalny said in her speech that you mentioned yesterday, the problem is that like 25 years of Putin, 10 years after annexation of Crimea, 2.5 years after the beginning of the war, well, the European Union, the West, the collective West still fails to have a clear and understandable, easy to describe Russia strategy based on the fact that you can't deal with Putin. That it's not possible to sit with him at the table, to negotiate with him about something that his word, his signature under any document is not worth anything, and that business with Putin cannot be business as usual at any time. That the only way to think about Russia and the future about Russia is to think and project about the future of Russia after Putin, and to try to find ways to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Talking about turning points, of course we can all answer to your question or self-question about did we learn something from the 2014 invasion of Ukraine. Of course we didn't. That's why this is part of the reasons we are here today. When talking about Alexei Navalny's death and as a turning point, I meant the stage of the suppression and the regime from the inside. So is this a new dynamic, or is this something to be predicted? Because even in Soviet times, opposition leader were not killed in the prison.
Well, that's not true. Well, Marchenko died in prison in 1986, or Ukrainian dissidents like Vasil Stus died in Russian prisons in 1982 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, and so on. The fact is that Russia has more political prisoners than the Soviet Union ever had after Stalin. So, like, neither Khrushchev nor Brezhnev had that amount of political prisoners that Putin has now, and that the level of repression against those political prisoners only rises. And there is no single day after the beginning of full-scale wars that new political prisoners don't appear. There are many hundreds, several thousands of them now. Well, actually, like the only day in the last 2.5 years when the number of political prisoners went down for a short while was 1st of August, when few of them were released. And I have to use this opportunity to thank Slovenia for the role in making it possible for becoming like part of this quite unprecedented exchange, which was very important because, yeah, not only we saw some of our friends free, which we didn't ever expect to see released, but also we gave some hope for other hundreds and thousands of political prisoners that, well, liberation is possible for them. And for some of them, it will be the anchor that will help them survive. And that's very important.
And my last follow-up question, under given circumstances, how can civil society, opposition movements even survive? How they can operate? Is it possible?
Well, we do operate, and it is possible. We don't have to like overinflate expectations, but we also don't have to downplay the opportunities. Like for us, for the Anti-Corruption Foundation, the political movement founded by Alexei Navalny, our daily work means staying in touch with anti-war and anti-Putin-minded Russians. We reach about between 18 and 20 million people every month We have like 18 to 20 million viewers, listeners, and readers of our content. And that's one of our most important missions, like to stay in touch with anti-Putin Russians and to provide them with information, with like access to independent information, and so on. Not to leave them alone, not to let them feel like abandoned and forgotten. Now, many people then would say, okay, you say you reach out to 20 million people every month. Here is the statistics of your YouTube channel, but where are those people? Why they are not on the streets? And my answer is very simple. Recall like Eastern Europe, 1986. Did we see like millions of people on the streets? No. Let's recall Eastern Europe, 1989. People were like everyone from like Leipzig to Bucharest, from Warsaw to Moscow, from Vilnius to whatever. And did they fall from Mars in these 3 years? No, apparently not. They were there, and their like opinion on the Soviet regime didn't really change. They saw the opportunity. They saw it was now possible to manifest, to protest, to rise and so on, and they use this opportunity. I think the situation in current Russia is the same. We have tens of millions of people who oppose to Putin and what's going on. They don't see a practical opportunity to become visible. They perfectly know that for every attempt to become visible, they will be severely punished and will join the ranks of political prisoners. But should the situation change a little bit, somehow, for whatever reason, they will become a very strong power, very strong political power. And for us, the mission is now like to stay in touch, to keep afloat, to remain connected with this huge potential political power.
Thank you. And I would like to continue on this topic actually with Tatiana. So already Leonid mentioned that many ordinary Russian citizens, as let's call them silent victims of the war condition and repression within the Russia, their voices are practically unheard as they cannot express themselves at home, while at many places in the West, we already see the collective punishment of Russian citizens for the Kremlin's war. We see the closing doors for athletes, students, artists, and many others. Since Tatiana is working with NGOs and coming from the civil society, how do you see the situation in this light, especially for the ordinary people and those silent victims within Russia?
I would say that, of course, we understand the motivation that stands between the sanctions and restrictions, and some of them seem to target Kremlin and current political regime, and we see some influence on decision-making about this war in Ukraine. But, of course, there are a lot of these measures that seem to mostly target ordinary people and do not really make a change, do not make a difference. And for a lot of people, it seems unnecessary and unfair. And this kind of increases the isolation of Russian people. It makes them more vulnerable to the propaganda because they're not anymore exposed to some alternative points of views with this because it's not possible to travel anymore. You cannot go on an exchange. A lot of, I don't know, even streaming services left Russia. You do not have good access to foreign content, some media. So, of course, there is some negative reaction. I mean, we understand, but still it seems unnecessary, and it has some negative consequences on Russian society and especially on Russian civil society, because now it became much harder to leave Russia in case if you're in danger, and there is no really good programs for political refugees. And in most Western countries, authorities do not even recognize the problem that people are coming and they're being denied in asylum and they're being deported back to Russia. So, of course, it affects how people are willing to engage in some civil initiatives, because if there will be some legal consequences. There is no way to escape them. It's very hard and challenging.
Thank you for that. Let's stay a little bit longer with sanctions, because many questions here arises. The EU recently adopted the 14th package of sanctions against Russia, but still we see that they have limited effects on macroeconomic situation. Many sanctioned products and services still find bypasses to Russia through the Central Asia, countries like Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. My question goes to Ambassador Hakala. What is the European Commission already doing to curb such loopholes that are there, and we cannot deny them? And what else more can be done in this respect?
Thank you very much. I just first want to comment what Tatiana said, and I understand what you mean. Because there's always the dilemma if you have sanctions against a certain regime that it hits ordinary people. And we've seen it everywhere and in many places. But the problem here is, of course, that the first motivation here and argument is to stop the war, to hamper the Russian economy, to make sure that Russia cannot proceed its war with Ukraine. And I would say that there are question marks and also questions and arguments. Are the sanctions really working? I think they are. Steadily but slowly, they hit the Russian economy. We've seen the signs already. This is for sure. The question of circumvention of sanctions is very complicated also and big. And it's not just, by the way, Central Asia or South Caucasus, neighboring countries who are part of it. Big countries are doing it too. I mean, we have several countries on the list if we look at it, China, India, Turkey, all that. But what we do, we try to cooperate with all these countries to convince them that actually we are not against of trading with Russia, commodity goods for normal citizens, but the sugar is in the bottom. We have 50 different items, so-called battlefield items, which we really try to stop at the borders. And that is the kind of key here. And what we do is that we try to, for instance, when we talk about Central Asia, my region, we are having a very in-depth dialogue with these countries. First, from the very beginning, to explain what it means, because, I mean, it was very widely actually accepted and promoted. So first to explain what we really mean, and then to work with our like-minded countries within G7 to look at that. And what we are doing is we have trained the officers, the authorities, to stop the flows. It's happening already. We see a positive trend in this respect, that the amount of products which are sanctioned is diminishing in that trade. The trade flows are bigger. That's true. I mean, multifold. We see that. But it's partly also explained that the trade flows actually were channeled not through Russia, but through Central Asia, through other countries. But it's also a process which is ongoing. But we have also appointed a special envoy, David O'Sullivan, who is dealing with the governments on a daily basis. So there is a lot we have done, a lot to be done, but this is also all our responsibility. It's also European responsibility to look after the companies who are selling these components either through Central Asia or some other countries. So it's our kind of collective responsibility.
In other words, you would say that the future Commission will do more and be even more proactive in this regard.
I am sure of it. Absolutely. What I listened Madame von der Leyen saying yesterday, so I mean, it indicated that definitely this work will continue, and we find ways. We have a lot of data, so I mean, we have an eye on all the flows and flows of components which are for the battlefield products.
Thank you. Ambassador Våg, Now, talking about parallel realities with respect to Russia, there are many, as I mentioned in my introduction, many cases that shows these parallel worlds that we are living in. One of these is the power of the Russian army that's supposed to be there according to Russia sources and, of course, according to Kremlin. But on the other hand, we see the loopholes in the border towards Ukraine and the situation in Kursk region. It seems that it's inherent into authoritarian regime that they're blinded by the grandeur and unwilling to recognize realities and see the problems. How you see this? Is there any parallelities with Yugoslavia and the 90s, let's say, or the end of 80s?
Because an old Russian joke came to my mind. It was not a joke, it was an anecdote. There was this Prime Minister Chernomyrdin in Russia who was not very successful, and he was asked why the ultimate reform wasn't successful. He said, "We did our best again, but the result was the same." So Russia is really, I mean, pushing with these annexations, occupations, aggressions, always with same result. What does that bring to Russian nation? In Yugoslavia ended like it ended, that it ended in shame, actually, because if you confront the dissolution of Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, or take even Czechoslovakia and Soviet Union dissolved peacefully. And we have produced in Yugoslavia 100 and I don't know how many thousand to all of that people. Why was that? My answer is very simple. Soviet Union had Gorbachev, Czechoslovakia had Havel, and Yugoslavia had Milosevic. So count in all of those, equations, the national feelings of the grandeur of so-called grand nations with great history, with so-called unjust present, and with uncertain future. Because all the injustices that have been done have always been done to Russians or to Serbs. To Slovenians, never happened, nothing like that. We have lost Carinthia, I don't know, 100 years ago, and no, only Serbs have lost Kosovo. The British Empire was as big that the sun never went down. Today you have United Kingdom that is small. Austrian Empire was so big that tiny Austria that exists today. But only injustices happened just to Serbs and to Russia. So think about that. And I would say that nations who occupies themselves too much with the history, they are losing their future.
Thank you. Mr. Volkov, there are different assessments coming also from the Russian opposition leaders and analysts living outside Russia, whether the war has weakened or the opposite, strengthening Putin's regime. Would you agree with the assessment that in the short term, Putin has completely subordinated the vertical of power, but in the long term, he's severely crippled Russia, and the cost of the war will be enormous?
First of all, there was never like a response from the society. Putin tried his best to turn this war in the second edition of the Great Patriotic War, to force people rally around the flag to support him. They ended up raising the payoffs to those who sign up as volunteers for the war, like I think 20-fold from what they offered in the beginning, and already in the beginning they offered a lot. So there are...
Currently we stand at $10,000.
No, we stand
it's already high.
5.2 million rubles. it's 55,000 euro. Like just if you subscribe. And even with this payment, which is like enormous by Russian measures, which is like where the average salary is about like 400 euro a month, they still are not able to to find anyone. There are no like queues at the conscription points. So the idea to sell this like war as a just war, as a patriotic war, as we have to defend the homeland, the fatherland, failed, and even the operation of Ukrainian army in the Kursk region didn't change it remarkably. What Putin succeeded to do was to consolidate the elite, and here the West unfortunately helped a lot. Putin's elite was shaken by the war, caught in surprise. Putin didn't consult with them. He really took this decision almost alone in a very narrow circle of confidence. And there were moments of uncertainty, and when the Russian members of Russian elite didn't know where to go and how to act. But what the Western sanctions did, they did form a feeling they are in the same boat with Putin, and they have no way out and no chance to jump that ship. Either you go all the way down together with him, or you win together with him. When the sanctions against members of Russian elite were introduced, and we are now already in the 14th package, never a clear way out was suggested. Break up from him, leave the country, stop doing what you're doing, stop helping him, and you will be not considered as a war criminal. We will help you, we will lend you a hand. This was never done, and for many members of Putin's elite that were in doubt and trying to take sides, unfortunately, I'm not trying to clear them of their guilt. They are guilty. They are Putin's accomplices. But many of them found themselves in the positions that they felt that we have no choice. We are already the West considers us to be all the same entity with Putin. So now we don't have a choice but to help him, and so on. And that was probably a mistake. Well, it can't be repaired now. Still, I think so. It's still possible to reach out to them, to find a way out for them, to try to increase turbulence and reduce the stability of the regime. But as of now, answering your question, Putin has reached a huge level of consolidation among his inner circle. It's now quite stable.
Thank you. Tatiana, roughly estimations are that 0.5 to 1 million Russians left the country in the last 2.5 years. We see that Russian authorities, this might be something new for the audience, someone of you, are announcing measures against them, including confiscation of their property. How do you see working also in this community? What are the reasons that they decide to leave, and what kind of challenges they are facing in semi-forced exile, let's call it like that?
Okay, thank you.
Here you go.
Well, we definitely saw two big migration waves that happened in 2022. And both of them happened on this panic. A lot of people were leaving Russia after war just started because it was a very unpredictable situation. Nobody expected that. Nobody knew what to expect. So a lot of people were leaving just because of this fear. And of course, there was also a big migration flow after the beginning of mobilization, when a lot of people left because they were afraid to be mobilized and taken to the front line. But we can see that most of these people who moved of that reason, they come back. As soon as the situation is pretty much stable, they come back because, for example, when mobilization started and all these people came, afterwards, Russian authorities saw what is happening and they changed the strategy. They started to draft people from the villages, from remote regions. They provided certain security measures. When you, if you're a high qualified specialist, you can be booked from the army. You even get some privileges. For example, we have this IT mortgage. When you are an IT specialist, you get a special interest rate. And so people who actually like move and stay, these are people who move because of their values, their political views, because for them they do not see future in such isolated and aggressive environment. And because to face all these challenges of migration, you need to have really strong motivation. I mean, migration is always a very hard process. You miss your home, you miss your family. It's hard to adapt, and generally, like psychologically, it's not easy at all. But in current situations, when we have these visa restrictions, when we have these sanctions, it is really hard because, for example, in Germany, you have to wait for more than a year to get a residency permit. Or, for example, in France, to get a bank account, you need to collect rejection letters from the French banks, send them to French authorities, so they would force one of the banks to issue a bank account. And you have a job, you have a work visa, everything, you legally can get a bank account, but you have to do all this paperwork, you have to literally fight the system to stay, to have a life, to find a place in this society. So I would say only really strong motivation, like sense of your values, of your political beliefs can move you to do so.
Thank you. Let's try to squeeze one more round before we will give the floor to our audience. And first, I would like to ask Ambassador Hakala, since we all understand, we all know that bilateral Finnish-Russian relations changed significantly after the war and full invasion, notably illustrated by the Finland accession, of course, to NATO. But at the same time, Ambassador Volk already mentioned in his first answer these long-lasting conflicts and wars and aggressions of Russia towards Finland in the past. And that leaves us to the situation in which Finland lived for a long period of time after the Second World War. And since I see also the ambassador of Ukraine in the audience, what kind of paradigm we can see here when talking about the future of Ukraine joining NATO? So, because there are voices and opinions that at the end of the day, Ukraine will stay at the doorstep of NATO with similar kind of strategic situation in the region as Finland was forced to be in the past decades?
Well, first of all, I have to say that different times and different solutions. For us, that was a survival game after our war. The country was poor, we lost territories, we had a peace deal, and we accepted the solution like that. But it led, of course, to a situation where we tried to build a good neighborly relationship with Russia, and it lasted ever since, of course, as the whole European Union tried to kind of live with Russia, coexist, and have cooperation. It was based on that understanding that if we have economic ties, if we have good neighborly relationship, respect a bit there, then, I mean, we can live together and develop this world peacefully and European security. Well, now we know it didn't happen. So what I want to say is that Ukraine is a different country from Finland. It faces same kind of invasion now, occupation of territories. I think Moscow, and especially Mr. Putin, looks at Ukraine in a different way than those days Stalin looked at Finland, because Ukraine is the heartland of Slavic nation, Slavic Union, as they see. So, I mean, Ukraine is in another way very important country, culturally, religionally, etc. So we have a lot differences there. So without commenting on any further decisions, of course, I would like to say that I want to see Ukraine in NATO, because I of course think that that is the security guarantee in some time frame. But we cannot go ahead of the solutions, and it's up to Ukraine also to negotiate and accept a just and sustainable peace one day with Russia. And we are there to support, help, as we say, whatever it takes, how long it takes. So it's a completely different situation. I definitely don't want to compare the solution and the foreign policy and the alliances of Ukraine after the war. Finland's story was Finland's story. It worked for us. It was a survival game all those years. We did survive. We joined EFTA, 86, already as associate member, 60s, then the European Union, now NATO. It was a long road. I sincerely hope Ukraine doesn't take this long road. So this is my answer for your question.
Thank you. Talking about sustainable peace, Ambassador Vogue, there is at some point of time before summer or in the beginning of summer of 24, so this year, the idea of President Macron about the boots on the ground. And of course, we cannot discuss this topic without discussing so-called red lines constantly being put in our faces from President Putin and Kremlin. How do you see, as the State Secretary, this idea or initiative proposed by President Macron, and the first response coming from the other European leaders, and what might the future brings us?
Let me first tell that at least we always say it with bad things, not just bad things come along. And one of the interesting things to one old joke or anecdote has now been answered, because we were always telling to each other that there is one question which you can answer only in two versions, is a sincere answer to yourself. What would you choose if you would have to choose between Russian liberation or American occupation? So now we have this answer by Russia, at least for me personally. But on the top of that, I would like to repeat that all of us who are thinking that, not me, or all of those people who are thinking that they will get rid of Russian threat by leading Ukraine to capitulation.
There are those voices,
yeah,
also in our region,
call
also in
themselves
Slovenia.
Pacifists, yeah, are denying the history of Slovenian nation, which fought two times for our liberty and our liberation during the occupation of Germans, Hungarians, and Italians in 1941. Those who were pacifists at that time said, how can we resist great armies? It's useless. We must hide and wait until this passes. And those, like my father and my grandfather, who took arms in their hand and liberated us from those occupators, even with the arms that we got from Americans, Brits, and so on. And again in 1991, when we were occupied, we were faced with aggression of Yugoslav army. Pacifist was completely useless at that time. Today, there will not be Slovenia free, living not just in peace, but also free, in freedom, if we would listen to the pacifists. And yet, there are some people preaching pacifism to Ukraine, that we should not help Ukraine, that we should not sell arms and so on, which leads only to capitulation of Ukraine. This is a shame. This is a simple shame. And it's not honoring what my father did in his life and what my grandfather did in his life, and what I did during the independence war in Slovenia. So let's be clear. The outcome of this war will define the future of Europe and of our young generations. And we must work on that. We must not be defeated. With saying that, I don't deny the possibility that tomorrow we will have a ceasefire and we will continue this war with diplomatic means instead of with the weapons. That would be perfect. But we must not never give up. If we want to have any future. Never.
But, Ambassador Volk, let's stay a little bit with you on this. Maybe clarification. So, do you think that European leaders should work and should do more, let's say, to convince internal voters, public, that this is a realistic scenario, I mean, the boots on the ground, in the future if we will not see the ceasefire in the near future, or if we will see even the escalation in war in Ukraine?
Well, if I answer you that is not possible, it would mean that I would agree that only Russian boots can be in Ukraine. Now we have Ukrainian boots in Russia, do we? Okay, so I don't have to prolong on that. But I would like to refer what yesterday was said by Yulia Navalny, that Europe has no strategy towards Russia. That was true before aggression, and it is true even now. And we really must have some exit strategy with Russia when one day, and one day it will come, we will have a ceasefire. But the strategy must include reality on the ground and the fact that we tried with Russia best we could. I remember Otto von Bismarck, when he was asked what is the best to do with Russians, he said, the best we can do with Russians is to strike a good business deal with them. Well, Angela Merkel struck a perfect deal with Russia, having all the gas from Russia, oil and everything, but it was not enough, you know. And then they were telling us that our sin is that we don't understand the Russian soul and the reasons why they attacked Ukraine. No? Because, you know, there are some people who tell, yeah, but you must now understand what was leading Russia to do that. And then I remember of Ronald Reagan, who was one of the maybe best joke tellers of all American presidents, said anecdote about him. And he said that before his first meeting with Gorbachev in 1980, his advisor told him to watch a Russian movie called Moscow Doesn't Believe Tears. Москва слезам не верит. And the next morning, he talks with his advisor again. He said, listen, I have watched this movie 8 times. I don't understand the shit, he said. But his deal with Gorbachev was the best in history. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Volkov, today we already heard, and yesterday, about the missing strategy towards Russia. Also, you already mentioned the release of political prisoners, Ilya Yashin, including, and Vladimir Kara-Murza on the 1st of August. Can you elaborate a little bit more about what are the plans of political opposition and exile in the future? Is consolidation and some joint action possible? And what are the priority topics?
That's a broad question. I could talk hours. about this, but to keep the answer short and to leave more space for questions.
And you also have to catch your plane. So
yes,
it's no.
that's another problem. I would answer like this. First of all, the grand strategy for Russian political opposition was always the same and remains intact for the last 12 years or so, which is to use every opportunity to make Putin weaker, to use every opportunity, whatever it be, like retirement age reform, mobilization, like elections, whatever, to get more people from the influence of propaganda, to open to more people eyes about what's actually going on. And very different tools, from like anti-corruption investigations to endorsing independence in local elections, to protest rallies when they were possible, or any forms of like horizontal civil organization were used. And we are still doing it and will continue. It's not an easy job to defeat a dictator. Sometimes it takes, unfortunately, very many years, and many countries in Europe are unfortunately familiar with this. But like the fighting spirit is still there. It's not going to vanish. What we know and what we think about in our strategy is, first, of course, no better Russia is possible with Putin. And like, I don't believe in any, as I already thought, negotiations, ceasefire, whatever. He will not respect his own word, as he did many times before. I can imagine him signing some, like, I don't know, ceasefire agreement, and the only thing he will use it to produce more weapons and to think about the mistakes he committed in the past and to prepare for a better new aggression. So first thing, it's not possible with Putin, and second, that Putinism will not survive after him. It's a very personalistic dictatorship built on very personal ties that Putin has with the members of his elite when he serves as a like supreme arbiter in their conflicts. And after Putin, we will deal with a kind of like death of Stalin scenario, when there will be a huge internal struggle within the elite. And our grand strategy is targeting this moment. Like, whenever and for whatever reason it happens, we have to be ready to become an important player at this point of time. And this is where I believe all key opposition players unite. Of course, we are different movements, different people, that's okay. We are not Putin's party, we not share exactly the same views on everything, but strategically, the goals are the same, and yeah, we are talking to different audiences and using different tools, but when necessary, we are perfectly able to act together, and that's fine.
Okay, thank you. And the last question from my side, at least, goes to Tatiana. Months ago, the Kremlin added LGBTQ movement to the list of extremists and terrorist organizations, as we all heard. Although no such organization exists in Russia, we already see the first results of this policy. Not only minority members being prosecuted and treated more harshly, but this also this brings to additional labels and uses for purposes of snitching, which is very becoming a major problem within Russia, and being instrumentalized in various aspects of social life. Where this path leads?
Repressive legislation in Russia towards LGBTQ community existed before 2022. We had this gay propaganda for kids law that was mostly targeting like public figures, activists, some public events, protests. But since 2022, we can see that all this legislation has impact on the personal life. And it's not just this decision about making LGBTQ an extremist movement. It also a lot of other new policies and laws. And we can see that the most vulnerable categories are, of course, families with kids, because there is a lot of cases when kids were taken from their families because they are non-traditional and being put in the orphanage. And also, of course, for transgender people, because gender transition is now banned completely in Russia, although we had quite progressive policies about transgender people before. And their status remained illegal or legal. It's quite a gray zone. And we see for sure increased number of requests for legal advice, for psychological help, and also a lot of people are seeking opportunities to leave Russia for their own safety. But if we are talking about like a general picture, of course we can see that the reason why Russian authorities are implementing all this repressive legislation is that it is easy to manipulate people with the fear, and this homophobic views that are being rising in Russia for like last several years, they are being exploited massively in Russian propaganda. Almost every video about this pro-war narrative that I saw, all these propaganda videos, in almost every of it, they use this homophobic views, this fear of gay people. The most recent one was literally showing guys with earrings, drinking smoothie, and then the guys in the army being cool, masculine. They play on that fear, and it's gonna have significant impact on the society for sure.
Thank you. Now let's move to the question. The first opportunity I would like to give to the young Bled Strategic Forum participants, if there are any, please. Pavel, just wait a second for the mic.
My name is Pavel. I'm a foreign policy advisor in the Belarusian democratic movement. So I just kind of like to shift the focus on Belarus. So Putin's main ally, the Lukashenko regime, especially in the war with Ukraine. But our position is, I guess this is more for the European representatives here, why isn't more being done to pressure Lukashenko? There's only a 60% harmonization of sanctions. He earns hundreds of millions on helping Russia avoid them. How come there's no arrest warrant for his involvement in the illegal deportation of Ukrainian children, what Putin got from the ICC? We submitted evidence personally. We met with the Ukrainians. We met in The Hague. But we feel like, I don't know, maybe politically Belarus is so low down that it's just easier to ignore it. I would love to get your view on this. Thank you.
Pavel was already looking to Ambassador Hakala, I believe, so we will give the floor.
I saw that. Look, first of all, I am not here I cannot talk for the ICC, but of course they collect evidence in any case. They need considerable amount of evidence to kind of have a warrant on any person, but this is a good idea maybe. But the point is that, of course, I think that the focus is mainly now on Putin and his entourage, because we know where it came from. And then, of course, Belarus is a very worrying place for all of us. We follow and we worry, and we worry for the civil society, human rights defenders of Russia, Belarus. That's true. But I think that the main focus is definitely now on Putin and his entourage and Russian leadership. So, but I have no idea. I have no information what The Hague is doing. But this I know, that they need considerable amount of evidence to issue a warrant.
Anyone else? Yeah, we have a question from the gentleman.
I'm Alex from Latvia, currently working in the MFA. Question to Leonid Volkov: can we trust Russian opposition? Because I can share my feelings from yesterday. There was the speech of Garry Kasparov, great speech. It was clear that Ukraine should win, Russia should lose. He mentioned regime change. He said that if some nations inside Russia want to leave Russia, they can freely do so. Stuff like that. And then speech of Yulia Navalny, it was different. She basically questioned the logic behind the sanctions. When she was talking about unity of Russia, she said that voices who say that some nations may leave Russia should be silenced, and she also said that we also should silence those voices who are Russophobic. There was other points in the speech that I didn't particularly liked, but people in general were standing and clapping. But there was some in the crowd who was sitting and not clapping. And I guess we all know who those people were. Mostly Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Estonians, Poles, because they do not trust that the vision that she has is the better vision. So what's your take on that?
Well, first of all, in democracy, you don't have to clap to every opinion you hear and don't have to agree with any opinion. And like Yulia and Gary indeed have different opinions on some topics, while they agree in what I believe is the main thing, that Putin's regime has to be dismantled and Putin has to be defeated. Now, what Yulia said yesterday was not about right of nations to leave, but about this so-called concept of so-called decolonization, where like people draw maps of like Russia divided in 30 states, etc., because of like being too large and so on, which is a concept that like only helps Russian propaganda a lot. We are dealing with propaganda and resistance to it very much. And there is a significant problem. 75 or 76% of Russians, according to our latest polls, do agree that like do not support the war, do want the war to end like tomorrow, would be happy if it went tomorrow, and consider the war to be a mistake. The problem is that also, like when we try to explain them, the war is a bad thing and so on, we are preaching to the converts. The Russian propaganda has retreated to a second line of defense a long time ago. I mean, it's clear even for Putin supporters that it was a mistake, that kind of like he shouldn't have done it, it costs enormously, didn't give any results. Even for those who like are actually supporting Putin, like, yeah, let's fight, let's conquer and so on, they see at least some part of the reality and believe it's a mistake. What Russian propaganda is telling them is, yes, it was a mistake, but now we have no choice. There is one option, we stand by Putin and we win, whatever it means, or the other option, we lose. And by losing, they mean something like Germany 1945, like NATO troops occupying Russia, dividing foreign control and so on. And this very simple manipulation, this fake alternative, helps Russian propaganda enormously, like to consolidate people and so on. Everyone who is like against supporting Putin, he is a traitor, etc., etc., etc. So, like, while 3/4 of Russian population think that the war is a bad thing, 3/4 of them think now we have no choice but to like stand with Putin till the end. And it's a very important task for the Russian opposition to prove this is wrong, to address this problem, to present a clear alternative. That it's not like the only way is either to stay with Putin till the end or to have Russia like destroyed, humiliated, and occupied, but there is a clear alternative, like a path to European democratic country, a normal Russia, and so on. And yeah, it's our opinion, like whatever doesn't help to promote this narrative helps Russian propaganda, that's true. Because that's now what Russian propaganda is playing on.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, the lady in the second row.
Alla Savchenko, I am from Ukraine. I am not agree with name of this section. This is very easy way, put all responsibility for Putin. It's, in your comment, maybe most than half Russian people support the war. And just now, Ukrainian movie maker create very good documental film, Peaceful People, and recording negotiation between parents and soldier, Russian soldier. Horrible. And this is horrible people living in near Europe. And I don't know, it's, this is not Putin war, this is Russian war against Ukraine. And
the question.
Question
yes.
to Mr. Volkov and Tatiana. Yeah, it's in my opinion, we are, and this question and proposition, and just now in Ukrainian army in Kursk, ahead to Kursk, create democratic government or something, help Russian people and Kursk and stay, created new democracy and new government here. We have opportunity. Why you not use and sitting here and discuss about what we must do? And just now we have excellent chance by Ukrainian heroes who help Russia.
Okay.
You are thinking about this or no?
You would like to answer? Okay, sure, you can shortly.
So, while a lot of anecdotal evidence could be collected to support any possible viewpoint, and we can record many conversations of Russian soldiers who commit war crimes and are proud of it, but we also can collect very many voices of Russians who are against the war and are ready to risk a lot of it. We don't have to forget that Russia is a huge and complicated country which has to be studied with more thorough methods than just collecting anecdotal evidence. Sociologically, and we do invest a lot in actually studying the Russian society, it looks approximately like this. About 10%, less than 10%, 8%, are fierce supporters of everything that Putin does. Kill more Ukrainians, do whatever possible, and so on. They are kind of more patriotic than Putin is. Approximately 30% are against, don't like Putin, but, well, their voice is silenced, and the only voice they hear in the public space is the voice of that 8 to 10% that's enormous, that is enormously amplified. And then there are 60%, the political gray zone, the political swamp, people who don't care. And that's a great tragedy and a great problem. People whom Putin learned in the last 25 years that you don't have to think about politics, that politics is always a dirty business, that I know better, that you don't have to care. For them, the war still doesn't exist. They don't feel it. They try to abstain of any forms of participation in political life. We see our mission and our focus on working with those people, on reaching them, on trying to politically activate them, to save them from the propaganda. We are Russians. We did Russian politics for many years. We ran successful electoral campaigns. We know how to fight with them. It's an efficient application of our very limited resources because that's something we can do. Theoretically, I could probably also take a machine gun. This will not be, unfortunately, sorry, I'm not very fit and young, would be a sophisticated application of our resources. Unfortunately, we won't make a difference there in Kursk. Working with Russian in information space, that's something where we can make a difference. So my answer to your question is that the efficient way to use limited resources in the common fight against Putin is that for everyone to be in that place where they can make a difference.
Thank you. Let's move to the last question. This will be yeah, sure.
Yeah. So for me personally, like I'm an individual, I do not represent any organization. For me, the question of responsibility comes from the question of power. If you have power over certain situation or not, because if you're completely powerless, you cannot be held accountable for certain situation. And Putin, as a leader of one of the largest countries of the world, taking control over natural resources, he, of course, takes the most of responsibility. But people who, for example, committed war crimes or worked for propaganda machine, they also should be held accountable. They had a choice. War crime is not something that you're forced to do. So I think all this question of responsibility should be taken, like, not generally, but on each case separately. And of course, we, like as a nation, hold some kind of accountability, but I don't think that each individual can be called, for example, a criminal or supporter of the war just because of their citizenship.
Thank you. And Ambassador Volk has also a remark on this.
No, I think we should always distinguish between Putin and Russians and Putin's regime. We needed always to distinguish between Hitler and the Germans that were victims of Hitler. And in all regimes, Russian nation is, I love Russian nation, and I don't like Putin. And this leads you also to some concrete situation which I had a month ago. There was this ballerina coming from Russia, Zahara, and we didn't issue a visa for her. And I was asked, why don't you issue visa because she's Russian? No, I said, not because she's a Russian, but because she openly and publicly advocates aggression on Ukraine, which is the biggest crime of all. That's the reason why we didn't issue the visa, not because she's Russian. Because a year before, we had a singer from Russia. I had no problem. Opera singer, I forgot her name. See, there is always a difference between Putin regime and normal Russians. Always. There is.
Thank you. We have the last question. Please keep it short.
Hi, my name is Julia Martinet, and I have a question for you. Since you mentioned, and yesterday we had also Yulia Navalnaya and Garry Kasparov who were talking about the goals of the Russian opposition, working inter alia from abroad. And you mentioned also that you have and keep actively try to keep the reach the population also within Russia. So, like, concretely, what do you think, in your opinion, needs to happen to create the conditions? Because the goal of the Russian opposition is to remove Putin, right? And to bring, like Yulia Navalnaya said yesterday, like it will take some years, or was it Garry Kasparov? It will take some years before democracy really will rise in Russia after Putin is gone. But what are the conditions, in your opinion, as a politician and an opposition leader, for that to happen, for those millions of people to rise up or to just change the regime?
I already gave an example with like Eastern Europe in the 80s when like something changed in the air. Somehow people realized, people got the feelings that now it's possible to speak out, and they started to speak out. What was the trigger, like, exactly? Yeah, maybe, well, like Gorbachev meeting Reagan in Malta, or like glasnost or whatever, maybe something else. Like people, like voters as like political subjects somehow managed to feel the things better than many journalists, experts, politicians, and so on. The only thing based on Russian history is that we can predict about changes in Russia, that it always comes unpredictable.
And with that, we will conclude our panel. Thank you very much, dear panelists, for great discussion. Thank you.